Hi everyone, in this tutorial we're going to be building a signal clone using React Native and Stream. Now we're going to start completely from scratch. We're going to be using tools like Expo as the framework for our React Native app, Clerk for authentication, Nativewind for styling, Stream Chat for messaging, and Stream Video to power video calling within the app. Now this isn't going to be a basic app where we're just going to build out a message list and then a chat screen. We're going to go all in on this one. So this is going to be a full-fledged messaging app. So let's just go over this real quick. So I'm just going to go through a quick demo. So over here, we're directed to the sign up screen here, but we can go over here and say sign in. Now I'm going to put in my details, which is say jacobsayo@gmail.com, put in my password like so. And I can just hit continue. Right. And now I'm redirected to the chat screen here. So I have two messages here, unread messages. It says, check this out from John Greg. And I'm logged in as John Greg from here. So let's go over here. It says unread messages. Hi, check this out. Now from over here, I can send a message. So I can say, did you see what I sent? And then I can just hit send here. And you can see I received this immediately. Right. Now, besides chatting and also reacting, so you can hold here, you can add reactions, right? And you can see it over here. This guy too can also come over here and add a reaction. So now this is 2 heart reactions, right? You can also send audio recordings. You can send images, right? You can do whatever you want with this app, right? Now the next thing we're going to test out is the video calling. So let's just go over here to Victor Clerk and let's call this user. So we're going to start with an audio call. So let's start out with an audio call. It's calling the user. So now on my phone here, I'm going to accept the call. I'm going to hit accept. Right. And now you can see the call has begun. And as I'm talking, we're going to see the changes here. Right. So I'm just going to mute that. Right. Now let me open up the video just to show that the video also works. So, right. And now you can see the video works perfectly fine. You can see over here, this is my screen right now. Right. So that works. So audio call works. Video call also works. So you can turn off the video if you don't want to have a video call. You can turn that off. And when you want to end the call, you can just hit this button here. And then it ends the call. Okay, and like I said, this isn't just a list of chats and then an individual chat screen. We're also building the full chat experience. So over here, we have the call screen. We have here our stories. We can also go over here and edit the user profile from here. So over here, we have Alex, Jacobs, and Alex25. So let's try changing the image. So it says delete the image, and then let's upload a new one over here. So I'm going to click this again, and I'm going to select any random image here. So let's hit this one. Let's hit save. Now it says profile updated successfully. Now if I go back here, and this might take a while, but you can see now that the profile has been updated. So over all our screens here, it's updated. And even here too, if you go back and then head back in here, you can see that the profile picture has been successfully updated here. Right. So now the next thing that we're also going to do here is check out the new message screen. So over here, we have all our contacts. So we have John Greg, Victor Clerk, Sam Smith, John Kruger. You can select any one of these and it's going to take you to the chat page. So that's just a quick way to start new chats. And then you can also create a new group. So over here, you can add in a group name. So let's just call this test group. Say test group 2. And then let's select our members here. So I can say John Greg, John Kruger. And then let me add Sam Smith from over here. So I'm going to say Sam Smith. Right, and we can see Sam Smith here. If I remove this, we can now see all our selected users. We can hit create group here. And then it creates the new group successfully with all the members. We can go over here. No conversation yet, but we can send a message and say, hi, guys. And this registers to all the users that are here. So for example, here now, if I go back, I can see now that test group has been created. Right. And the last screen that we also have here is to find a user by their username. So over here, if I say something like Victor35, like so, this pops out Victor Clerk. So you can also find users by their username. So let's say you haven't added a user yet. You can find them by their username, click on their profile, and it creates a new chat between you guys. So yeah, this is basically everything we're going to be covering in this tutorial. And by the end of this tutorial, you have a fully functional Signal style app with one-on-one messaging, video calling, and a minimal design that feels great on mobile. All right, let's jump right in. All right, so to get started, we're going to create a new Expo project. And to do that, let's head over to the browser and let's go to expo.dev. All right, now this loads up Expo's homepage, and now we can click read the docs over here, and that will take you to Expo's documentation website. And over here in the sidebar, we have a lot of links, but the link we're looking for is the link for creating a new project. And that's going to take us here. And over here, you can see to create a new project, run the following command. So let's copy this command over here by clicking copy. And then let's head over to the terminal and paste this in. So I'm also going to add another flag here called Signal clone. And this is going to be the name of our project. So let's hit enter. And now it's going to create the new Expo project and install all the necessary modules. All right, so now that that's done, let's navigate to the directory in our terminal. So to do that, we'll hit cd signal clone. Okay, next let's open up the project in our code editor. So for me, I'm using VS Code. So to do that, I can either open the folder or add the folder to the workspace. So I'm going to do this. And I'm going to open it up over here. So now if we open up this Explorer tab, we can see the project. Okay, that's nice. So now the next thing we're going to do is clean this up a bit. When we run the create Expo app command, it sets up a bunch of boilerplate code. But for this tutorial, we're not going to need all this. So let's just clean this up. So let's start by selecting the tabs folder and selecting these other files, and let's delete them. We're also going to do the same thing for the components folder. So let's delete everything here besides the haptic tab components. So I'm going to hit delete. Let's also select these and hit delete. All right. The next thing is to delete these hooks within the hook folder. So let's select these and delete them. All right. So now that that's done, the next thing we're going to do is install Nativewind into our project. So if you're not familiar with Nativewind, Nativewind is basically a tool that lets you add Tailwind CSS styles to your React Native app. And we're going to be using it for our project. So, okay, so to install Nativewind, let's head over to the browser and let's type in nativewind.dev. And it's going to take you to their homepage. You can click get started here, and we are taken right to the installation guide. Now we have two commands here that we need to run to install Nativewind. The first one just installs Nativewind and its dependencies, while the second one installs the development dependencies. So let's start with this first command. So let's copy this here and let's head over to the terminal. Let's paste this in. We're also going to add another command, and what this command is going to do is basically add in CLSX. And this package will help us merge class name strings. So when we're working with Nativewind or Tailwind, we usually want to merge class name strings so as to customize our components whichever way we want to, depending on whatever condition that we set. So we're going to add this package in. Next, let's hit enter. Okay, so once that's installed, let's also install the development dependencies by copying this second command here and pasting it into the terminal. Now hit enter. Okay, so now we've installed all the packages we need for Nativewind. The next thing we're going to do now is set everything up in our project. So the first thing we need to do is create a new Tailwind configuration. And to do that, let's create a new file in the project directory. So this is the hooks. Let's go over here. All right, so we're going to call this file tailwind.config.js. And I have the code copied over here. So I'm just going to paste the configuration code here. And let me just go over this real quick. So over here in our content, we have two parts. So this one, which goes to the app directory, and this one, which goes to the component directory. And what this basically does is tell Tailwind CSS to look for Tailwind styles within these two directories. So any component files or any TypeScript or JavaScript files within these two directories are the ones that Tailwind is going to end up compiling. And here over in the presets, we have the Nativewind preset being set here. And for our theme, we defined a new primary color, which is set to a blue color. And this is basically the primary blue color we're going to be using for our project. So, okay, with that setup, the next thing we're going to do is create a global.css file. And this is basically the CSS file that's going to provide all the Tailwind styles to our app. So let's head over to the root directory and create a global.css file. And I'm going to paste in the code for this. And yeah, what we have here is this. All right, the next thing we're going to do is add the Babel preset for our Tailwind CSS configuration. And to do that, let's create a new babel.config.js file. And you can also head over to the documentation over here and just copy this and paste it here. All right, so now we have our Babel preset set up. The next thing we need to do is also create a metro configuration setup. So to do that, create a metro.config.js file. And let's also copy the metro config from here. And let's paste it in over here. Now, the next thing we're going to do is add in another key within this config object. And we're going to call this inline rem. We're going to set it to 16. Now, by default, the inline rem values for native devices is 14. So what we're doing here is just overwriting that value and setting it to 16. So let's hit save. And the last thing we're going to do for our Tailwind setup is add the Nativewind type definitions. And to do that, we're going to head back into the project directory. We're going to create a nativewind-env.d.ts file. And we can copy the code that we have over here for TypeScript setup. And let's paste this here. So now this is going to give us the necessary types that we need for using Nativewind in a TypeScript project. So, okay, now that we've set up Tailwind successfully and our Expo project, let's test all our setup by creating our first screen. So, okay, to do that, let's head over to the app directory and let's create a layout file. So we're going to call this layout.tsx underscore layout.tsx. Hit enter. And I'm going to create a new React Native function export component. Okay, so I'm going to name this root layout. Next, I'm going to delete this here since we don't need it. I'm also going to delete this. So the first thing I'm going to do is import global.css. And I do this so we can provide all the native Tailwind styles to our entire app. So once that's done, the next thing I want to do is add a stack navigation. So let's head over here and add stack. So it doesn't, I can't auto import it here. So I'm just going to import it manually. So let's go over here and import stack from Expo Writer. Okay. Now let's add a stack screen. And this stack screen is going to be the index screen. So this is basically the first page that the user sees when they first load the app. And in our options over here, we also set header shown to false. So we don't want any header shown. And the last thing we're going to do here in our layout is add a gesture handler root view. So here we can already see it's helping us with that. And let's also close it. And we're going to add a style here, set to flex 1. And finally, let's import it over here. Import, right, gesture handler root view from React Native gesture handler. So with that, our layout is successfully set up. Now let's create our first screen. So let's go over here and create an index.csx file. And, running the same command here, I'm just going to write rnfe. And I'm going to name this welcome screen. Okay. Next, let's style the screen. So first, I'm going to add a class name to our view here. And I'm going to add a few Tailwind class names. So first is flex, because we want the view to be a flex container. Next, item center. Next, we want this to be justified to the center. So we're going to add justify center. And we want this view to have a white background. So we add the BG white class name. Next, let's move on to the text. We want to style this. We're going to add a class name. So we want this to be a large text. We're going to give this text LG. We also want it to be semi-bold. We're going to add font semi-bold. And lastly, we want it to have the primary color that we defined earlier. So we're going to set this to text primary to set it to a blue color. Now let's change the text over here to welcome to Signal. Nice. Let's save the changes. And now let's run this code and actually see a preview of what we've been doing so far. So over in your terminal, let's run npx expo start. Now it's going to start the project. So if you want to preview the changes using your Android or iOS device, all you have to do is install Expo Go using the Expo Go link in the description, and you can scan the QR code from here. So on iOS devices, all you need to do is just open up your camera app and scan this. But if you're on Android, you can open the Expo Go app and click scan QR code to scan this. So for me, I'll be using the iOS emulator. So if you want to set up an iOS or Android emulator for your project, all you have to do is just head over to Expo Go's website, their documentation website. You can head over to the guides link over here, and under references, you can select either Android Studio emulator or iOS emulator. And this is just basically going to show you how to set up whatever emulator you want to use for your project. So I already have mine set up, so all I'm just going to do is press I to open this on iOS. And so it's going to do that now. Right, so I have this here, so I'm just going to bring this over here. Just bring this here and resize the window like so. Nice. Now we have everything set up correctly. And we also have our preview here. So we have welcome to Signal. Okay, so that's great. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do to complete our setup is to download all the assets that we're going to need for our project. Now to do that, you can head over to the description below and click on the assets link. And once you do that, you can download the assets folder. Now, I already have the assets folder downloaded. So over here, I have the archive downloaded. So I'm going to extract this. Okay, now I'm going to go over here and copy all the images that we have here. I'm going to hit copy. And then I'm going to head to the Signal clone, the images folder within the Signal clone. And I'm going to delete all this. And then paste what I've copied. And with that, we should now have all the assets that we need. And your folder should look something like this. And we have this onboarding splash over here. Okay, and that now brings us into the next thing that we need to do. So far, our welcome screen only returns a simple message. But what we want to do is improve it by adding a splash image and a button for the user to move on to the next screen. And to do that, we're going to need a few key components. Now, the first component we're going to need is a screen component. And this component is going to serve as the container for all our screens that we're going to be creating. So let's head over to the components directory and let's create a new screen file. Now, the first thing we're going to do is define the component types. So let's head over here. We can delete this and then we can say interface screen props. Now, our component is going to take in 4 main properties. First is children for the screen content. Next is a class name. We're also going to add in a view class name. We're going to get back to this view class name in a second. And the last thing we're going to need is a loading overlay property. And this is going to be a Boolean. Let's also delete this. This is not optional. We always need a child for the component. Now let's extract this here. So we have children, class name, view class name, and loading overlay. And all this is going to be of the type screen props. Okay. Now, the first thing we want to return here is a React fragment. So let's return that. Within this React fragment, we're going to have our loading overlay. And loading overlay is going to be a view. Now this view is going to have the following classes. First is going to be absolute. Next is going to have an inset of 0. It's also going to have a transparent black background. So after you write bg black, you can go /40. And we also want it to center whatever it's inside and justify it to the center. Then we're going to give this a z index of 50, just so it's being displayed above every other element in the screen. And here we're going to add an activity indicator. So that's React Native's activity indicator. And we're going to give it a color of white. Right. And then for our actual screen, we need a safe area view. Right. So this is the safe area view from React Native safe area context. And what this is going to help us do is just basically provide a screen boundary. Right. So for example, for our iOS device here, we want to make sure that the screen doesn't render at the top over here where we have the timer and the battery icons and all of this here. So we don't want it to render around here. We also don't want it to render below a certain height over here. So that's why we use the safe area view. So next, let's style the safe area view. I'm going to use the CLSX. We're going to use the CLSX library for this. So first, let's import it here. So we have import CLSX from CLSX. Then this is going to take in 2 styles. First is flex1 and then class name. So this is the main container. So it's going to take in this class name prop. And now within that safe area view, we're also going to return a view. And this one is going to take in, yes, so it's going to take in both flex1 and the view class name. And the children prop as its child. And that's basically it. So I think the only other thing we need to add here is just a padding top for Android devices. So we go Android :PT3. And this just makes sure that we add a padding top for Android devices only, just so it's not too close to the top bar over here. So okay, that's it. Once you're done, we can hit save. And we're going to create our next component. So the next component we're going to need for our welcome screen is an image component. So we're going to go over here to say appimage.tsx. I'm going to run rnfe. Now, the reason why we're creating an app image is because the Expo image that we normally use for images. So if we import image from Expo image, it doesn't accept Tailwind class name. So if you go over here and let's say width full and height full, right? Like we can enter all these class name utilities, but it's not going to actually work when you end up running the code. So to solve this, we're going to use something called CSS interrupt. So let's import CSS interrupt from Nativewind. Now I'm going to use it over here above the component. So we're going to say CSS interrupt. I'm going to pass two parameters here. So the first one is going to be image, and the second one is going to be an object that contains a class name key, which returns another object. And here we have style. So what this just does is basically make sure that the image components can now accept Tailwind CSS styles. So now over here, we can just say props, and this is going to accept the image props from Expo image. And here we can just pass this like so. And with this now, we can now accept Tailwind CSS class names. So let's save this. And now let's create the last component for our screen. And that's going to be the button component. So here you can just create a button.tsx, run rnfe. And for our button, we're going to make use of a React Native component called touchable opacity. And what this just does is when you press this, it just changes the opacity. So it just gives a visual feedback to the user in form of an opacity change. And we're going to be using this as our button. So let's import this first. So we have it here. And let's also define the types for it. So over here, we're going to have interface, button props. I want this to extend, the type of touchable opacity. So we have this here. And now this is going to accept a few more types. So on press and children. We also want to accept a class name, string, and a variant. So this variant, we're going to have three main variants: plain, default, and text. So depending on what you want to use the button for, we have these three main variants. And over here, we're just going to extract these types. So we have on press, children, class name, and variant. And by default, this is going to be default. And then we also have the other props that the other props from the touchable opacity. And this is all going to be the button props type. So okay, now let's deal with our first variants. So let's just leave this like this. And let's start with the first variant, right? So the first variant we're going to deal with is plain. So if the variant is equals to plain, we want to return something slightly different than what we have. So let's just let this autocomplete run. And okay, what we have here is not so bad, but it's not really what we want. So let's cut this. Let's put it over here. Okay, so we don't want it to have a transparent background. There's no need for that. What we just want is to make sure that the width is the size of whatever its child is. And of course here we also want it to take in the class name. We also want it to take this onPress function over here and the other props. And yeah, that's basically it. That's all we want for our plain button. And now for our default button or our text button, we want something slightly different. So for our class name, we're going to have a bunch of different classes depending on which variant it is. So if the variant is default, we want this to have a bunch of class names. So the first one is BG Blue 600. We also want it to be rounded, so rounded 13 pixels. We also want this to justify its child to the center and align it to the center as well. We also want a padding on the left and right side of 16 pixels and padding top and bottom 16 pixels as well. We also want it to take the full width of whatever container it's in. So that's nice. Now for text, so if this is a text, we want it to have a transparent background. We also want these styles as well, so justify it, center it, but we don't want any of this padding, so let's just remove this here and add this in. Nice. So now we're going to come over here and say other props dot disabled. So we want to make sure that if this button is disabled, it has an opacity of 50. And then lastly, we want to make sure that if the variant is not equals to text, then we want it to be able to take the class name. All right, and that's the class name being returned from here. And that's basically it. So we don't want any text like this, although we do want a text element. So we're going to have a text element here. So for touchable opacity, we also want to make sure that it gets the on press and it also takes in the other props for the button. Now for here, we want it to accept the children. So ideally this will be a text or a string. Then for the style, we want it to take in class name. So this class name is also going to make use of CLSX. So let's do that over here. And if this is a default variant, so we're going to say variant equals to default. We want it to have a text of 17 pixels. It's going to return that. We also want it to have a medium font, so font medium, a white text. But if this variant is a text, we want it to have a small text, and we also want it to be black, so text black. Okay, and with that, we are almost done. We also want it such that if this variant is text, then we want this to accept the class name prop. Since we're only rendering the text, or since the text is the only thing that we want to style, we want to render this here. And that's like the opposite of this here, where if it's not a text, that's when we want the class name to be applied to the touchable opacity. So okay, with that, our button component is done. And we should have everything we need to create our first screen. So just navigate to the index.tsx. Let's close all the other tabs here. So right click, click close others. And now let's work on our welcome screen finally. Okay, so let's import all the components we've created so far. So far, you're going to say import app image. Right. Next thing we're going to do is import our button. So just say import button. And the last thing we're going to do is import our screen. Okay. So now let's delete all this. First thing we want to render here is our screen. We want to give this a background of BG white. First thing we want to render here is just an app image. We want to give this a source of require. So let's go at, and then we go /assets /images /onboarding image. So we want the onboarding splash normal.png. Okay, so that's what we want as our source. For our class name, we want this to have a class name with a width of 85 pixels or 85% and a height of 55%. And for for the content fit, we want it to hover. And with that, we have our app image. Let's also render a button for now, just to test what we have. I'm going to say continue. And yeah, this is what we have right now. So we still need to work on this more. So let's start by adding a view. Now this button is going to be within the view. The view is going to have a class name of flex, item center, and gap 4. So it's going to give it a gap of 16 pixels. Okay, we also need to import the view over here. And nice. Next, we want to have another view. This view is going to take in a class name of flex, width full, and item center. Okay, now this is going to contain some text. So 1, 2 text elements here. All right, so for our first text over here, I want it to say take privacy with you. And I don't know why this is giving an error over here. I'm trying to figure out what the issue is. Okay, we're not importing it yet, so let's import it over here as text. Okay, so that's removed the error. So the first text is going to say take privacy with you, while the second one is going to say be yourself in every message. Now let's save. You can see it rendering over here. Now let's style the text. So I'm going to give this a class name of text center. We want this to have a width of 28.5 pixels. We want it to be semi-bold. So I'm going to add font semi-bold. And that's basically that for this first text. So we have this here. Now for our second text, we want it to have a width of 210 pixels. We also want it to be centered, so we add text center. Wants to have the same font size as this one, so we're going to give it 28.5 pixels. We also want it to be semi-bold, so add the same thing over there. And that's basically that. So let's hit save. So now the last thing we want to do is add one last text. So this text is going to say terms and privacy policy. And it's going to take in a class name that says text base and text gray 500. Now this base is just the default font size and line height. So that's what it applies here. So let's hit save. Now we have this here. So for our button, we don't want it within this view actually. We want it outside the view. So let's hit save. And let's add a view class name over here. So for this, we're going to give it a padding on both sides of 40 pixels. We also want a padding bottom of 10. So that's also 40 pixels. We want this to take the full width of the screen. We want this to center everything and justify end. So we want everything to be justified at the end. We also want to add a gap property here of 16. Let's also remove this space over here. Let's hit save. And that's it. Our welcome screen now shows this nice looking splash image, set of text, and a nice looking continue button. Now I want this to route the user to somewhere else. So we're going to import use router from Expo router. And we're going to assign this to a variable called router. So router is equals to use router. Now we're going to assign the onPress prop here. So navigate the user to a new screen. So we're going to enter the router.navigate. And let's say it routes the user to the sign up page or the sign up screen. Although we don't have this screen yet, so that's why it's giving this error message. But if you hit save and you click this button over here, you're going to get this error because there's no screen yet. So what we need to do now is create our sign up screen. And to do that, we actually need to implement authentication in our app first. and we're going to need Clerk for that. So in the upcoming section, we're going to integrate Clerk into our app. All right, so to get started with Clerk, let's first head over to their website. So you head over to your browser and you type in clerk.com. Hit enter, and this will take you to Clerk's homepage. So here we have this text saying the most comprehensive user management platform. And that's kind of the best way I would describe Clerk. It's basically a user management platform that provides a set of tools to easily implement authentication systems and user profiles without having to build them from scratch. And these are all features that we'll need for our Signal clone. So we're going to be using it. So to get started with it, the first thing you're going to want to do is set up a Clerk account. And to do that, you can head over to this button over here. So if you're not already signed up, I'm already signed up. So this is showing the dashboard button. But if you haven't signed up already, this is going to be a sign up button. So once you click this button, you'll be taken up to the sign up page, or you can also go over here and say /sign up. And that will take you to their sign up page. So, okay, so once you're done signing up, you'll be redirected to the dashboard. So I already have my dashboard over here. So from here now, the next thing I need to do is create a new application. And to do that, I'm just going to click this here, create application. I'm going to name this application Signal Clone YouTube, but you can name it Signal Clone or whatever you want. And I'm going to make sure email is selected. I don't need Google sign in, so I can just remove that. And then I'll hit create application. Okay, so once the project is created, you'll be redirected to the app overview page. And here it's asking what will your users see. It's asking you to choose the SDK you want. So I'm just going to select Expo over here. And this just basically gives you a simple overview of how to set up Clerk within your Expo app. So we're going to be using some version of this. But before we start actually integrating it in our app, we first want to configure a few things, or actually just one thing, right? We want users to be able to enter their first name and last name when they set up their profile for the first time. So to do that, I'm going to head over to the configure tab. And from here, I'm going to go over to first name and last name and toggle this option here. And we want it to be required. So just going to click this and hit save. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can now move on to installing Clerk in our project. And to do that, we're going to need to install Clerk. So you can select this. Let's copy this command here. Let's head back to our project. I'm just going to create a new terminal. So over here, I'm going to paste the code in and run the command. So I'm just going to resize this a little. So make that change. Okay, so once Clerk is installed, the next thing we're going to do is add our publishable key to our env. So if you go over here, you can see there's a Expo public Clerk publishable key. So we're going to need this. So let's copy this here. And in your project directory, you're going to create a new .env.local file. And we're going to paste this in. So just do that, hit save. So if we want to make changes with this new variable, we're going to need to refresh our server. So let's just close this and hit npx expo start again. Yeah, so you see it's loaded the env. Right. So the next thing we're going to do now is set up Clerk within our app. And to do that, we're going to need to wrap our layout. So you can head over to the layout.tsx file here. We're going to need to wrap this layout in a Clerk provider. So Clerk provides a component called the Clerk provider. And just going to wrap this in here. And what it does is basically provide the user and authentication data throughout our app. So that's what this basically does. So let me import it over here. So you can go over here, say import Clerk provider from Clerk/Clerk Expo. So now we have it here. The next thing we need to do is pass in the publishable key. So publishable key we just defined. in our env, we're going to add it in here. So here I'm going to define publishable key, and it's going to be clerk, or rather Expo public clerk publishable key. Right. Let's just confirm that that's the same thing. Expo public. Right. Now we're going to pass this over here. Right. And that's that. So the next thing we're going to do here in our layout is add in a new screen. So we're going to say stack.screen. Okay. So let's just follow this autocomplete, but the name is going to be different. So this is going to be the auth. So this is basically going to be an auth group. And the next thing we're going to do is create our auth group in our app folder. So let's go over here and create our auth group. What that basically does is just create a nameless group. So if I create any page within this group, so let's say I create the sign up page within here, I don't have to, router.navigate/auth/sign up or anything like that. I can just go straight up sign up. So that's the whole purpose of the auth group. And we're going to use this auth group to house our sign up and sign in pages. So let's save this. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is add a token cache. So by default, Clerk stores the active user's token in memory, but we want it to store this in a cache instead, right? Rather than in the memory, because this is sensitive data. So to do this, we're going to use a package called Expo Secure Store. And let's just head over to terminal and let's run npm install Expo Secure Store. Right, now once this is installed, we can now go over here in our layout and add a token cache. I'm going to set this to token cache. And now let's import the token cache from Expo. So I'm going to say import token cache from. Right. And this token cache depends on the Expo Secure Store module we just installed. So that's why we had to install it. So, okay, with that setup, the next thing we're going to do is go over to our homepage and let's come over here and actually use, Clerk for the first time. So we're going to say is loaded and is signed in. And this is basically the variables we're going to get from a hook from Clerk called use user. So you can already see that has imported automatically. And it's loaded just basically checks whether the Clerk has completed initialization and is signed in, as the name suggests, it checks whether the user is signed in or not. So what we want to do here is say if Clerk hasn't loaded, so if not is loaded, then we want it to return null. Right. And if the user is signed in, we don't want them to have to see this splash screen and all of this again. We don't want them to see the welcome message. So we're just going to return them to a new screen. We're going to use the redirect component. This is going to take them to their chats. So this isn't a page that we have right now, but we're going to create it later on. So if the user is signed in, redirect them to the chat screen. Now we can hit save. And that's basically it. Okay, now let's set up a layout for our auth group. So over here, I'm going to create a underscore layout.tsx file. And I'm going to name this auth layout. We don't need this, so I can remove this. We also don't need this, so let's just remove this. The first thing that we're going to do here is make use of Clerk's use user. So let's say use user. This is is signed in. So if the user is signed in, we don't want them to see this screen. So we're just going to say if user is signed in, then return. So basically the same thing we did over in our home page here, or our welcome screen rather. So let's import this redirect component. Right, and now we're returning a stack. So we want this to use a stack navigation. So we're going to import stack. We want it to have screen option, so no headers. And we also want this to have two screens, so the sign in screen and the sign up screen. Right, so let's hit save. And that should be fully set up. Now, the next thing we're going to do is create our sign up and sign in screen. Okay, so before we go ahead and build out our sign up and sign in screen, we're going to have to add a few modules for the screens. So let's start with a text field component. So in the components directory, create a new text field .tsx file. Nice, and just going to set this up like so. And this is basically going to serve as our input fields for our forms. So whatever forms we're going to create for our sign up and sign in screens, and any other form we want to create in the future, this is the components we're going to use. So let's start by defining the types. So this component is going to make use of React Native's text input, or it's going to extend React Native text input and modify it. So let's start with that. So over here, let's define the type here. So we're going to say interface text field props extends text input, and we're going to add a few keys over here. So the first one is label, and this is going to be optional, and it's going to be a string. And then the next one is the width. This is going to be of type dimension value. Okay. So here, we're just going to extract these properties, set it to text field props, and then let's define them here. So we have label, we have width, so by default it's 100%. Then we have class name. So this comes by default for text input. And then lastly, we're going to have other props. Okay, so we're going to return a view. Now this view is going to have a style, and that style is going to be the width, right, like so. And then we also want it to have a class name, so I'm going to add class name here. What class name do we want? We want it to be a relative element, so we want it to be positioned relatively. We also want it to have a padding of 16 pixels on both sides, that's on left and right. We want this to be a flex row with a white background, and we want it to align its children to the center and justify them between. We also want it to be rounded, so let's add rounded XL. And on Android devices, we want to add a padding of 0, while for any other device, we want it to have a padding top of 12 pixels. And then we're going to add a border. I want this border to be white. So the next thing we're going to add over here is our label. So if the user enters in a label, we want to render a view. And that view basically defines a text. So let me go ahead and import this view over here just so it stops giving this squiggly lines. Okay. And of course, we want the text to be the label. Then for our view, we don't want any styles, but for our text, we want it to have a class name of, so let's also add in our text over here. Okay. So we want this to have a width of 180 pixels. We also want to give it a medium font, so font medium. So now for the actual text input, we're going to render it over here. So we have text input, and we're going to change a few things here. We're going to remove this style, and over here in the class name, we're going to set it to be to use the CLSX library. And then over here, we're going to set it to a class name string. We're going to give it following style. So we want it to be flex1. For the placeholder, we want it to have a gray text. So we're going to add text gray 400. We also want the text to be black. And that's basically it for our text field. So let's just see how it's going to look like by rendering it somewhere around here. So let's just render it here and see what it would look like. So over here, we'll go text field. And I guess we could give it anything. We could just give it the value of dummy text. And let's run our server. So our server should be running. Let's try and open it on iOS again. Okay, so I hit reload. I entered R to reload it. So if you set this background to be something like BG Gray 500, you can kind of see it more clearly. All right, text field we have over here. So now that we've confirmed it's working fine, let's just set this to the way it was before. So we're just going to set this to BG White and remove this import here. Hit save. And okay, now we are, sure that our text field works perfectly. So the next thing we're going to create now is a hook. And this hook is going to be called the use user form hook. So in the hooks directory, let's create use user form.csx rnfe. And what this hook basically does is going to help us store and manage the states for all our form values for a user, right? So stuff like the user's first name, last name, password, email. This is basically going to be the hook that handles all the state and all the changes within the state. So first off, let's start by defining the types. So I'm going to say interface initial values. And by types, I'm referring to the types for the values. So we have first name over here. I'm going to make every key optional. So first name, string. We also have last name, string. We have username, string. Username number, string. Email address, string. And password, string. And then for the username number, it might encounter an error. So we're going to add number error here. And this is also going to be a string. So you might be wondering, why do we have username and username number over here? So in Signal, that's the actual Signal app, usernames are usually paired with a 2-digit number for privacy reasons. So if you go over to Signal's website, so let's say we go over here and say Signal phone number privacy usernames, you can see that the usernames are paired with 2-digit number. So this is just basically us implementing the same thing for our clone. So okay, now that we've defined our types, the next thing we're going to do here is actually define the default values. And this is just basically going to be a set of empty strings. So we're just going to have the following like so. Right. Next, we're going to say initial values. So this is the only parameter that this function takes, and that's initial value is equals to default values. So if you don't pass in any values by default, it's just going to use all these values here. So over here, we're going to define a few states. So we have first name. The first name is going to be use state initial values dot first name. Also, we're going to do this, or an empty string. And then we'll do the rest. We'll do the same for the rest. So username number, the same thing. Number error, same thing. Email address, password, and just basically the same thing for all of them. So yeah, like so. Okay, now let's actually add the logic for updating the states. So the first one we're going to work on is on change username. So what happens when the user tries to update the username? So over here, it takes in the parameter value of type string. And what we're going to first of all do is set the username to the value. Actually, let's change this from value to text, just to make things very clear. So once we've set the username, we're going to check if there's no username number. So if there's no number being associated with the username, let's generate a random number. So we're going to say random number is equals to string, because the value is supposed to be a string. So we're going to say math.floor. And then within that, we're going to say math.random times 90 or 99 plus 1. And what this is basically going to do is generate a random number from 1 to 99. We're going to set this to say pad start. Say pad start. I want this to be 2 and then 0. Just to keep things looking nice. And then we're going to set the username number to the random number, and then set if there's any number error, in case any number error was generated previously, we're just going to set the number error to an empty string. Okay, the next one we're going to work on is the function for when the number changes. So I'm going to say onChange number, and this is going to be number string. So when the user changes the number, we want to check a few things, right? So the first thing we want to check is the number equals to 0? So if the number is equals to 0, then we want to return. So we won't do anything. Next, let's set the username number to the number. And then we also want to check if the number is valid too. So just in case the user enters an invalid number. So we're going to say is number, and that's going to be equals to this. And actually, we don't really need this, so we can just add this. And this is basically a regex that's going to help us test if whatever we're passing here is valid. So I'm going to say const is valid. So how do we know if it's valid? We know it's valid if it's a number and the number.length is equals to 2. So that's how we know if the number is a valid one. So if the number is not valid, then what do we do? We're going to set the number error to say invalid username or invalid number. Enter a minimum of 2 digits. Okay. Or else, so if it is valid, so what are we going to do? We're just going to set the number error to an empty string. So if the user enters a valid number and maybe there was an error before, we just want to make sure that there's no longer any error. Okay. So for the rest of our form fields, or I guess our field states, we're just going to set them directly, so they won't need to make any unnecessary changes or modify it in any way. Just change it directly. So first off, we have onChange first name, and this is just going to be setting the first name to the text. We're just going to do the same thing for the rest. So for onChange last name, set last name to text. onChange email address, set it to text. onChange password, set the password to the text, and that's basically that. And now we're going to return all these. So we have first name, last name. So I think it already has everything here done for us. So we can just accept all these. So we have first name, last name, username number, number error, email address. And we don't need this set functions because we're already providing the onChange handlers here. So we don't need to pass in the set state functions. So okay, with that done, we can now hit save, and this should be working fine when we eventually use it. So now the last module that we need for our screen is the module for detecting errors. Over here in our project directory, we're going to create a new folder. So we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this folder lib. And under this lib folder, we're going to create a new file called utils.ts. So here we're going to define functions that we'll be using throughout our apps for specific purposes. So the first one we're going to define here is a function for getting Clerk errors. So we're going to call it get error. We're just going to set the error to be of any type. And then Clerk errors usually come within an errors object. So over here we can say error.errors. We're just going to type this manually and say as long message string. So an array of objects that contain long message string. So let's go ahead and say const error message is equals to okay, so there's a mistake here. I didn't set this to be errors, so change this to error, and then we'll say errors.map. Then we have error index, and then this is going to return a string. We're just going to say index and then error message, like so. Yeah, and it's just basically going to arrange all the errors line by line and then number them accordingly. Okay, so what's the final thing we want to do? We want to display an alert. So we're going to say alert error message. Okay, and that's basically how we're going to do that. So now we have everything we need to work on our screens. So now let's head over to the app directory in our auth group, and let's start off with the sign up page. So over here, just going to enter RNFE. So now I'm going to rename this as sign up screen. And let's delete this. So for our sign up screen, we're going to make use of a hook called use sign up. So we're going to go over here and say const this is equals to use sign up. This is basically a hook that Clerk provides to help you implement the sign up flow in your app. So we're going to take is loaded. We're also going to extract sign up and set active. And we're going to be using this for different purposes. So first off, let's see what we're going to return. Let's start with the form. So for our form, let's first extract all our states from the user form. So we're going to let's just start with first name. And then let's set this to be equals to use user form. Okay, cool. Now let's extract the rest. Okay, that's nice. Now let's render our initial form. So over here, we're going to return a screen. So return a screen like so. And I'm going to import it over here. Now within this screen, let's just render a text that says sign up screen. Let's just make sure that all of this works and renders successfully. So when the user clicks continue over here, okay, you can see it here is rendering sign up screen. Okay, so now we're actually going to start working on the actual form. So let's add a few styles for our screen. So we're going to say class name. So we want to have a padding top of 40 pixels, padding on the left and right of 16 pixels. And we want all the elements to have a gap of 16 pixels between them. We also want it to have a loading overlay. So I'm going to say loading overlay is equals to loading. And we're going to go up over here and define a loading state. So const loading set loading to be equals to use state false. And then let's just import this. Next, let's add in a view. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to add a view over here. Next, we're going to import the view here. So import from React Native. We're going to give it a class name. So we're going to say class name is equals to gap3. Okay. And also want to make a change over here. So I want this to change from class name to view class name, because it's the view that we're trying to style within the screen container, not the parents container. So okay, let's duplicate this view, because we're going to need two of these views here. So we'll duplicate this, and then over here, let's add two text elements. So I'm going to import text from React Native Text, and the first one is going to say sign up, while the next one is going to say create an account to get started. So that's what we're going to have here. Let's save that and let's see what we have. Okay, it's looking good for now. Next, let's style these. So let's say class name, then it's going to have text center, text 3XL, it wants to be a large text, and font semi-bold. So hit save. You can see that change here. Next, we're going to change this as well. We're going to say class name is equals to text center, text base. So wants to have a base font size of 16 pixels, and then wants to have a gray color. So we're going to say text gray 500. Then we'll hit save. So already this is looking nice. The next view over here is going to be where we'll house our text fields. So let's start with the first few text fields. So first of all, let's say value here is going to be first name from the use user form, and we're going to have a placeholder as well. It's going to say first name, and then on change text, we're going to assign this to on change first name. So that's how we're going to be configuring all our text fields for the most part. So let's duplicate this and do the same for our last field. So duplicate this, and we'll just change this to, I'm going to say last, and then you can change this to undercase L. Let's hit save. Okay, so now we have our first two form fields. Okay, that's looking great so far. Let's see here. So let's undo these changes. I don't know why we have this going on here. So all right, this is how it should be looking. Okay, cool. Now we're going to add another view in here, and this view is going to have a style of relative. So we want the view container to be positioned relatively. We also want two text fields here. So one for the username and the other for the username number, kind of like what you have going on here, but ours is going to be a bit different. So I'm not going to use the one from the autocomplete. So I'm going to copy this one here, and I'm going to paste this here. Okay, then we'll change this to username. I'm going to change this to username as well. This as well. So username. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is make sure that it's set to auto capitalize none, because we don't want it to auto capitalize our username. And then we're going to give this a class name. We're going to say PR12. Hit save. And now we have our username over here. So what we're going to do now is add in the username number text input over here, so it's positioned around here. So to do that, let's add another view. Now this view is going to have an absolute positioning. So we'll say absolute here. Then we'll say right 3, top 3, flex row, and gap 2. And next, let's add in the border. So the border that divides the inputs into two. at least visually anyways. So width 0.5, height 5, BG gray 300. So we have this here. And now finally we're going to add in our text field. So we're going to say text field. We're going to add a keyboard type here. So the keyboard type should be a number pad, right? Then we want this to have a max length of 2 digits. So we're going to say max length 2. We're also going to say value, username, number, and on change text, we want this to say on change number. Right. And we also want to add a few class names here, a few styles. So I'm going to say width 20 pixels, so width 5, height 5, Android. So for Android, we want the width to be 8 because it tends to be too small for Android devices. That's this. The width 5 is usually too small, so we won't be able to see the input. So that's why I'm setting this to width 8 on Android. And then for the height, we're setting it to height 12. And then also on Android devices, we want to give it a bottom of 3.5, just so it's positioned properly. And with that, let's close this here. Let's hit save. And actually, there's a problem here. So we're using the text field. So for this username number, we don't want to use the text field. Actually, we want to use the text input. So just the normal text input. So it doesn't have any, background or any styling like that. So change it to text input. You import the text input from React Native and then you hit save. And now we have something looking much nicer. So here, if you try to enter a username, let's say Tropical X, you can see it's already pre-filled this side with a username, with a number, sorry. So it's already pre-filled this with a number, and that's what we want. So that works fine. Now we need to add the remainder of our fields, and we also need to add an error message, just in case the user, for example, they do this. So I want to display an error that this is an invalid number. They need to enter a number for their input. So we're going to do that under here. So we're going to say text, and now this text is going to be either of two things. So it's either going to be the number error, or say usernames are always paired with a set of numbers, right? So right now there's no error, of course. So okay, there is an error actually. So we're seeing the error message here, invalid number. So let's style this. I'm going to give this a class name. So we'll say CLSX. Now we're going to give this a base class of padding left 4 or padding left 8 pixels. So padding left 2, padding top 2, and then text extra small. So I want the text to be really small. And then we're going to say here that if there's a number error, we want the text to be red. So we're going to say text red 500. If it's not an error, then we just want the text to be gray. So text gray 500. So hit save. And now we can see it's red because it's an error. Let's adjust this a bit here. Okay, so now this works well. So if you enter, let's say 22, you see the error disappears immediately. So okay, now that works, let's move on to the our next field. So we're going to have a field for our email and our password. So let's just take this, copy this over here, paste it here. Now we're going to change this to email address, and also change this over here, email address, and the same thing here, email address. Okay, cool. So we want this to be outside this view here. So let's just bring this down here. Yeah, so it's spaced properly. And We also want to add in the last field for password. So we're just going to copy this, paste this here. We're going to change this to password. So we're going to say password, and then we want it to be secure. So we're going to say secure text entry is equals to true, or we can just leave it as secure text entry and it's going to be set to true. And on change text, we want to say on change password. And once we have that down, all our fields are now set. And that works great. So okay, that's nice. Now the next thing we're going to do is add in our button for actually signing up. So let's import the button from the components library, or our components directory. And then we're going to add an on press here. So on press, we want the user to sign up. So I'm going to say on sign up press. For now, we're just going to define a function up here. I'm going to say const on sign up press. It's going to be an async function. And for now, we're just going to log sign up. All right. And we forgot to add the text for the button. So this is going to take in continue. All right. We also want an error to be displayed when they don't enter any child. So let's confirm that it's set that way. Right. So children should not be optional. We want it such that there must always be a child. So if we make a mistake and not enter anything here, you can see it's giving us an error. All right, so just making sure it's set up properly. Okay, so with that done, we also want to add in a way for the user to sign in. So just in case they already have an account and they want to sign in, so we're going to add that in now. So we're going to say flex row, add in a view and say flex row, gap 3 pixels. And then we're going to have 2 text here. So I'm going to say class name. And actually, we don't want any class name for this one, right? We're just going to say already have an account. And then for the second one, we're going to say href is equals to / sign in. So let's import the link over here from Expo router, and then let's add in our text. So we'll say sign in. So if you already have an account, you can sign in and navigate to the sign in screen. So we want to make this one blue. So I'm just going to say text blue 600 and hit save. And now you can see this now, it's looking pretty nice. So if you click this, it will redirect you to the sign in, but of course we don't have any sign in page yet. So we get this error message here. So, okay, that works well now. Now that we're done with our screen, it's time to actually work on the functionality. So where do we start? Let's go up over here and work on our on sign up press. So what happens when the user actually clicks sign up? Let's work on that. So when the user first clicks on sign up, I want to check if Clerk has already been initialized. So if not, is loaded. So if it's not initialized yet, or if there's a number error, then we want to return. So we want to make sure that the sign up process doesn't work if there's an error or it's not loaded yet. Okay. So next we're going to run a try catch. We're going to add a try catch block here. And for our try, we're going to say final username. We're going to define a final username variable. We're going to say it's equals to the username. So username over here, joined with an underscore, and then username number. Right. So this is going to be the final username that we pass into the sign up function. And so if you want to sign up with Clerk, all you have to do is just use their sign up object. So just say sign up here. We've already extracted that from here, and then we'll say create. So this is the method we need to use to create the sign up process. So here we'll say enter the first name, the last name, and then for the username, we're going to pass in the final username. Then we'll say email address. Okay, just leave it as is, or we could just say email address dot to lowercase just in case. All right, and then we enter in password. And with this, the user should be created. And we also want to make sure that we verify their email. So we're going to say await signup.prepare email address verification. And we can add a strategy over here. So we pass an object into the function, and then we say strategy, and strategy is going to be email code. So basically what this does is it's going to send you an email once you've been signed up successfully. It's going to send you an email with the code, the verification code that you will need to verify. So once this is done and this runs successfully, that means the user now has to verify their email. So we actually need a new screen to show when the sign up process, the first step of the sign up process works, and now we need to verify the email. So to do that, we're going to create a new state, and we're going to call this state pending verification. So over here, I'm going to create a new const pending verification. I'm going to say set pending verification. This is going to be equals to use state false. Let's also add in one for our code. So when we get sent the code, we want the code state here. So we're going to say code set code is equals to use state an empty string. So okay, now going back down here, we're going to say set pending verification to true. So now the verification is pending. What do we do? Okay, so let's say the function doesn't run properly for some reason and there's an error. We want to get the error. So we're going to run the get error function that we defined, the utility function we defined earlier. So we'll say get error. This is going to display the exact error message that Clerk sends. And we're going to add a finally block here. So we'll say finally, let's set loading to false. So I'm going to check if we've already set. So here we didn't set loading to true, so we need to do that. This is showing that the screen is currently loading. So we'll say set loading to true. And then once everything is done, we just set it to false. So okay, now that we have this here, we also need our screen for when the verification is pending. So we're going to say if pending verification, and then we're going to return a screen here. So for now, let's just return a screen element. It's just going to be the same thing that we have here up until here. So we're just going to copy this. We're going to return this like so. And then of course we'll close our view tag here and our screen tag here. And for now, we'll just see we'll just accept whatever this gives us. It just says verify your email. Let's just leave it at this for now, and let's test out the sign up process to confirm that it actually works. Okay, so I've hit save. Now let me test this over here. I'm going to create a new user. New user is going to be called Alex Jacobs, and it's going to have a username of Tropical X. So I can just leave it like Tropical X 39, or I can say Tropical X 25. Next, I'll add in an email address. So I'm going to say, okay, this is capitalizing it by default. So I need to make sure that doesn't happen. So I can do that over here, and I'll set auto capitalize to none. Hit save. Now let's try that again. Change that for our password. Just going to name this Clerk pass 51. Hit continue. So it's saying username is not a valid parameter for this request. So the reason why this is happening now, I think I just realized, and the reason why this is happening is because we haven't set username. We haven't set the Clerk setup to accept usernames. So we have to go back to our browser over here. Go over to our dashboard. So you have to verify your human real quick. Then go to the configure tab, and then we want usernames to be accepted. So we're going to say allow username for sign up, and require it during sign up. We don't need to allow it for sign in. We just use our email, and then let's save this. Okay, so once you have this saved and you go back, this should now work. So if I hit continue, it works successfully, and now we have the verify your email screen. Okay, so now let's move on to the next step, which is building out our verify your email screen. So let's start by modifying the text over here. So we want to change this from verify your email to verify email address. Let's hit save. Okay, that's changed. So now the next thing we're going to do is add in another text here, and it's going to have this style: text center, text base, text gray 500, just like what we had in the screen below. And we're going to say enter the verification code, or just say enter the code we sent. Enter the code we sent to email address dot to lowercase. Like I said, just in case. And let's hit save. Okay, so that's it. Enter the code we sent to jacobsbusayo+1@gmail.com. That's great. Now, the next thing we're going to do here is adding an input for the verification code. So first, let's add a button actually. So say button wrong email. Just in case you enter the wrong email, we want to take the user back to the previous screen. So we want this to be a text button. So we're going to say variant equals to text. Then for the class name, we want it to be of base font size 16 pixels, and we want it to be blue. So we're going to say text blue 600. So text blue 600. Let's save this. Okay, so that's looking nice here. And then we're going to say if the user clicks this, so on press. So what are we going to do? If the user presses this button, we want to set pending verification to false. So we want to send them back to this sign up screen here, so they can change their email or make whatever change they need to make. So I'm going to hit save, and we can test this by clicking this button here. So you see we get sent back to the sign up screen. If we click on continue, it loads, and then we get the same screen again. So okay, that works. So the next thing we're going to do now is add in the text field. So I'm going to say text field. This is going to be the text field for the code. So already we have some autocomplete doing some stuff here. Let's remove the auto capitalize. Let's leave the value. The placeholder will say enter your verification code. On change, what we want to do is set the code manually. So we're going to say code, then set the code to the code. Then let's close this. One last thing we want to make sure that the keyboard type is numeric. So I'm going to say keyboard type numeric. Okay, just so we get a number keyboard when the user wants to input the code. And then once they've done that, the last thing we want to do is render a button. So we want to send the user to click the verify button here. So we're going to say on press, on verify press. So now we're going to define this function up here. We're going to say const on verify press, if loaded, return, and say try catch. So basically what the autocomplete was trying to give us. So here, of course, we want to get the error. So I'm going to say get error, and then we want to add a finally block here, similar to what we have in the previous function, set loading to false. And then here we want to set loading to true. So what are we going to do in this try block? So we're going to say const sign up attempt is equals to await sign up dot attempt email address verification, and then we're going to pass in an object to the function, and it's going to take in the code. That's basically the code that we defined up here. Okay, now we're going to check. We're going to say if sign up attempt dot status, so we already have this coming here, if sign up attempt dot status is equals to complete. What does that mean? That means the sign up attempt is completed. So what do we want to do? We want to await set active. So we now want to set the current session as the active session. So we're going to say session is going to be sign up attempt dot create session ID. Right. So if the sign up attempt is complete, we now want to set it as the active session. And then once we've done that, we also want to say router dot replace chat. So we want to redirect the user to their chats. Right. We don't have the router yet, so let's just define that above. So I'm going to go to the top and we're going to define this here. So we're going to say const router is equals to use router. Okay, wonderful. And we don't need this get, so you can just remove that. So if you hit save, it's going to remove it automatically. And that's great. I think everything should now be set. So I'm just going to test this again. I'm going to go over here and enter my first name. Say Alex Jacobs Tropical X. Want the username to be 25. Right. Want the email address to be jacobsmessiah +1 at gmail.com. And enter a password here. And if you hit continue, I should get sent a verification code. So I'm just going to go over here to confirm that I'm getting that verification code. And yeah, I did get it. So I'm going to copy it here. So you also check your email client as well to make sure that you're getting it. Once you do that, you can paste it over here. So this is the verification code I got. I'm going to hit verify. Now you can see it's loading and it works. So that means I'm signed in now. The fact that I got redirected here to the chat screen, of course, which doesn't exist for now, but that means that this works correctly. So that's great. And now if you hit refresh, you see it still redirects you there because you're signed in now. So basically this comes into play. You're already signed in. So it checks if you're signed in, and then it just redirects you to the chat screen. So that's it. We've now successfully implemented authentication in our app, at least as far as sign up goes. But we still need to enable the user to sign in. I want to sign them in. We need the screen for that. So we're going to go over here and say signin.tsx. So that's in the auth folder. Create the signin.tsx file. I'm going to say rnfe. I'm going to name this sign in screen. I'm going to hit save. And what I'm just going to do now, just so I can view the sign in screen, so it's not just redirecting to the sign up screen, I'm going to set it here to redirect to sign in. This is just so we can test what we're doing. So if you hit refresh here, okay, it's not redirecting the user for some reason. Okay, I think I get what's going on now. Okay, so it's redirecting the user to sign in, but over here, this is running, so it redirects the user back to chat again. So if we comment this out and then hit save and refresh, it should just redirect the user to the sign in screen. Yeah, and that's what we have over here. So you just need to be able to display this so we can actually work on it. So okay, now that this works fine, what we're going to do is just copy what we have in our sign up screen. As far as UI goes, so we're just going to copy a few things. So we head over to the sign up screen, and then we're going to copy, let's say we'll copy this, just copy up to here, and then in our sign in screen here, we'll just paste all this in. Now let's make sure we import everything we need to import. We have our view here. Okay. Then let's close out our view and also close our screen. Nice. Also we need a loading state, so let's just create that. So right, we have that set up nicely. Now let's hit save. Okay, so we have sign up. So obviously we will need to change all this. Right, I don't know what's going on there, but okay. Let's change this to sign in. And then over here, we're going to say, enter your email address and password to sign in. I'm going to save this. And now we need the text field for both email address and password. So we'll go back to our sign up screen here. So let's just close all these tabs we're no longer using. So over here, we're going to copy the email address and text field, the email address and password text fields, and now we'll paste them here. And let's import it. Then let's also get our states from use user form. So we're going to say use user form, import this. Then what do we want? We want our email address, our password, unchange email address, and then unchange password. So let's hit save. Right, and now we have these two fields being rendered. Okay, that works. So we're going to add a button here. We're going to say continue. And then if the user presses this button, so we're going to add an onPress function here. We're going to run on sign in press. Let's import the button over here. Right. Then let's define the function. So we'll say const on sign in press. So this is doing a lot for us already. We're just going to set this to get error. And then, yeah, we're just going to leave this like this for now. Okay, let's hit save. Now let's actually test that what we're doing here works for now. So we'll go over here and we'll enter an email. So let's just say jacobsbusayo at gmail.com. And then over here we have Clerk. So now when we hit continue, you can see it's getting the user details. So that's just to confirm that this all works fine. So okay, let's actually implement the functionality for signing in. So over here for signing in, we'll need to use Clerk's use sign-in hook. So we're going to say const is loaded and sign in. So we're using this from use sign in from Expo or Clerk Expo. And we also need the set active. So we have it's loaded, sign in, and then set active. Of course, over here, we'll just say if it's not loaded, then return. So what are we doing next? Next, we want to sign in, want to make an attempt to sign in, just like we did for our sign up. So we'll say sign in attempt. This is going to be equals to await sign in.create. And then the identifier is going to be the email address dot to lowercase like before, and the password is going to be our password state. And now I'm going to check if sign in attempt dot status is equals to complete. So if it's completed, what do? We want to do the same thing we did for our sign up process. We want to set it as the active session. So we're going to say set active and then session is going to be sign-in attempt dot create session ID, and then we're going to redirect the user. So I'm going to say router dot replace / chats. So now let's open that up here. Let's import the router and let's move these up here actually. Yeah, now we have the state here. So okay, but if this sign-in attempt is not complete for whatever reason, we actually want to display an error. So we're going to say alert state incomplete. Right, just in case. And can hit save. And now let's attempt to sign in. So let's go over here and let's say Jacobs Sayo +1 at gmail.com, and we have a password of hit continue, and you can see it's already saying you're already signed in. So there's an error, but the error is basically letting us know that we're already signed in. So that's why this did not run successfully, this sign-in attempt, which is still a good sign. It still means that everything is working as it should. Next, let's add in our, a message for the user, just in case they want to sign up. So let's say they're in the sign-in screen, but they haven't signed up for the first time. So we want to add a view for that. So over here, we render our view. Let's just make sure this is the way we want it. So we only want flex row. We want it to have a gap of 3 pixels. So we're going to go over here and say 3 pixels. Now the next thing we're going to need is a text. So it's going to say over here, okay, it's giving an error here that this character can't be escaped. So I'm going to put this here. It's going to say don't have an account, right? And we don't need any styles for this, so let's just remove this. So don't have an account, and next we render a button that says sign up. Now this button, the autocomplete got it wrong. What we need is actually a link, right, that goes to the sign up screen. Renders a text that's blue. Yeah, it says sign up. And yeah, this is actually what we want here. So if you hit save, okay, it's already done that. So we have don't have an account, sign up. So if you click here, you get redirected to the sign up screen. Click here, or back in the sign in screen. So now, yeah, that's basically it. So now everything should be working fine. We now have the sign in screen and the sign up screen integrated successfully, and authentication set up successfully within our app. Now, one last thing we need to do before we move on to the next activity is to remove this comment over here. So we don't want this here. We don't want this commented. We still want this redirecting the user to the chats. Next, let's import this component again. So, right, this works fine now. Let's also make sure that in our redirect over here goes to chat. So yeah, that works fine. And yeah, that's basically it. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be doing is integrating stream chat for our application. And to do that, we're just going to head over to Stream's website. So over here, we're going to say getstream.io, which is the link for their website. And this should load shortly. Okay, so now we have GetStream's website. We have here, it says APKs and SDKs to build in-app chat, video, and feeds faster. And that's basically what Stream is all about. They are basically a platform that provides APIs and SDKs to build real-time messaging, video calling, and activity feeds for applications. And we're going to be using their React Native SDKs, specifically the React Native Video SDK and the React Native Call SDK, or Chat SDK, sorry, to implement both video calling and chat messaging for Signal clone. So the first step to using Stream is to create a Stream account. And to do that, you can just go over here and say start coding for free. Okay, so once you're logged in, the next thing you want to do is to create a new Stream project. So you can easily do that by clicking create app over here. So once you click this, it's going to pop up a modal This modal basically asking for information about your app. So here they're asking for app name. I'm going to set mine to signal clone YouTube. And for the chat and video data storage location, you would want to select the region closest to you, so you get the best performance, you get the best server performance. So I'm going to set this to EU West, and also set the feed data storage location to EU West. And then for environment, I'm going to leave this as development, and then create the app. Okay, so once you've created the app successfully, you'll be redirected to the overview page. And here you're going to see some months to date usage, just some metrics about the usage on the app. And then here we also have the app access keys. So we need to take note of these keys because we'll be needing them later. So here we have the API access key, and here we have the API secret. So okay, the next thing we're going to do is install the necessary packages for Stream. And we can head over to Stream's documentation website. So I'm going to say, so you can just copy this link in the description down below. So I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to take me to the React Native setup for Stream Chat. So here I'm going to set this to Expo, and this is the main Expo SDK we're going to need for Stream Chat. And we also have some other dependencies that we're going to need. But the thing is, we also need more than this because there are some other opt-in features that we're going to use. So we have video, audio and voice recording, attachment sharing, haptic feedback, and a lot of other stuff. And we're going to need all of these. So what I'm just going to do is head over to the terminal and copy the command that I need, and then paste this here. So you can feel free to copy this command as well. But what we're basically doing is installing all the necessary dependencies and Stream Chat SDKs that we need for implementing Stream Chat in our app. So let's just hit enter to install all these. Okay, so once the installation is done, the next thing we're going to do is add our Stream API keys to our env file. So over here in our .env.local, I'm going to add a few more. We're going to add a few more keys here. So I'm going to paste this over here, and I'm going to replace this with the Stream API key. So let's just remove the space here, and then I'm going to set this to my key over here. I'm going to copy this, then paste it here. And then for the secrets, I'm going to copy this and paste this here as well. Okay. So now that that's done, the next thing that we need to do is configure the app permissions in our project's app.json file. So to do that, let's head over to the app.json in the root directory, and we're going to add a few plugins to this plugins array here. So I'm just going to copy the code from over here and then paste it. So there we go. So now this just basically adds all the necessary permissions for iOS devices. And so over here we have Expo AV and it requests microphone permission. Here we have Expo video, and we add support for background playback and picture-in-picture. For the image picker, we're also requesting permissions. So it has would you like to use the camera to share the image? So let me just zoom this out just in case you want to copy this down. Just going to zoom this out for a while so you can see what's going on here. And then for the media library, we're also adding the permissions for saving photos and also accessing their photo gallery. So that's basically how we're going to be setting this up. So now the next thing we need to do is add a plugin to our Babel config. So first let's hit save here, and then let's head over to our Babel config here. So we need to add a plugin called React Native Reanimated plugin. And this is because the Stream Chat SDK depends on this plugin. So over here, I'm just going to say plugins, and I'm going to add the React Reanimated plugin. So I don't need all this extra stuff, just this. Hit save. And that's basically it. We now have Stream fully installed and fully set up in our app. Now the next thing we are going to do is build out our home layout. So the home layout is going to contain all the screens that a signed in user can access, including the chat page or the chat screen, which we've referenced in all our screens so far. So here we are going over to the chat. In our auth layout, we're also heading over to the chat. So the chat and every other screen that we're going to be working on after now is going to be housed within our home layout. So let's just create a new group over here in the app directory. We're going to call this home. So it should be a folder, not a file. Call this home. So since the home layout is where, or rather since the home group is where all the screens the authenticated user is going to see, we're also going to initialize Stream within here. So they can, once they log in successfully, they can access Stream, they can see their chats, they can send new messages and so on. So okay, let's start by creating the layout file for this home group. So we say underscore layout.tsx. And then let's just run this shortcut here. I'm going to name this home layout. And then one more thing before I proceed with the home layout, we want to make sure that the root layout actually recognizes this layout here. So over here in our root layout, we're going to add the home to our screen. So I'm going to change this to home. Right. And now this stack is going to recognize the home group. Okay, so back to our layout. I've actually missed the macro. Let's start by getting the Stream API key here. So over here, I'm just going to say const API key is equals to process.env.expo public Stream API key. Right, and this is going to be as string. Okay, so we're going to need this when we're initializing the Stream client. So I just want to define it above here, ahead of time. And now we're going to remove this return value. We won't be needing any view or any of this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is define a loading state here. So we're going to say const loading, set loading, and this is going to use state. And it's going to be set to false by default. So okay, next let's define a use effect over here. So we're going to say use effect, and for now let's just leave it like this. And then within this use effect, that's where we're going to be setting up Stream. So first we need to check if the user is actually signed in. So we don't want the user to accidentally try to access the home page when they are not actually signed in. So here I'm going to check if the user is signed in, and if they are not, we want to redirect them to the sign-in page. So I'm just going to start by accessing our router over here. So use router, import this. Then I'm going to say router.replace to not chat, the sign-in page. Okay. Next, how do we tell if the user is signed in or not? We can use the use user hook from Clerk. So over here we can say is signed in, and that's use user. I guess this is signed, and then let's import use user from here. So if the user is not signed in, then we want to redirect them to the sign in page. So of course the first this thing we'll need here is signed in a router. So we're just going to add this here as the dependencies for the use effect. Okay. So now the next thing we want to do is actually set up Stream. So let's define a function that does just that. So we're going to say set up Stream. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So as always, this is going to be within a try catch. So try catch. If we have an error, we're just going to say console.error. Then we'll say error setting up stream. Then we're going to display the error message. Okay. And then as always, we'll say finally set loading to false. So at the start, we want to set loading to true. So we'll start with that. Or actually, a better way to do this, since we already know that we'll need to set up stream the moment this page, this layout loads, we can just leave it as true by default. So we're going to leave this as true. And now, what are we going to do in our setup? The first thing we're going to do is get access to our chat client. We're going to say chat client is equals to stream chat. So this is using stream chat from stream chat Expo. So we're going to import this up here. We're going to say import stream chat from stream chat Expo, or actually stream chat. So not stream chat Expo, since this is actually global. This is from stream chat itself. Okay, so here we're going to say stream chat dot get instance. And in order to get the instance of the stream chat client, we need to pass in the API key. So we're going to say API key over here, which is what we defined earlier. Okay, now we have our chat client. What are we doing next? Next, we need to connect the user to the client. And to do that, we're going to get the user object from Clerk. So over here, I'm going to say user. We extract the user object. And then here, we're going to create the user, a custom user, or not necessarily a custom user. We're just going to create a new object that's basically the stream version of the user. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that right now. So I'm going to say Clerk user is equals to the user. Just adding this here just to let the TypeScript know there will always be a user. And then I'm going to say const chat user is equals to ID. So we have clerk user.id, and then name, clerk user.full name, and then image. We're going to say clerk user.has image. So if we actually have an image for the user, then we'll set it to the image URL. Otherwise, we'll just leave it as undefined. Okay, so that's our chat user, or that's basically our version of chat user. We also need to add the username. So forgot about that. So we're going to say username is clerk user.username. Okay. Next, let's pass this in. So we're going to say if the chat client doesn't already have a user. So if chat client the user, if not chat client the user, what do? We're going to await chat client dot connect user. And what user are we connecting here? The chat user. And we also need to pass in a user token as an argument, or a provider. So in our case, we're going to be using a provider. And just before we define the provider, let's just set something up here. So I'm going to add this just to let TypeScript know there will always be an ID, a full name, and a username. Okay, so now we're missing an argument, our token provider. So let's set one up. So over here above our components and above this API key here, let's create our token provider. So we're going to start by saying const token provider is equals to async. And then for our parameter, we're going to say user ID. It's going to be a string. Now what are we going to have within this function? So here we're going to create a request, a fetch request. So say const response is equals to await fetch. Then where are we fetching from? We're fetching from the token route. Now we don't have this route currently, but we're going to create one once we're done with this. So for our method, we want this to be a post request. because we're passing in the user ID. For our headers, we want this to be JSON. And then for our body, we want this to say JSON stringify and an object with the user ID within it. Okay, so autocomplete is already doing the rest for me. So the next thing we're going to do is just assign a data variable to the response.json and then return data.token. So that's basically our function. So now we need to use this function within here, but we're not going to pass it in directly since we don't actually have the user ID, so we can't pass it in directly. Instead, we're going to create a custom provider that gets the user ID directly from Clerk. So let's define this above this function over here. So we're going to say const custom provider is equals to a function, and we're going to say the token is equals to await token provider, and then we pass in the user.id as an argument. So we don't need this, just leave it as this, and then we return the token. So okay, with that now everything should be set up successfully. So over here we're just going to run the setup stream function. So we'll say if there's a user, then you can set up stream. Okay, now it seems this dependency array is missing a few dependencies, so let's just add them in. So we'll add in signed in is already here, so let's add in the user. Okay, so now one last thing that we forgot to do. Once the chat client has actually been connected, we need to store it in a local state. So let's define a chat client state here. I'm going to say chat clients, set chat clients. This is going to be stream chat. We're going to remove this here. All right. And then once it has been connected successfully, we're going to set the chat client to the chat client we created here, and may already have a user at this point. So once stream has been set up successfully and we've initialized it successfully, we need to check if the app is still loading. So if it's loading, we need to return a screen. We need to return a component rather. And this component is going to be called screen loading. So let's just go ahead and create the component. So we'll just go over to our components directory real quick and say screen loading.csx. Okay, right. And now let's define the components. So this screen loading components and a bunch of other components we're going to be using later will depend on another component called a spinner. So while the screen is loading, we'll display a spinner. Now this spinner is just basically going to be our activity indicator, and by default it's going to have the blue color that is our primary color. So let's also go back here and create the spinner component, RNFE, and we already know what this is going to be. This is going to be an activity indicator. So return an activity indicator. And then, like I said, it's going to have a color. And that color is going to be the blue primary color we defined initially. So over here in our Tailwind config, we can just copy this. Then go over to our spinner and paste this in. So yeah, so the color is equals to this color. For our props, we can define the props if we want. We can just say spinner props, and then yeah, here we just have this. Yeah, spinner props is the first key here is the color optional, and it's a string. Can remove this import over here. Then when you hit save, the view and text imports just get removed. Okay, now we have our spinner. Let's use it within our screen loading component. We import it, and then this is actually going to render out a screen. right? So we'll import the screen from our screen component. You can remove this here. Let's also remove this. And then this is going to get a class name or a view class name. And we want everything centered, or rather we want the spinner centered. So item center, justify center. And then we can add a class name and set the background to white. So for the overall container, we just say BG white. Hit save, and it should be looking nice, like so. So now let's import the screen loading component. Okay, so now once all this is being initialized and set up, we're going to display this screen loading component. Okay, so now once everything is done, it has been loaded successfully, let's actually return a few things here. So the first thing we're going to return is an overlay provider. And this is going to be the overlay provider component from stream. So we're going to import this from stream chat Expo. So stream chat Expo is the one that actually provides the components. So here we have overlay provider from stream chat Expo. And if you hover over this, you can see here that this is the highest level of components. And it allows users to interact with messages when they long press on any underlying view. So that's what we're going to need this for. So once we have that set up, the next thing we're going to add in here is the chat. We're going to add a chat provider as well. This is the chat provider from Expo. So we import this here. And we're going to set the client to the chat client. We're also going to add this here, so we don't get that type error anymore. So okay, now this chat provider just basically provides the chat context to the entire app. So wherever we are within any home screen or home or any screen that uses the home components, we can access the chat context. So that's what this does. I don't know what this is. Let's recheck this. Okay, so that's it. So now we have our overlay provider, we have our chat provider. The next thing we're going to do is actually add in our navigation, and that's going to be our stack navigation. So we're going to add in a screen here, and the first screen that we're going to need is our tabs screen. So if you're familiar with the Signal app, you would know that it has three main tabs. So one tab to show the chats, another tab to show the stories and the calls. So we're going to be replicating that here in our clone by creating a tabs group. And of course, we don't want any header shown, so we add this header shown option over here. But yeah, for now, this is our home layout completely set up. So the next thing we're going to do now is actually go up over here, and we can see here that we have the user directing the fetch request to the token route, but we don't actually have a token route. So how are we going to set this up? So in Expo, you can create API routes by creating the apps, by creating the file in this format. So in the app directory, so I'm just going to close all these folders first. So in our app directory, you can create a token plus API.ts. So this is how we're going to define it. And what this basically does is just create an API route, and that takes in this name over here. So if this was, let's say, sign up plus API, and then that would be sign up. That would be for the sign up route. So okay, we have this here, and now what do we want to do? We want to provide the user token, right? That was the whole point of this token provider over here. So we're going to write the code that helps us do that. So the first thing we're going to do is store our API key and our API secret. So we're going to say const API key is equals to Expo public stream API key. Then we're also going to get our secret. So we'll say secret is equals to process.env.stream API secret. Now, when you're defining API routes in Expo, you can just say export async. Then you say function, and then the name of the function will actually be the type of request. So in our case, this is going to be a post request. So we're going to say post, and then we're going to add a parameter here, request. This is going to use Expo's default request object. Right, so that's how you set up API routes in Expo. So now what's the next thing we want to do? The next thing we're going to do is actually go over here and say const client. So we want to get our stream client. We're going to say stream chat, just like we did before, dot get instance. We're going to pass in the API key. And since we're using this on the server side, we also need to pass in the secret. That's why we defined it up top. So we'll add in our secret. Okay, now we have that. Next, we're going to get the body. So we'll say body is equals to await request.json. Okay. Now we need to extract the user ID from the body. So we're going to say const user ID is equals to body the user ID, like so. So now if there's no user ID, we want to return an error. So we're going to say return response dot error. So this will just let the user know that there's an error occurred, they didn't pass in their user ID. But if there is a user ID, we can say const token is equals to client dot create token. So we're using the create token method from the client, and we'll pass in our user ID over here. And now that that's done, let's create our response. So we'll say const response. So define a response variable here. We'll pass in our user ID, and then we'll pass in our token. And now we can just return a response.json that's going to contain our response object here. And that's basically it. So this is our API route now. So, okay, now the next thing we need to do is actually make sure that our web is set up as a server. So down here in the app.json, over here you can find the web key here. So right now the output is set to static, so we need to change this to server so it can run the server code that we have here. Okay, and once we've done that, it should work successfully. So let's just check that everything is set up correctly, and now let's just test everything we've done so far. So we're going to say npx expo start. And in our layout file here, okay, or not this layout, we should have a different layout here. Okay, our home layout. Let's just log something here. So if the user is able to set up the chat client successfully, we can just say this stream clients set up successfully, chat client or user. And we'll just use that as a sign that everything was set up successfully. Okay. So hit I to open this on my iOS simulator. And let's see what happens. Okay, so the same thing still happens. We're redirected to the chat page. But let's check over here in our output to see if we have any logs. Okay, so we don't have any logs. Or actually, I do know why. So the reason why is because we don't actually have the chat route being defined over here. Right, so that's the reason why it doesn't even run this layout in the first place. So let's just force it to run the layout for now. So we're going to create the tabs group and then just create a chat screen. I'm just going to say chat.tsx. And then for now, we're just going to make it return a simple message that just says chat screen, right? Or you just say this is the chat screen. Oh, this is the chat screen. Right. This is actually chat. So I name this like so. Okay, we have this is the chat screen, and we have our user object being logged here successfully. So now this confirms that the route works, the custom provider works, token provider works, our token route here works, and everything works correctly. Now, something that you should note about this setup with our server code over here is that as of right now, you should only use this for development purposes. So later on in the course, we're going to add in Stream's React Native Video and Audio SDK. This SDK does not currently support Expo's web platform, So if you try to use this code in a production environment, it's going to throw an error, right? So yeah, just make sure that if you actually want this to be in a production environment, you should create your own server. So maybe like a Node.js server, for example, that basically does what we're doing here. It creates a token, gets the client, creates the token, returns the token, and then you can now send your fetch request to that server. So maybe for you, it might be something else like HTTPS myserver.com/token. Right. So that's just something to note in case you actually want to take this live. So yeah, with that said, I think we are now done with the home layout and the stream setup, and we can now move on to building the tab screens. So like I mentioned previously, we're going to have three main tab screens: the chats tab screen, the call screen, and the story screens. And for the purpose of this tutorial, we're only going to be focusing on the chat screen in details, right? And the chat is basically where you see all your chats. While for the calls and story screens, we're just going to have placeholder UIs. So let's get started. So the first thing we want to do now is create a layout for our tab group. So over here in the tabs folder, I'm going to create a layout file. So I'm going to go underscore layout.tsx. I'm going to enter the React Native shortcut. And here I'm going to name this tabs layout. All right, just like we do with our components, I remove the React import over there, and let's remove this as well. So what are we returning? We're going to return a tab navigation. So we're going to enter tabs over here from Expo router. We're going to have several tab screens, but let's first modify our tab component over here by adding a screen options properties. And I'm going to say tab active tint color. So we're going to make this black. So when the tab is active, we're going to have a black color. Should actually be tab bar. So tab bar active tint color black, right? So now that works. We also want the tab bar button to be the haptic tab components that we left earlier from Expo. And then we have the tab bar style. So we want to style this tab. So I'm going to give it a background color of white. Say background color white. And then we want the border top color to be white. So okay, let's render out our tabs now. Let's say tabs.screen. Let's add in one for the chats. And we're going to add a few options here. So the first one is our title. So the title will be chats, and then we also want to add in a tab bar icon, but we don't want this to be our tab bar icon. So let's move this code here. We want this to be an icon from Ion Icons. So we'll import Ion Icons from Stream Expo Vector Icons. So we're going to go over here and say import Ion Icons from Vector Icons, right? Like so. Then we're going to name this chat bubble. So this is going to be the chat bubble sharp icon. It's going to have a size of 24 and a color of color. And then let's close this. Now let's hit save and let's see how this looks like. Okay, so currently we don't have any tabs here. So hit reload. And okay, this now works fine. And we have our chat screen, our chat tab over here. So this is what we wanted to see. So like I said, we have three tabs. So we're just going to add others here. So let's just duplicate this twice. So say, right. So if you save this, right, they say it must be unique. So we have to rename these. So we want this to be calls. So I'm going to change this here to calls. And then of course for calls, we want a different icon. So we want this to be a phone icon. And we want it to be from from font awesome, not material icon. So from font awesome. So we're going to say font awesome here, import that. And then for this one, we want it to be stories. So we're going to say stories, right? Do the same thing here. And we want this to use the web stories from material icon. So this is the one where we're actually using material icon. So say material icons. We import this and hit save. And let's make a few changes here. So let's change this from 24 to 28. And we'll do the same thing here. So from 24 to 28. And this is basically our tabs layout. Let's now just create dummy screens for now, just so we can have our tabs show in the preview. So we'll say here calls.tsx, RNFE. Just call this calls screen. Hit save. And now we have the tab popping up here. We're going to do the same for our stories screen. So say stories dot lowercase stories dot tsx RNFE, and we'll call this stories screen. Hit save. And now we have the third tab here for stories, but it's not showing the correct icon, so we need to check out what's going on here. We have, okay, so it's the name that's the issue. The name starts with an uppercase S, so this should be lowercase s, so stories like so. So if we hit save now, right, we should now see it's working correctly. So okay, that works well now. You can hit save. You can change this to an ampersand, or rather an @ symbol, and then hit save. And okay, our tabs has been set up, at least the layout has been set up so far. Now we're going to actually start building out the screens one after the other. And the first one we're going to work on is our chat screens. So let's head over to our chat page here. I'm just going to close all the other tabs here, just so we can focus on this one. Cool. And now for our chat page, we're going to make use of a component from Stream called channel list component. Now what this channel list component basically does is just provide us with all the current channels. So we're going to use it like so. We're going to say channel list, and then we also want to get the client. So we're going to say const client is equals to use chat context. So use chat context now is being gotten from Stream Chat Expo, and basically we're just fetching the client object from this context, right? And we can access this content because we have the chat provider that we set up earlier in our home layout. So okay, once you hit save, you have this. Now there's still a bit of issue with our layout. I just realized that now we have a header. So let's go back into the layout and actually remove that. So over here, we're going to add a header transparent to set this to true. And then we want the header title align to be at the center. So for iOS devices, it's already aligned to the center, but we're just setting this so it does the same for all other platforms like Android or the web. So once we set this to true, we can now see our header looks a bit cleaner. So okay, let's go back to our channel list over here. So right now you can see it's displaying an empty state here. It's saying let's start chatting. How about sending your first message to a friend? And this is because we don't have any channels yet, right? So our chats are going to be represented with channels. So that's basically how it's going to work. So let's edit this a bit. Let's modify this a bit. So we're going to start with a filter. So we're going to pass in the filters prop, and we're going to set this to a filter object of type messaging. So we only want to get all the messaging channels. And as for the members, we only want members where the user is actually in. So we only want to fetch the channels where the user is a member of. So that's why we set that like so. The next thing we're going to add here is a sort filter, or rather a sort object. So we're passing the sort prop, or passing an object that says last message at, say, -1. And we're doing this so we can get the most recent messages first. So we'll get those ones at the top. Okay, right. And next we're going to say on select. So what happens when the user selects the chat? What we want to do now is actually go to the channel or go to the chat. So we can say go to channel here. And let's define a function that does that. So say const go to channel, and the channel is basically going to be the channel object. So say channel from stream chat. And now to navigate there, we're going to say router.navigate. And we're going to pass in an object as the argument rather than just a string. So we don't have a router yet, so let's just go over here and say const router is equals to use router. Now, where are we navigating to? We're navigating to the path. So say path name. That's going to be chat or /chat/ID. Right, so this path name doesn't exist yet, but this is basically where the chat screen is going to live. So it's going to live within the chat folder and in an id.tsx file. So for the params, we want to pass in the channel ID so we can access this and actually initialize the channel when we get there. So for now, of course, like I said, this path doesn't currently exist, so we're going to get this error here, but this should still work fine. So if we hit save, you probably won't see anything because, regardless of the filters we've added and the sorts and all of that, it still doesn't have any channels because we don't have any yet. So it's just going to be like this. So, but we can't just return the channel list. We also need to wrap this in a screen like we do for our other screens. So wrap this in a screen, and we're going to work on this a bit. So we're going to give this a class name that has a white background. So say screen bg white. Let's import the screen here. Okay, cool. Now let's hit save. So now you should see that your background should be white now. Next, what we're going to do is add a view class name and just add a padding on the left and right side of 16 pixels. So we're going to say px4. Okay, so that's it for our screen. Now, the next thing we want to do is have a menu for the top of our app over here. So besides this chat text here, we want to have the avatar, user's avatar. We also want to have a set of buttons here. So icon buttons for performing, different actions. So that's what we're going to create now. So we'll go over here and create our view. Let's start with the view. We're going to import this. And we're going to give it a class name of flex. We want this to be flex row. So we'll say flex row. Item center. Justify between. Because we want everything to be one here and then the other there. We want this to have the full width of the screen. So we'll say width full. And we want this to have a height of 40 pixels. So we'll say H10. And with that setup, the next thing we're going to do is just start with our icons on the left side. So we'll say on the right side. So we'll add a view here. We'll give it a class name of flex row, item center, and gap 4. Right, and now let's add in our button. So we're going to start with our first button. So this is going to be a plain button. So let's import the button, add in a variant. It's going to be a plain button, and it's going to contain an icon. We're going to say feather from Expo icons. It's going to have a name. So we want this to be the camera icon. And the size is going to be 20. So we'll say 20 here. Hit save. And now we have the icon here. So right now it's on the left side because, we don't have our avatar just yet. but we'll change that soon. So now let's duplicate this and want to change this to be an edit icon. So I'm going to say edit here, then we'll change the size to 18, hit save, right? And now we have our edit icon here. So that's looking much better. Now what we want to do here is say if the user clicks this button over here, so this edit button, we want to take the user to a different screen. So this is going to be the screen for basically starting a new chat. So if the user just wants to look at all their contacts and start a new chat, they can do this by using this button over here. So let's just create a link, move this up here, and let's import the link. So I'm going to import this from Expo router. I'm going to set the href to /new message. So of course we don't have this this route yet, but we'll just set it that way, and then we'll add in a as child prop. So we want to render this link as a button basically, and hit save, and that should now work. So if you click the button, it takes you to the route. It doesn't exist yet, but at least we know it works for now. Okay, so the next thing I want to do now is add in our app menu. So like I said before, we want to add in an avatar, but that avatar is going to serve as the app menu. So when you click the avatar, it's going to display a drop down that we can use to either sign out or check the user's profile. So that's going to be right above here. It's going to be an app menu here. So this is how it's going to be like. So let's go ahead and create this. We're going to need a few components for this this app menu, and the first component we'll need is the avatar component. So let's head over to the components page, the components directory, and create a new avatar.tsx file. Right, so we hit rnfe, and right now we have our avatar. So let's remove this. Let's remove this return value for now. We'll come back to this later. And let's define our types. So starting with the types, we're going to say interface avatar props. So this takes in a name of string, takes in an image URI. So image URL actually, just set this to URL, make this a string. It's going to take in a size. So this size is optional, and a font size as well, an optional font size. This isn't going to be a number, actually, this is going to be a text style. And then we're going to say font size. So basically what you would pass into a text element, right? The font size prop of the text element, that's what we want here. And then same thing for the font weight. And then for our last prop here, it's going to be a placeholder type. So this could either be the text, right, or initials, however you want it, or an icon. So if it's a text, if the avatar doesn't get an image, we want to render in a text that will take this font size and this font weight. Or if not, we're just going to render an icon that is going to use this as its size. So that's basically how we want our avatar to be. Okay, so now let's move on by creating the actual avatar. So we're going to check now if there's an image URL. Want to return something. If that's the case, we'll say return this. So right now it's giving an error because we haven't actually extracted the props here. So let's just do that real quick. Okay, so we've extracted everything and we've set the type to avatar props here. So okay, if the user doesn't have an image URI, what do we want here? Let's reject this. So what do we want? We want a view. So I'm going to go over here and create a view. I'm going to say view, and within this view we want an app image. So let's import the app image component. So okay, let's first add in a style here. So we want the width to be the size, and we also want the height to be the size that we pass in here. And for our size, we want to give this a default value of 40. So we're going to set this to 40 here. For our font size, we want to give it a default value of 20. For our font weight, we want this to be 500 by default. So 500. And for our placeholder type, we want this to be of type text. So, okay. Once we've done that, let's actually give this view a class name as well. So I'm going to say class name. We want this to have relative positioning. We want this to be of flex. We want this to shrink. So we're going to say shrink 0. Or we don't want it to shrink. So we're going to say shrink 0. We don't want any content overflowing. So we're going to say overflow hidden here. And rounded full. So once we have that, let's style in the app image. Let's modify that. So for our source, for the URI, I want the image URL. So for our class name, we want the width full and the height full. For the style, we don't need anything here. For our alt, we're just going to set this as name and want to add in another prop here called content fit. And we want this to be cover. So, okay, that's it for our image. For our avatar, if there's an image URI. But if there isn't any image URI, then we want to return something completely different. So we want to return a view here. And similar to what we did with the view above, we're going to add in a style. We're going to set the width and the height to the size. And then we're going to add in a background color here and set this to a bluish color, kind of light blue color. We're going to say D8E8F0. This is going to give it a slight light blue tint. And then want to add a class name here. So we're going to say class name. And we want this to have the same properties like shrink 0, rounded, full. Want the aspect to be square. So want to make sure the height and width are the same. Wants to be a flex row, item center, and justify center. Then we also want the overflow to be hidden. Say overflow hidden. If the placeholder type is equals to text, we want something, and so we're going to work on this in a sec. Let's just change this to and symbol here, add in our art, and then we're going to say if the placeholder is of icon, we want something else. So let's work on this. All right, so if the placeholder is a text, we want the text style to be modified by the font size and the font weight. So first, let's make sure that the text is being imported. Okay, so that works. And then for the class name, we want it to have a line height of 2. So we say leading 2, and a text color of, so a kind of blue text color. We're going to say 086, and then DA0. Right, so this is going to give it a blue text color. I want it to be uppercase, so I'm just going to say uppercase here. All right, and then as for the name, I'm just going to say if there's a name, then just say name 0, or else just leave it empty. Right, and now if the placeholder type is an icon, then we're going to use ion icons to import this here, and then we want not the person circle outline, we want a people outline. So let's say people outline, and we want the size to be the font size we defined earlier, and the color is going to be the same as what we have here. So this blue color, I'll copy this, and then we're going to paste this here. And okay, that's our avatar. So we can test that it works well by rendering it here in our chat screen. So let's just change this to avatar for a second, and we import this. Make sure it's the our custom avatar. So we're going to pass in a few things here. We're going to pass in a name. Just going to give this a name of John, and that's actually all we need to render it. So once we do this, you can see we have our avatar here being rendered. So of course, right now it looks way too big. So we're going to actually change this later on. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, our buttons are a bit too close, I think. So we're going to modify this by going over here and saying, adding a class name here. I'm going to say PL4, so padding left 4, and PY1. Right, and now that's spaced much better. So the thing is, this is the only button that is actually going to have a use. So we want to make sure that when the user taps anywhere around here, it just clicks this button automatically. So right, that's why we're adding these styles here. So with that, our chat screen should almost be done. So we still need to work on the app menu itself. Right now, if you click the avatar, nothing happens. So we need to now change this and make use of the app menu. Okay, so I'm going to head over to the components directory here and create a new app menu. Let me say app menu.tsx, rnfe like so. And for now, let's just render the app menu here instead of the avatar. So we're going to say app menu. Okay, so here we just have the text in app menu, just so we can see what's going on while we're styling it and working on it. So okay, this is going to return a React fragment. So I'm going to add a React fragment here, and then we're going to have a button. So say button, and this is going to be our custom button. It's going to be a plain button. So we'll say variant plain. And now we're going to add in our avatar. So say the avatar, and it's going to have a few props here. So the first thing is the image URI or the image URL. And this is going to be the user's image. But we don't have a user object here. So let's actually get it from Clerk's user, use user book. So we'll say user is equals to use user for Clerk. Right, so now this is going to take in the user dot image URL. Next, we'll add in our size. We're going to give this a size of 28, and then we want to give this a font size of 12. And the name is going to be the user's full name. So I'm going to say user dot full name, and then we're going to close this here. So we're also going to add this, and now you can see it's rendering in the avatar. Right, but what actually happens when you click this plain button? Right, we haven't really defined what happens. What we want to happen is to toggle a menu, right? And that's why we have this as a React fragment, because we're going to render a menu under this button once the user clicks here. So we're going to say on press toggle menu, right? So what menu are we going to toggle first of all? Okay, let's just go over here and create a random menu. Just say, yeah, just leave it like this. Maybe just say console.log menu toggle, right? Something like that. So click this. Okay, let's save this first. Okay, this all works. Now let's actually work on the menu UI. So we're going to go over here and render a modal. So we're going to render a modal from React Native. And this modal is going to have a pressable. So a modal and a pressable. Right, now we have this. So we're going to make this transparent first of all. Then we're going to make it visible. But we only want it to be visible based on a certain state. So we're going to add a menu visible state here. So I'm going to say menu visible. And let's define the states up here. So we're going to say const menu visible is equals to use state visible. So let's delete this React import over here. So yeah, this will be visible if the menu is visible. And then the animation type is going to be fade. So we want this to fade in and out. And when we want to close this, we want to set the menu visible to false. So we say on request close the modal, sets it the menu visible to false. Okay. Now for our pressable, let's add in a style here. We're going to set this to a very special style. We're going to say style sheet. So this is going to be the style sheet from React Native. So I'm going to say style sheet dot absolute fill. Right. So let's make sure that this is the style sheet from React Native. So let's import that. Right. So I'm going to say style sheet dot absolute fill. So what that just does is just give so if you read here, you can say it's just to create an overlay with position absolute and 0 positioning. So that's it. The next thing we want to do is add an onPress over here. So say if the user presses this pressable, then we want to set the menu visible state to false. Okay, now that we have this set up, what do we want here? We want a view. Now, so we want a view that's going to contain 2 buttons. So what do we want for our view? We want this view to have a style. And for the style, it's going to have a top position and a left position. For now, let's just say 0 and 0. So we want to have a top and left position. But actually, we want this to be tied to a local state. So we're going to call this local state menu position. So over here, let's define a menu position here. I'm going to say menu position. Right. And this is going to be set to top and left. So top 0, left 0. Okay. So now we can set this to menu position dot top, and over here we can say menu position dot left. Right. So that's nice. The next thing we want to do now is add some other class names. So besides the positioning, we actually want other styles here. So I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say absolute, background white, rounded LG, shadow empty. So we want a medium shadow. We want the shadow to be gray. So we're going to say shadow gray 100. So a very light gray shadow. And the main width should be 250 pixels. So I'm going to say 250 px. Right, so let's hit save. And let's actually set this to true to make sure that we're actually seeing a menu position over here. So we're not actually seeing anything yet. Let's give this a width and height. So I'm going to say width 20, height 20. Right, so we can already see it's being displayed over above the avatar over here. So that just shows that it's actually rendering this element. We can now set this back. So say false. Can hit save. And now let's render in our button. So we're going to say button and say variant plain. Want to add in other props here. So let's just bring this down and let's add in our props. So first, I want to give this a class name. I'm going to say flex row, item center, justify between py2 and px3. So padding left and right, 12 pixels. Next, I'm going to say border B and border gray 200. Right, so that's it for our button. Of course, this button is going to render something, so we're going to change this like so. And we're going to render a text here. What's this text going to say? It's going to say profile. So basically, the first menu button will take the user to the profile screen. So a screen where they can change their profile details. Next to it, we're going to render an icon. So we're going to import feather. I'm going to name this user size of 20. And then a black color. So we're going to change this to black. Right. So we're going to render one more button here. And this button is going to be for signing out. So it's going to be a plain button. It's not going to have any of these border styles here. So we're just going to remove all the border styles. But it's going to retain all these other styles here. The text is going to say sign out. And then this thing is going to read logout. So the name is going to read logout. Going to be the same size. But for the color, we want this to be red. Now let's add in the onPress functions here. So onPress, we want to go to the profile. So we'll say go to profile. And then what happens when you click this? So when you click this, we want to sign out. So we're going to name this handle sign out. So for now, let's just define dummy functions just like we did for the toggle menu. So we have go to profile. All it does here is just log navigating to profile. And for our other one here, handle sign out, we're just going to say console.log signing out. Now let's try and handle the actual positioning for this modal, right? So we do obviously, if it's set to top 0, left 0, it's just going to be displaying above the avatar. We actually want it to display below the avatar. So we need to figure out a way to position it properly. And to do that, we're going to make use of a ref. We're going to define a new ref here and call this avatar ref. This is going to be a use ref of type view, and the default value is going to be null. So I'm going to import this use ref here. Okay, and now the next thing we're going to do is actually fill in this function over here. Let's actually work on this. So the first thing we want to do is say if the menu is visible, then we want to set the menu visible to false and just return. But if there's an avatar ref, so if avatar ref.current, then we want to run the measure method. So this is a native method called measure, and it determines the location on the screen width and height of the given view and returns the values via an async callback. So we're going to use this to basically get the position of the avatar here, and then based on that position, we will now determine where we want to render our menu. So here we're taking the X value, the Y value. Here we have the width, so we don't need the width. We're going to set it like so. The height, the page X and the page Y. I want the menu position at the top to be page Y plus height plus 8 pixels. So we're going to add 8 pixels here. And then for the left side, we want it to be page X minus 8 pixels here, like so. And then we want to set the menu visible to be true. So how do we make this work? Let's assign the ref to our button over here. So say ref is equals to avatar ref. Hit save. And now if you click this, you should now see our profile here. So if you click away from it, it shows, click again, disappears. Right. And that's basically how we're going to do this. So the next thing we need to do is work on these two functions here. So we want this to actually sign out, and we want this to actually go to the profile screen. So that's very simple. We're just going to say set menu visible to false over here. And right. And we're going to say router.push. So we need to import the router. We're going to say router.push to /profile. So let's go over here and get our router. Import this. Right, so obviously profile screen doesn't exist, so we're getting this squiggly line error here. But this should work once we have our profile screen. So say router.push to the profile screen. And then over here for sign out, we're going to set the menu visible to false, and I'm going to run a try catch. I'm going to have a try catch block over here. Now, since we're using Clerk to sign out, we can just change this to error and then run the get error utility function and then just pass in the error object there. Right, so what are we doing? Now, when the user wants to sign out, we're going to use the sign out function. So Clerk exposes a sign out function, but not in the use user hook, in a different hook called the use Clerk hook. So here we're going to extract the sign out from the use Clerk, like so. Right, and as the name suggests, you obviously use this to sign the user out of the app and remove the session along with it. So we'll sign the user out, and then we can say router.replace to the home screen. So So once we do this, the user should be redirected back to the sign-in screen automatically. Or we can change this to the sign-in screen to just do that directly. Any way it would work. And once we hit save, we can now test this. So if we click this and we select profile, it takes the user to the profile page. But of course, it doesn't exist, so we get this error. But if you click this and click sign out, you're taken to the sign-in page. Right. So now we've confirmed that that works. I'm just going to try and sign back in here. So I'm going to say, put in my details, my email, and then my password. Then hit continue. And voila, I'm back in. Okay. So our app menu now works fine. So now we can go over here and just check. Okay. So this is actually being rendered in. And that's it basically. That's everything for our chat screen. It now works perfectly fine. So the next thing we need to do is add a few more properties to our channel list here. So over here, we want to add a custom loading indicator. So we're going to add a loading indicator prop here. And we're going to set this to be our screen loading component that we define for our layout. So that way, when this is loading, we're just going to see the spinning activity indicator rather than the skeleton loading that we were seeing before. So if we hit refresh, yeah, you can see that shows that spinner, instead of the skeleton loading screen. Okay, so that works. Next, let's add in a custom avatar. So right now we can't actually see the avatar because it's empty. We're just going to create it ahead of time, just so the avatar we're using is going to be our own custom avatar. So let's create it really quickly here. So we'll go over to our components. We're going to say preview avatar.csx rnfe. Right, so we have our preview avatar over here. We're going to define the types really quick. So we'll go over here and say interface preview avatar props. Just accept this here. And it's going to extend the properties of the default avatar. So by default, there's supposed to be an avatar component being rendered. So you see here, default channel avatar. So since we're passing in this custom components, we also want to make sure that it extends the type and it accepts all the types that is being passed to the original component. So we're going to say channel avatar props here. And we're going to add our own stuff. So we're going to make a size here, an optional size of type number, and a font size of the type number. We're going to extract these here. So I'm going to say channel, size, font size, all using the preview avatar properties. Right, so this channel is coming from the channel avatar props. Okay, cool. So by default, we want our size to be 44 pixels, and by default, we want the font size to be 20 pixels. Okay, that's cool. Next, let's do a few things above here. So we want to check if this channel is a group channel or a normal one-to-one message channel. So let's check if it's a group chat or a DM message, basically. So what we're going to say is DM channel is equals to, so this is basically going to run a function, but we don't actually have that function yet. So, and this function is going to be run in other places within our app. So it's something we have to define over here in our utils. So over in the lib folder, let's open up our utils and let's create the utility function. So we're going to say const export const check if DM channel. This is going to get the channel object as the parameter. And then this basically checks if the channel is a DM channel or not. So if it's a direct message or not. So to do that, we're going to say channel .id .start with. So now you might be wondering, how does this work exactly? What's going on here? How do we know if a channel is a DM by, if the ID starts with the members? And I'm going to explain this really quickly now. So basically, channels are divided into two types, right? We have the normal channels, the regular channels that we use for group chats. And then we also have distinct channels. And the special thing about distinct channels is that only one of them can exist between their specified members. So if we have a distinct channel between A and B, right? So that's user A and user B, only one of that channel can exist, right? So you can't have another distinct channel that's only going to contain user A and user B. So those channels usually start with this, right? Their IDs usually start with this. So this is basically how we're going to check if our channel is a direct message channel or not. So all right, let's go over here to the preview avatar and actually use the function. So I'm going to say here that check if DM channel. Then we're going to pass in the channel object from prop here. Next is our display avatar. So I'm going to say display avatar. So this is going to give us all the data we need for our avatar. And to get that, we're going to use a hook from stream called use channel preview display avatar. Right. Now we're going to pass in the channel as the argument. And this is just basically going to give us all the details that we need for the avatar. And next, for our placeholder type, because our custom avatar takes in a custom placeholder type, we want this to check if it's a DM channel. So if it's a DM channel, we want to render text. So if we have a DM with, let's say, John, we want it to show J, right? So we need placeholder to be of type text. But if it's a group channel, we just want an icon with maybe a kind of group icon going on. So yeah. Okay, now let's actually render out our avatar. So we're going to go over here and say avatar. And we're going to import our custom avatar here. I'm going to go under here and give it a size. So the size is going to be the size we defined in our with our props. The font size is going to also be our default font size here. And then the name is going to be the display avatar dot name. Right, and we need to add this to make sure that it's always going to be a correct value. It's not going to be null. And next we'll add our image URL. So this is going to check if this is a DM channel. So if it's a DM channel, we're going to say display avatar dot image or undefined. And for our placeholder type, we want this to take in the placeholder type. Right, and now let's close this component here, like so. And with that, everything should be set up correctly. And if we pass this in over here, so let's import this in our chat screen. So we import our preview avatar. If you save this, we should now be using the correct avatar for our channel list. So when this eventually renders different channels, we're going to see the correct avatar being rendered. So okay, now that we're done with the chat screen, let's move on to our calls and story screens. So like I mentioned earlier, these screens are going to make use of placeholder UI. So we're just going to build out something looking nice, just as placeholders. So let's get started with that. Okay, so let's start with the call screen. So you can go over to your call screen here in the tabs folder. So over here in the calls screen, you can see it's just rendering the text here. Same thing for our stories. Okay, so let's fix this up. So I'm going to render a screen here. We import the screen from our screen component, and then we give this a class name. So we want the background to be white, like with our chat screen. We also want to give this a view class name of padding x4, just like our previous screen. So padding x4 and then item start. Right, and if you save this, this should be looking much better. Okay, so similar to what we had before. So we're actually going to copy this. We're going to take this over here and paste it in our call screen. And then we're going to import all these. So import the app menu, then import the buttons. Right. And then we don't need any links. We're just going to delete this. We just want one button. And this button is basically going to say, it's going to have a name of phone. It's going to have a color, a black color. So I'm going to say color black. And yeah, that's basically everything about this, this view over here. So if you hit save, you can see it looks like this, and the menu still works. So even though this is just a placeholder UI, if you want to go to the profile or sign out from here, you can still do that. So now we're just going to return something very simple. We're going to return a button and a view. Right. So as for our button, we want this to be a plain button. So we're just going to say plain over here. And then for the class name, it's going to have this following style. So it's going to have flex. It's going to be a flex row. It's going to say item center, justify center. I'm going to give it a gap of 4, so 16 pixels, and then a margin top of 4 as well. So we have that going on here. Next is going to render an icon. So let's remove this extra style here. It's going to render an icon, a feather icon. So I'm going to give this a name of link. Size here is going to be set to 20. And then we want it to be black. So we're going to say color black. And then I want a text beside it here. So I'm going to say text. I'm going to say create a call link. Actually, we want the call to also be capitalized. So I'm going to say create a call link over here. And then we're going to add a class name here. So for our class name, we want this to be semi-bold. So I'm going to say font semi-bold. Let's import our text and let's hit save. Right, so this is what we have here. And then we're just going to render a kind of empty text that just says, hey, no recent calls. Yeah, static call to see something like this, but not quite. So let's start by adding a class name for our view. So this is going to take the remaining space of the screen. So we're going to set it to flex 1. We're going to set it to width full, and then flex column, items center, justify center, and then margin top 8. So empty 8. So it wants to be far away from this button over here. Okay, now I'm going to render 2 text here. Then let's just duplicate this. So the first text is going to have a style that makes it semi-bold. So I'm going to say font semi-bold here. And then it's going to say no recent calls. Right. While the second text is going to have the class name as well. This is going to be a small text, so text SM. And then wants to be gray. So we're going to say text gray 600. And we're just going to say get started by calling a friend. Hit save. And this is our call screen. Like I said, all this is just placeholder UI. If you click this, nothing happens. And even if you do make a call, you won't see anything here. So you can feel free to extend this if you'd like, but for the purpose of this tutorial, we'll just have a placeholder UI. Okay, so once you have that done, you can just hit save, leave that React import there, and then hit save. Then let's work on the story screen. So let's go over here to our stories. We're just going to do more or less of the same thing. So we can actually just go ahead in our calls here and just copy everything we have here and paste this here in our story screen. So let's import all the things that we need. So we import our screen, import our app menu, import our button from the components directory, then import feather icons. Then hit save. Right, so it looks like this, but obviously we want this to be for stories, not for calls. So I'm going to change this up a bit. So we want this to be a camera icon. So I'm going to change this to camera. Hit save. Right, so for our stories, you might just want to add a new story here. So yeah, we have a camera icon over there. The next thing we're going to do is actually remove this here. And then we also want a button, a plain button. and it's going to have similar properties like the one we have here, but with a different gap value of 3, and then we want the margin top to be 4 as well. So we leave that the way it is. All right, now we're going to render a kind of avatar here with some text around here just to simulate, a story, right? Okay, that create a new story, something like that. So to do that, let's start with a view here. So we'll say view, and then we're going to have another view under it. So I don't know why this just rendered. Let's just remove this here, and then let's add in another view for our text. So we'll say text. Yeah, let's duplicate this. Okay, so this is how our structure is going to be. Now let's start styling this. So we're going to add a class name here. We're going to give this relative, and then width 10, height 10. So this is going to be for the avatar. So we import the avatar from our components, and then under here we're going to add an image URL. We're going to set this to the user's image URL. So let's import our user first by extracting it from the use user hook from Clerk. All right, and then let's set everything here. So we're going to say user.image URL. Right, and then our size to 40, font size to 16. So 16 here. And then the name to user.fullname, like so. Right, then let's close this. Let's hit save, and you're already looking, it's already looking kind of nice. So far so good. Next, we're going to add a plus icon. So within this view, there's going to be a feather icon. The name is going to be plus, and we're going to remove this class name here because we don't want this. But we're going to keep every other thing. So we also want it to be white, wants to have a size of 14, actually, not 16. But we want it to have the name plus. So it's going to be a plus icon, basically. Where we're going to add our classes is going to be here in its view container. So we want this to be absolute. We want a bottom position, the bottom position to be -4 pixels. So we're going to say minus bottom 1, and then minus right 1, and then a width of 22 pixels and a height of 22 pixels as well. And then want it fully rounded, so I'm going to say rounded full. Border 3 pixels, and then border white. We also want to have a background, so want the BG to be blue. So let's say BG blue 600. Wants to be flex, and want the items to be centered. We also want it to be justified to the center. So just to justify the icon to the center over here, we're going to add justify to center, and that's pretty neat. This is what we now have here. Now let's work on the text next. So for our text, we're going to have it say my stories. So here it's going to say my stories. And then over here, it's going to say tap to add. And obviously this doesn't look nice. So let's kind of style this. So say class name for our first text. I'm going to give it a semi-bold font. And then for this one over here, also going to add a class name here. Going to give it an extra small text and want it to be gray. So say text gray 500. Right, and that looks much better. So now we have my stories, tap to add, and that's basically our story screen. So one more thing I forgot to do is to actually remove the console log in our layout. So over here in the home layout, let's just remove the console log over here. So this was just for testing purposes. We've confirmed it works. Okay, so far we've set up authentication within our app. So the users can sign in, they can also sign up. And we've also built out all our tab screens. So here we have our story screens, we have our call screens, and we have our chat screens. But we still have a bit of a problem going on. So right now, the users can't really edit their profile. Also, as you can see here in the chat screen, we have like an empty state saying we don't have any charts yet. And there's currently no way to start a new chart. So there's no way to start a new chart. There's no way to create a new chart or create a new group. So to solve all these issues, we're going to create a new routes group called the modal routes group. And now this modal routes group is going to contain a set of modal screens to solve all the issues I just outlined. So we'll have a modal screen for creating a new profile, a modal screen for starting a new chart, a modal screen for creating a new group, and we're also going to have one last modal screen for finding a user by their username. So basically starting a new chart by first finding the username and then clicking on the user that we fetch. So let's begin with that. So the first thing we'll need to do here is actually go over to our home layout to add in our modal routes. So to do that, we'll go over here in the home layout. So we're already there. So over here, we'll just add in the modal screen. So we'll say stack.screen. We can actually just leave it like this, and then we'll change this to modal. So we're going to have modal here, should be in brackets. So once we've done this, we should be able to support the modal group. Now, the other thing we're going to add here is the presentation. So we're going to say presentation. So this is within the options prop. So we want the presentation to be a modal. Right. So once we do this, all our screens are going to be modals by default. And yeah, with that, we've set it up in our home layout. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is actually go ahead and create our modal group here. So create a new folder. We'll call it modal, parentheses. And now let's set up our modal layout. So over here, we're going to say underscore layout.tsx. I'm going to create a new layout file in the modal group. And now let's set that up. So hit RNFE, call this the modal layout. This is just going to be similar to what we have in our other in our tabs layout, kind of similar to our tabs layout, but not quite. So let's go over here to our tabs. I'm just going to do a bit of copy and paste just so we're not kind of repeating ourselves. So we'll copy these tabs and then we're going to paste this in our modal layout here. So I'm going to close all the other tabs just so we can focus on this. We're going to paste this here. But of course, we're not using tabs. We're supposed to be using the stack. So we want the stack over here. So we're going to change this to stack. We're going to import this. So just going to hit import. And now we're going to remove all these over here. So let's start with the screen options here. So for our header, we want it to have a background. So I'm going to change this to have header background, but we want the background to return null. So this is a kind of hack just to make the header transparent on modals. So instead of header transparent, you can just set the header background to null. Right. Next, we want to add a tint. So I'm going to say header tint color. So this is for the icons within the header. So set this to black. Next, we want to say header back button display mode. I want to set this to minimal. Now I'm going to go into the individual stack screens. So let's just delete all this here and let's start with the first one over here. So I'm going to remove this. We're going to call this profile. So the first modal screen we need here is the profile screen. So okay, so we have a title. The other thing we want to add here is a header left. So we want a button on the left side of the header. So let's add in the button over here. We're going to import this. Okay. So what do we want within our button? Well, all we want is just an icon. So we're going to say feather. Right. So, but we don't want it to be arrow left. We want it to be chevron left. So we'll change this to chevron. And then we want this to have we want this to be plain. So we'll set the variance to plain. And then we're going to say on press, we want to take them to the previous screen that they were on. So we're going to say router.back. but we actually haven't imported our router here. So we're just going to go over here and say const router is equals to use router. So, right, I'm going to do it like so. Now there's an error coming from the button. I don't know why. So, okay, it hasn't actually been imported. So let's just import it here. Okay, this is variant, right? So that was a spelling error over there. Okay, and then we're going to add a style here. So we're going to say class name, right, 4. Okay, so that's basically it for our first screen. Next, let's add a new screen here. So we're just going to duplicate this. We're going to name this new message. We're going to change it accordingly as well to new message. Then this is also going to have a header left, but it's going to be a text button, not a plain button. It has the same on press router back, but we won't have any style here. So I'm just going to remove this, and this won't be an icon. This is just going to be a simple cancel text. Okay, cool. Now we're going to add on that screen. Again, this one isn't going to have any header, so let's remove that. And this one is going to have the name new group. So this is going to be the screen for creating a new group. But the title won't be new group, actually. It's going to be select members. So just want to be kind of direct there. And then for our last screen, we want it to say find by username. So over here, we're going to say find by username. This is going to be for creating a new DM with the user, once you've been able to search their username. So yeah, with that, our stack screens are set up. And now we can actually start building our screens one after the other. So for now, just to prevent any sort of errors, we're just going to create all of them down. So we're just going to create our profile screen. So we'll start with our profile screen. So profile.tsx rnfe. You can name this profile screen. And then we'll do the same thing for the new message screen. So we'll say new message.tsx rnfe new message screen. We'll also do the same for our new group screen. So say new group.tsx rnfe new group screen. Let's just make sure we're actually using the correct name. So that's a new group over there. And then the last one is find by username. So here we'll say find by username.tsx rnfe, then find by username screen. Okay, cool. So now we have all our modal screens set up. Let's start working on them one after the other, starting with our profile screen over here. So, okay, let's actually get started now. We're going to render a form. So let's start with the screen, of course, like all our other screens do. So we have a screen here. We're going to give it a view class name. So let me quickly import this here. Right, so now I'm going to give it a view class name. View class name is going to say pt3, so padding top 3, px4, and then items, center, and gap 6. So want each of the elements to have a gap of 24 pixels. Okay, now let's render our form. So for our form, I'm just going to say view, and then for the class name, I'm going to say gap 3. Right, and that works. The next thing we're going to do now is actually render in all our text fields. So we're going to copy it from the sign up screen or the sign in screen, whichever one. But first, let's actually refresh this page because we're getting a kind of reconnecting banner over here. So we don't want this to be displayed. So let's just hit refresh. Okay, so now we don't have that reconnecting error anymore. Let's actually get started. So we want to see what we're doing in the profile screen. So we can click here, click on profile, as you can see, we render a modal, a nice looking modal over here. So of course we don't have anything yet in our view, so it just shows an empty modal. So okay, let's start filling this up. Let's go head over to our sign up screen. I want to say Control P, sign up, and then right, we have our sign up screen here. Like I said, what we're going to need here is our first name and our last name. So we'll copy this, we'll paste them here. Let's import our text field. Let's paste it down here. I'm going to import this. So of course we don't need the email address or the password. So we're just going to remove these here. But we do need the first name and the last name. So we'll leave that there. Next, we also want the user to be able to edit their username. So let's go over to the form and let's copy our username component here. So it's going to look like this. Let's copy this. Let's paste this down here. Import the text input component and text component as well. We also need to import this, so CLSX. And cool. Now we have everything set up like so. And this is looking pretty nice. So okay, the next thing now we need to do is to actually initialize the form values here. So of course, by default, they shouldn't be empty. We should be fetching the user details from Clerk. So we're going to do that now. We're going to create like an initial form value sort of stuff. So we'll say const initial form values. And of course, we also need Clerk. So we're going to extract the user from the use user hook. And then we're just going to set this up here. So we're going to say, first name is user.firstname, last name is user.lastname. Username is, so username is going to be quite different because we want it to have, it's going to be different, bro. And I'll explain how in a sec. Let's just, and then, over here, let's just delete this. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to delete this. So we want to split the username into two parts. So, when we first sign up the username is kind of joined together with an underscore. So we have something like, let's say the actual username and then the number, right? So now that's what we're going to get now when we're getting the username. So we want to kind of split this back into the username and the number, right? So to do that, we're just going to say const username parts. We're going to just call this username parts, and that's going to be equals to this. So basically this. Let's just remove this. Right. And right, as this is already suggesting here, this is now going to be username parts 0 and then username parts 1. Right. So let's confirm that this will not be null. And great. Now we have our initial form values. So we're going to pass this in here. I'm going to say initial form values. Okay, it's probably the first name and the last name that's having the issue. Right. So once we do this, we shouldn't have any issue anymore. So hit save. And now you can see it's being pre-filled with the user's details. So here we have Alex, Jacobs, Tropical X, and 25. Okay, that's cool. So this handles our form values, but we still need to add in a way for the users to edit their image. So to do that, we're going to use a new component. We're going to create a new component, and that component is going to be called the image input. So using this image input, the user can select their image. So it's going to be at the top here, can select it, and when they select it, they can either remove it or they can replace it with a new image. So how do we do this? Let's go over here and just create this view for the image input. Just going to go over here and say view. This view is going to have a class name. Then it's going to have item center and gap 3. Now within it, we're going to have our image input. Because for now we don't actually have it, so let's just leave it be. But besides that image input, or below the image input, we're going to have a text. So render a text here to say class name, text small, so text SM, and then text gray 400 wants to have a gray color. And then over here, we're just going to display the username. So if there's a username, then we want it to be like so. We don't need this @ symbol here, so we'll just remove this. So there's a username, want it like so, or we can just say choose your username. So I'm gonna say choose your username. Right, so something like this, and then the image will be at the top here. So let's go ahead now and create our image input component. So we're going to head over to the components directory. We're going to say image input.tsx, RNFE. Okay, image input is already set that way. And now let's go ahead and create our image input. So let's define our types first of all. So I'm going to say interface image input props. First thing we need is a name. It's going to be a string, optional. Next, we need an image URI. So it's going to be a string or null. And then we need an onChange event. So if the user changes the image, what are we going to do? So the type is going to be set to a type called imagePicker.imagePicker_assets. So we're going to say imagePicker.imagePicker_assets or null. Then we're going to import this image picker asset from Expo's image picker. So I believe we've already installed the library when we were installing streams dependencies, because stream also depends on an image picker. So I'm just going to test that by trying to import it over here. So I'm going to say import as image picker. So it's going to be like so, right? So this is how I want to set it up, just so we can use it, use everything, right? And not just the types. We'll set this way. So we have the name, image URI, onChange image. It's going to be the image input props. And now let's actually start working on it. So the first thing we need to do here is actually request the user's permission to work on the images. So we need to, okay, now let's go ahead and define that function below. So we're going to say const request permission. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And we're going to use this code like this. So await image picker dot request media library permissions async. But we don't want this status extracted. Instead, we want the granted extracted. So we just want to know directly if this permission has been granted or not. So let's close this here. And then let's see if it's granted, or if it's not granted, then we can display an alert. So an alert like so, it's just going to say you need to enable permissions to access the library, right? So we can just leave it like that. And we need to wrap this in a try catch block. So we'll pass this up here. And then if there's an error, let's just console.error. We're just going to say error requesting media library permissions, and we'll display it like so. So that's basically that for requesting the permissions. Next thing we need to do is actually handle the press. So if the user presses the image, we need to do something about it. For now, let's just say console.log image input called like so. Let's just leave it that way. Let's actually start working on the image input itself. So down here, we're going to use an avatar. We're not going to use a view here. We're going to use a pressable. So we're going to say pressable from React Native. And then on press, we want to handle press. And then for the class name, we need this to say item center and justify center. So we're going to leave it like so. And then within our pressable, we want to render our custom avatar. So just going to say avatar from our custom avatar component. I don't know if pressable hasn't been imported here. I'm just going to try this again. Okay, now it's imported. Now let's continue. For our image URL, it's going to be the image URI. So since this might be null, we just have to add that symbol there. And then we also want the size to be 100. Then we want the font size to be 40. So if there's no image being passed, we're just getting nothing. We want to have a font, a text, or font size 40. And then for our name, we're just going to say name or user. So just in case the user deletes their name, or their username, we'll just leave this like so. And for our placeholder type, if there's a name, we want it to be text, But if there's no name, then we want it to be an icon. So we'll just display it as a user icon. Right. So now another thing we want to display here is an icon that just kind of shows the user that this avatar can be edited. So if there's an image URI, let's just display an icon. So this is going to be a feather icon. Let's go ahead and import that. And then let's set the color here. So we want the color to be a bit transparent. So I'm just going to say FFF, FFF, and then 778. So 78 like so. And then for our name, we want this to be edit2. So we want the edit icon. For our size, we want this to be 40. And then for our class name, we want this to say absolute. Okay, so once we've set that up, we should have it looking like so. And now there's nothing being passed to it. We're actually not even rendering the component, so we can't really see what's going on. But if you go over to the profile view here and you render the image input, so say image input here. So for our name, we want this to say user.full name, like so. Right. Then for our image URL, we need to actually create a new state to store and like manage the image assets. So we're going to call this the profile image. And now let's go up above and actually define what our profile image is going to look like. So it's going to be here. We're going to say const profile image, set profile image is going to be an image picker asset. So not an image picker asset. I'm going to use state here. So let's import this. And it's not going to be null. So let's remove this here. And then let's set this as a default image. Let's say default image over here. And now let's define the default image above here next to our initial form values. So we're going to say default image. And it's going to have a URI of the user. So we're going to check if the user has an image, then we want the user.image URL. Or else we just want an empty string. Going to set it that way. And then for the width, we want it to be 100. So these are the properties or keys that are available for the image asset type. For our height too, we also want it to be 100. And that's basically it. That's all we need. Those are all the required things that we need to pass in there. So now we're setting it to default image by default. And then here we can now say the image URI is profile image.uri. And that's basically that. And then what happens when we want to change the image? So we're going to say on change image, right? So we're taking in the asset. We're going to get an asset over here. So on change image, we're going to check if the assets actually exist. So we're going to say, we're going to set the profile image, right? So say profile image, set profile image. And then we'll say if there's an asset, right? Then put in the asset. If not, right, so if it's null, what we want here is the default image with the URI set as nothing. So what this means now is that when this onChange image runs, it's going to mean that the user wants to delete the image. So if we want to delete the image, you need to set the URI to an empty string. If it's not that, then that means the user wants to actually set in a new image, and that's why we have this here. So that's basically how I'm going to set it up. I'm going to hit save, and now it's already asking for my permissions. I'm just going to allow it here, and now you can see that it's empty already, right? We don't have a profile image yet. If you click this, nothing happens. It just says handle press called. So we actually need to go back to the image input and actually set this correctly. So let's go over there and actually set this well to work properly. So we're going to say this here. We're going to say if there's no image URI, so there's no image URI, that means we actually want to set an image. So we're going to run a new function here that we're going to define shortly. We're going to call it select image, right? Or else if there is no, if there is an image URI, we want to alert the user. So we're going to say alert.alert. So that means that they actually want to delete the image. So it's going to be something like so. And I'm not quite sure I want exactly what the suggestion is saying here. So I'm just going to enter this manually. I'm going to say delete. And then it's going to say, are you sure you want to delete this image? And then for our array here, we're going to have yes. So the first option is yes. And on press, we want to unchange the image to null, right? So like so. And then the other one is no. So we want this to say, no, we don't want to. We don't want to delete the image. And then it's going to close the alert. Next, let's import our alert from React Native, like so. And now let's actually define what happens if there's no image and the user actually wants to select an image. So we're going to say select image over here. It's going to be an asynchronous function. We're going to say try catch. This is going to be within a try catch. It's going to be like so. So if there's an error, we say error selecting image. And what we're going to try here is this. So we're going to say result is equals to await image picker.launch image library async. And then we'll check if the result is cancelled. So if the result is cancelled, if the result is not cancelled, we want to add in the image. So we're going to say unchange image results.assets, and we take the first asset within the assets array. So we want to set this up here. So we want to add an object as the argument, and we'll say here the media types is equals to images. Images as a string. So let's just copy this here and add in our quotes. And then for the quality, we want this to retain the optimum quality. We're going to set this to 1. Right. So this is actually media types, right? Since it's an array, this is media types. And once we set it up like so, it should work fine. I'm trying to see what the error is. Okay, we need to close this function here. Right. So once we add this, we hit save. Everything should now work correctly. So if you go over here and select this image, we should get our library here. So let's cancel this again. Let's select it. Right, we have this, and we can set our profile to maybe something like this. And now it's going to have that edit icon because we have an image URI now. So we have this here just to know that you can actually delete this. So it says, are you sure you want to delete this image? No, nothing happens. Are you sure you want to delete this image? Yes. Then it gets set back to that. Okay, so now our image input component works fine. We can now head back into our profile and actually write the function for saving this. So if the user has added an image, edited their names or their username, they want to save this now, we need to add the functionality for that. So let's go over here and do a few things. Let's actually go under the form and add in a button. So, right, so under this view here, we're going to say button, and then we're going to set this as save. We want this to be a normal button. Let's import this here. All right, and then on press, what do we want? We want to update the profile, of course. So we're going to say update profile. We'll define that function in a second, and then want it to be disabled if based on a certain state. So we're just going to set the state as submit disabled, and then we'll define it above over here. So we have a lot to define here. So let's start with the submit disabled. So I think this kind of gets it right. So it wants it to be disabled if there's no first name, there's no last name, there's no username, there's no username number, or it is loading. Right. So number error 2 should be valid, right? Or it is currently loading. So if it's loading, we don't want to save again, right? But we actually need to add the state here. So we're going to add this here. So obviously when the update profile is running, we don't want this to load. So we're just going to set this like so. So that's as defined our submit profile. Now for our update profile, we want an asynchronous function like so. And this is mostly what we want, right? But not quite. So we still need to do some work here. The first thing we need to do is remove this. We do want the try catch here. We do want this to set the loading to false, and we want an error here. So you can just leave it like so. Just say console.log, console.error, the error. And now over here, we're going to do a few things. So first thing we want to do here is actually set the loading to true. So set the loading to true. Next, like in our usual fashion, we want to create a final username like we did before. So we have a final username here. Now we actually want to update the first three fields. So the first name, the last name, and the username. We want to update these first three fields. So our first name, last name, and username. And then, yeah, that's basically it. So we'll run this await function. And then if this runs successfully, we want to say await. And then we're going to use the stream chat client here. So we actually need to go over here and import the client. So up here, we'll say const client is equals to use chat context. And we're also going to need to use clerk here, actually. So that's the clerk object from use clerk. So we'll say clerk is equals to use clerk. Right. So right now it's declared, but it's never being used. Here it's also say property clerk does not exist. So actually it's not a property, it's the entire thing. So yeah, clerk. Right. So now back in our update profile, what we want to do now is, so let's first start by assigning this to a result, just so we know that, okay, this worked fine. So now we've updated it on the clerk side. We also want to update it on the stream side. So we're going to say client.upsert user. And then what do we want to upsert it to? So the ID, right? The name and the image. Or no, the name and the username. So we're not dealing with the image yet. The image is going to be separate. So the image as the result.username. So like so. Right. So we're going to set it that way. And then we're going to define a new function that says const update user image. So like I said, this is going to be separate. It's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to take in a data string as a parameter. It can be string or null, actually. And then we're going to define what happens here. So what happens when the user wants to update the image? So we'll run a try catch here. If there's an error, we're going to say get, so actually here we shouldn't say console.error. We should actually do both. So we should say get error, because this will be coming from clerk. If there's an error, it could be coming from clerk. So we'll say get error. And then over here, we just want to say console error. So let's remove this here. And let's say console.error, error updating user image. And then we have the error here. Okay. So let's remove this. Autocomplete is just going crazy today. So the first thing we want to do is define an image result here. So our image result is going to use the clerk, right, .user .set profile image. So this is how we have to set profile images when we're using in clerk. This is how we have to set it. So now it's going to be set to the file, and it's going to take in the data that we defined up here. So this data is actually going to be a base 64 string. So we do it like so, and then we say await client dot upsert user. So now this is on the stream side. We want to update the image. Then we'll pass in the ID as always. And then for our image, we're going to check. So if there's an image result, then we want to pass in the image result dot not image URL. So once this has run, this request has run, it's going to return a result that has the public URL, right? So you can see it here already, public URL. So that's what we want to pass in, right? So if we have that, then we'll pass that in. So the image will have the public URL, or else we'll set it to undefined. So okay, now that we have that, we have our update user image function. The next thing we want to do now is actually check. Right, so does the user have a profile image? So we'll check, is there a profile image here? So does the user have a profile image URI? So if profile image.uri, what do we want to do? We want to convert it to a base 64. So we're going to say response is equals to await fetch profile image.uri. We'll define a blob here. It's going to be equals to await response.blob. Then we want to define a reader as well. So we'll say reader is equals to a new file reader. Next, we want to say reader.read as data URL blob. Then once the reader is done, so you say reader on load end. Right, what do we want to do here? We want to run an asynchronous function. So once that's loaded this successfully, we're going to say const base64 data is equals to reader.result as string. And then finally, we will now run the update user image function. Then we'll pass in the base64 data. Right, so this is if there's a profile image URI, but if there isn't, right, that means the user doesn't want any profile image. So we're just going to update it with null. So say update user image with null. So no base64 string being passed in. So it's just going to set this as undefined. Right, and that is basically that. That should be working fine now. I'm just going to check if there's any issues. Okay, so it says submit disabled string or boolean. Okay. I think for this I just need to add 2 over here, right? So for a number error, you can just convert it to a boolean using this syntax, and that should be working fine now. Well, actually, let's just remove this. I don't think this is going to, right, this isn't going to work, because if there's no username number in the first place, then yeah, it won't. Yeah, we can leave it like this, like so. And then let's just set this to be submit disabled. Let's hit save. Right, now we have it like so, and now we can test it. So let's go over here and change this. We can change this from 25 to 20. And then we can set this to, let's see, we can set this to Alexander. Now let's hit save. Okay, so nothing actually worked there. Okay, I think the reason is because of here, we should have said loading. Yeah, loading overlay is equals to loading, right? And then we also need to display an alert. So once this is successful, we should say something like alert profile updated successfully. Right. So now let's actually test this again. So we hit save, it loads, then it says profile updated successfully. So now we know that this actually worked. So if we go back, we can see now that the image has changed. So on our call screen, same thing here, stories, same thing here. So we know for a fact that this has been updated. If we go back to our profiles and it fetches everything new, we see that it's the same. So we have 20, Alexander, Jacobs. Right, so we know that our profile screen works. So okay, that is great. So now we have our profile screen, but we don't yet have the other modal screens. For example, if you go over here now and click this, it shows you the new message screen, but we haven't implemented it yet. And I mean, the same thing goes for our other screens here for a new group and finding the user by their username. So before we actually implement this screen, we need to build a custom hook. Now, what this custom hook is basically going to help us do is to fetch all the users' contacts. And now when I say contacts, I'm referring to people that our signed in user has previously interacted with via DMs. So if the user has interacted with the user before, you have sent him a message or sent, them a message, then we would get, the user should be added to our contact list. We want the user to be within our contact list. So here now, for example, in a new message screen, we can load up that contact list here. So if the user wants to message one of those contacts, you can just click on one of them and then it takes you to the chat screen for that user. So like I said, we're going to be using a custom hook for this. So let's just go over here in our hooks directory. And we're going to create a use contact.tsx file. Right. Now I'm going to paste the code for this hook, and then I'm going to explain what's going on. So here, this is it. I'm going to hit save. Right. So this is the use contact hook. And let me kind of just go, just give an overview of what's going on here. So firstly, this hook takes in 3 parameters. It takes in the client. So if you want to use this hook, you have to pass in the stream chat client. And then we have to pass in a function called set users. This is optional, by the way, so you don't have to pass this. This is just so that we can actually set the users when we fetch them. Although we already have a contact here, so that's why this is optional. So we might need this in some screens. In some other screens, you might not need to use this set state function here. Okay, the next thing we're doing now is we're passing in the fetch contact parameter here. So this is basically a boolean that checks whether you actually want to fetch the contact once this use effect runs. So once this hook runs, we're asking the user, do you want to fetch the contact? So if you want to fetch contacts, then we'll get all the users. So that's what this is for. So of course we have our state here, contact. We have the loading contact. So this is basically a loading state that is true while the contacts are being fetched. We have the bounce timeout, and then we have a cancelled ref over here. So once this hook runs, this use effect is going to run first. Like I said, we're going to get all the users if we want to fetch all the contacts. And over here in this function, we of course set the loading contacts to true. We get the user ID from the clerk, from the client, actually the stream chat client. So we say client.userid. Then from here, we now query all our channels. So we want to get all our contacts. And to do that, the first thing we'll do is query all the channels. We'll query all the channels that have a member of 2. So we have only 2 members within that channel. And the user ID must be within the user must be a member of that channel. So to do that, we use this syntax here, in the in key, and then in the array we pass in our user ID. So this makes sure that whatever channel we're fetching, the user is within it, and it only has 2 members. So this is just a way to kind of narrow down our search to just 2 member channels, right? That could be either be a group chat or a group channel or a DM channel. So this is just to help us narrow it down. But to actually get the DM channels, we are going to use this filter over here. So it says channels or filter. Basically the same thing we have in our utility function there. We basically check for channels that starts with the exclamation mark members. With that section. So that's how we fetch our DM channels. Then over here, we now try and get our contact. So within all these DM channels, we map through it and we kind of extract all the members that are not, that is not the user. So that's why we have this here, m.userid is not equals to client.userid. So we want to fetch all the members that are not the user. And then we're going to set the contact to all those users. So those are our contacts, basically. And now it says here, if set users, then we can now set users to contact. So if we need this value within the component that is using this hook, then we'll just run this here. Of course, we have a catch block here. So we console error the error, and then we set loading contacts to false. So that's basically what's going on here. And we also have the bounce search function here. So I'm not really going to go into deep about this, but what this just basically does is help us debounce our searches. So it debounces it every 200 milliseconds. So we don't want a situation where if we're searching for a user and then it just runs a request on every single keystroke, right? We want to kind of space it a bit. So that's what this function does. It also accepts this parameter here saying filter function, and this is the function that actually runs the search logic. So we have it here running here, and that's basically what's going on here. So now that we have our hook set up, let's move on to our screens. So the first screen we'll be building is the new message screen. So we'll go over here. We already have the placeholder here. So let's just start building out our screen. So we're going to go over here and we're going to return a screen element. I'm going to import this here from our components folder. And now I'm going to give this a style. So I'm going to give this a view class name. I'm going to say padding top 1 and padding x4. So that's 16 pixels. All right, now this needs a child. We're going to add a view here. We're going to set the width to full. So I want this to take the full width of the screen. Right. Now let's add 2 main buttons here. Right. Or 2 main links. However you want to look at it, right? They're both links and buttons. So we're going to use the link element here. We're going to import this from Expo router. And the href here is going to be new group. So basically, we're going to render two links here that, so from here, you can go to either the new group screen or the find by username screen. So this just basically gives you a shortcut from over here to get to those screens. So that's what these two links are going to be for. So for this first one here, we'll render a button. Now let's import the button. This is going to be a plain button. So variant plain. And then for the class name, I want this to have bg white, flex row, items center, and then justify between. We also want to be rounded on the top side, so we'll say rounded T LG. Then we also want a padding at the top, just a little bit, so say padding top 0.5. Right. So now let's close out our button here and let's render something. So we're going to render a view here. We're going to add the class name. We're going to say px4. And then within this view, we're going to render an icon. So we're going to use material icons. So it's going to have a name of people outline. Right. So the user knows that this is for a group. Size is going to be 24. And then it's going to have a black color. So color black. Right. So this is our first. Our first view here. Then we're also going to add another view. We're going to give this view a class name. We're going to say flex row, and then flex row, item center, and justify between, just like the last one. Right. We also want to give it this a gap. So we're going to say gap 2, border bottom, and we want that border to be gray. So we're going to say border gray 200. Okay. So what do we want within this view? I'm going to go over here and add in a text. So we'll say new group. Right. And then under that, we're going to have a view. We'll give this view a class name. We'll say P2. So padding on both sides, 8 pixels. Then we're going to use the entypo icon. And this is going to have a chevron. It's going to be a chevron. So we'll say name chevron small right. Same size, 24 pixels. But for our color, we want this to be gray instead of black. So we'll go over here and set this to gray. And that's basically how our button is going to look like. So we already have something looking like this. So you already know what this is going to be like. So next, let's add another button. Just duplicate this and then change this a bit. So this is going to be find by username. Something we also want to do is make sure that this renders as the child. So say as child here. And then we'll do the same thing here as child. Then we're going to change this text. Of course, we want this to say find by username. And then we want to leave this as the same chevron right here. So we'll leave this like so. But for our icon here, we want to use feather icon. So we'll say feather here. And then we want this to be an @ sign. So we'll say name @ right. Also, we don't want any border at the bottom. So after here gap 2, let's just remove this border here. And we also don't want it to have a rounded top. Actually, we want the opposite. We want it to have a rounded bottom. So we'll add B over here. And then that's it. We have our button looking nice like so. And yeah, this is basically what we want. So, okay, the next thing we're going to do is adding a spinner. So we're going to say if loading contacts is equals to true. So if we're loading the contacts, then we want to display a spinner over here. So I'm just going to go over here and add a class name. I'm going to say flex cool gap 2, and then margin top 4. and then we're going to display our spinner. Actually, no, this is using the wrong spinner. We want this spinner. Okay, and of course, we haven't extracted the loading contact yet. We haven't even imported our hook. So let's just go over here and do that. We're going to say import, or actually, no, we're going to say const. We're going to extract the contact and then loading contact from our use contact hook. Right, so use contact. We also need to pass in the client, of course. So we have to go over here and get our client. Let's also get our router as well, because we'll be needing this as well. So get the router. We also get our client from use chat context, right? Got this, and then let's pass it in here. So we'll pass in our client, and that's basically it. So we don't need to pass in the others because the set users is optional. We don't want to set any users here, so we just leave that like so. Okay, so now what happens next? Next, let's actually render the card for our users. So each user is going to have a card associated with it. And we're going to say here, okay, if there's no contacts being loaded, and if our contact.length is greater than 0, then we want to render out our card, right? But first, let's actually render the container for the cards. So we're going to say view over here, we'll add a class name. So we're going to say flex call gap 2 and margin top 4. Right, and this is going to get all our contacts. So we have something like contact.map. Then we get our individual contact over here, and then we're going to render our user card. So for now, let's just leave this like so. We obviously need to pass in a key here, so we can say contact.id. But other than that, let's just leave it like this. We don't actually have our user card component, so let's just go ahead and create that. So let's go over here to our components directory, create a new user card.csx file. So since this is just mostly just UI stuff, I'm not going to type this out from scratch. I'm just going to paste this down here, and I'm going to hit save. And just going to go over this a bit. So over here, it takes in the following props. It takes in the on-press, the user, and a child, of course. So over here, we get the user's name. So we can either get the user's name from here. We just say user.name, or sometimes, depending on the user objects we're actually getting, we might need to get the user's first name and the last name, and then append them together in this string like so. So what we are returning here is a button, a plain button. It takes in this on-press from the prop. It has a white background, takes flex row, item center, and all these other styles here. Then displays the avatar on the left side. So we have an avatar here on the left side. It takes in the name, the image URI here from the user.image. Has a size of 40. And then on the right side, we render out our text over here. So we get a text here, and it gets the name of the user. Right. So now you might be wondering, what are we rendering as our child? So we are going to be using these components not just here in our new message screen. We're also going to be using it in another screen. So that's why the children here is optional. In our case, we're not going to render any child. We're just going to leave it like so. But yeah, just wanted to explain what was going on in this component. So can hit save once you've typed all this out, and then let's go over here and actually make use of our user card. So we'll import it first, then we can actually start using it. So we can go over here and add the user. So the user is going to be equals to the contact, right? And then on press, we want to run a function here. So we're going to say on select user, and then pass in the contact.id. So what we want to do here is basically redirect the user to their DM, so their chat page, so they can actually see their chats. So we're going to define what that does here. So we're going to say const on select user, and we're going to remove this. So it's going to be a bit more complicated than this. First, we're going to get the channel associated with this user or associated with the both of them. So we're going to say client.get channel by members. So the client has this method called get channel by members, and it takes in two. It's going to take in two arguments. The first argument is the type of the channel. That's a messaging channel. Then the second argument is an object that basically takes custom data. So one of the custom data here is the members, and of course here we have the members as the client.user ID. So that is the signed in user, and then the user ID of the contact. So once we've done that, of course we need to await this. So we'll have to say await here and async here. So we can say async. Well, actually this doesn't seem to be a promise, so we don't actually need this here. So we can remove it like so. And then once we have our channel, we can now redirect the user to the chat channel where we're passing the channel ID as a param. So something like this, right? So we have our path name as, actually this is supposed to be chat slash, then we're passing the ID. And then here we pass that as a parameter here. We say ID is channel.id. Of course, this is always going to be something, so we can just do it like so. And that's basically it. So of course, we don't have our chat screen yet. We can actually just go ahead and create it. So it's going to be within the home directory. We can head over here and create our chat screen. So we create it like so. We'll call this chat. And then under here, we're going to create an id.tsx file. RNFE, we'll name this chat screen. And you can copy the param. So let's go over here and say, yeah, we can use the hook called use local search param. So this is from Expo router. And then we get the ID here. So we say ID. We change this to ID. And then here we can just say chat screen ID, like so. Right. Let's just make it a screen just so we can see it when it's actually being displayed. So we'll add a screen here. Right. So like this. Can remove this, hit save. And yeah, this is just so we can actually test out the new screen. So we've passed everything on. We can hit save. And let's check out what's going on here. So it's saying we're connecting. We can just refresh the app. And that's taking, okay, it's taking a while, but it's loaded. We click this, and of course, we don't have a user yet. So we don't have any contacts yet because we haven't actually messaged anyone. And to solve this problem, the next screen we're going to be working on is this find by username screen. So once we work on this screen and then we add a user, if we create a new user, we add the user, you can kind of see everything come together after that. So we'll now have our first chat and we'll also have our first contact. So let's work on this. So let's go over to our find by username screen and let's get started. Something that I haven't done yet, right, that we also need to do actually before we work on this screen, something we need to do is actually add in that chat screen that we added here. So right now our layout doesn't actually have this registered. So let's go over to our layout and add that in. So here we have our modal and our tabs. So I'm just going to go over here and actually we want to duplicate this one. Since our chat screen is not going to be a modal, then we'll change the name here to chat/ID. Of course, we don't want any header being shown, so you can just leave it as header shown false. Then we hit save. Right, this is just to make sure that the user can actually be redirected here, and the stack recognizes this screen. So okay, now that's done. Let's go over to our find by username screen and actually start working on this. So I'm going to go over here and close all the other tabs just so we can focus on this screen here. And I'm going to render a screen. Right, I'm going to start by rendering a screen. We import this here. right? So this is obviously a page for finding the username. So we need a text field for searching the user's username. So we'll go over here and say text field, right? And it's going to be something like so. Let's just accept whatever it's saying here, and then we'll edit it from there. So auto capitalize none, we need that. We don't need a label. What we do need though is an ID. So an ID that says username. We also want the placeholder to say username, and just leave it like so. And we can remove the autocorrect false. We can just leave that. And we're going to add an unchanged event here. So we'll say unchanged text. So what happens when this changes, right? We want to take the value and we want to search the user. So we're going to say something here called handle user search. Then we're going to add in the value, right? Also, we want the value to be username. So we actually have to go up and define these things here. So we're going to need a lot of things. First, we're going to need a router, right, for redirecting the user once they find the user, a contact. Next, we need a username. We also need our client. So we'll say here client is equals to use chat context, like so, right? And we don't want this to be this way, so let's just import it manually, right? Also, we want a loading screen to kind of show when we're searching for the user. So we add the loading state like so. And then let's actually use our debounce. Let's actually extract our debounce search function from the use contact hook. So we have the bounce search, and we're using this from use contact. So we do it like so. We pass in the client, right? Because we need that. And then for our set users, we don't actually want anything being passed here. So we're just going to set this as undefined. And then for whether we want to fetch the initial contact or not, we will set this to false. So this fetch contact false. So we don't need them to fetch all our contacts. We're just trying to search for one user here. So we don't need that feature. Right. So now that we have that, what are we going to work on next? Now we actually have to work on our handle user search function. So we're going to say const handle user search async. It takes in the query here. And there's a lot going on here, but I'm just going to remove all this. We don't actually need all of this, right? All we just need to do is set the username to the text, right? So let's change this again to text. And then let's change this here to text. So we're setting the username to text, and then we want to use the debounce search function here. So we say the bounce search, we pass in our text, and then we, this is a reset parameter. I don't think I actually talked about this, but this is basically the function that resets everything, right? So we pass in reset here. So just in case there's no text left, right? It's just, you just have an empty text field. So we want to kind of reset everything back. So that's what this argument is for. So we're going to reset the user. We're going to define a function for that shortly. And then we're going to pass in our filter function that actually searches for the user. Okay, now let's define those functions up here. So we'll start with the reset user. Over here we'll say reset user. So when we say reset user, all we want to do is just set the user to null. Not the username, sorry, the user. So we also need a user state. So we need to define this up here. Right. What is that user? That user is going to be of type user response. So the same type we used in our hook. So say user response from stream chat or null. So this could be either be a null value or the user response. So once we reset the user, we want to set the user to null. And then for our search function, we're going to go over here and say search. So it's going to be a query. So I'm going to change this here to be a query. And so what do we want over here? We want to run an async function. So we're going to add a try catch block here. Right. The first thing we want to do is set loading to false or to true. Set the loading to true. For our error over here, we can just say console error fetching user. We just change this to fetching user and then passing the error. And of course, we want a finally block, like always, where we set the loading to false. Right. So let's go back here in the try block. We're going to get our users. So we're going to say const users is equals to await client. So now I want to get our users, I want to query our users. So we're going to say query users. So this is a method from stream, query users. What are we trying to query? We're trying to query the user by their username. We're going to say username. Then we're going to use this syntax here called EQ, basically key that makes sure that whatever we're passing as the value, it has to be equals to it before it gets a hit. We're going to say EQ query. So you have to know the exact username for this function to actually return it. So we're going to check, okay, if users.length is greater than 0, so if there's actually a user found, because there can only be one user, because only one user can have a username, then we're going to set the user to users 0, like so. So that is basically our search function, and that's how it's going to work. Next, let's just hit save to see what we have so far. So we have something going on like this. We don't want this text field to be taking up the entire space. So we're going to add a bit of padding here. We're going to say view class name, and we're going to add a pt1 and then a px4 here, and also a gap of 4. All right, so why are we adding a gap? Because we are also going to have a loading spinner here. So this spinner is just going to be the same one that we had for our new message screen. So let's just open that up. Let's copy the spinner that we have over there. Just going to copy this and paste it here. Actually, let's copy everything, including the loading contacts. So that was my bad. Put this here, change this to loading. Import our view here, import the spinner, right? And then we can just change this from MTY to PY4. So to PY4, and then we can remove this. Here, and just say item center and justify center, like so. Okay, so that's our loading icon. So for when we're searching the username, that's the loading icon we'll see. So if we say F, right, you can see that works. Right. Last thing we're going to need now is the actual user card. So if it's done loading, we're going to say if not loading and there's a user. So what do we want to do? We want to actually display the user card. So using that same user card, we're going to say user card over here. We're going to import it. Then we're going to pass in the user object. So say user is equals to user, like so. And then on press, basically the same, almost the same thing. We're going to say on select user and then pass in the user ID. And that's basically everything for our user card. Now let's go up here and actually define that function. So on select user, what do we want to do? Right. So we're going to say const on select user with our user ID as a string. We want this to be an asynchronous function, so we'll add async over here. Right, so what are we doing? We want to get the channel just like we did with the other one. So we're going to say client dot get channel by members. So it's basically the same thing we got going on here. And then we pass in the members like so. Then we'll check and say if channel.id. So what are we doing here? We're checking if this channel actually exists yet. So it's possible that you might find a user, but you guys haven't actually chatted before. So there's no ID there's no DM channel between you guys, right? So if there is an ID, if the channel already exists, we just want to push the user to that channel. So we're going to say router.dismiss to, we pass in the path name, and then we pass in the parameter like so, right? But if there isn't a channel already between you guys, we're just going to say await channel.create. So we're going to create this channel, right? And then once we do that, we can now redirect them there, like so. So we'll say channel.data.id. So use this, right? So channel.data.id. This is basically what we're going to do now, and that would now create a DM channel between you guys, and yeah, everything should now be set up. I think I need to close this function over here, close this like so, and that's it. So our find by username screen is now set up. So of course, if you go over here and try to search your username, nothing happens because there is no user else besides myself. I'm just going to sign out and create a new user. So I'll click sign up here. So before we go ahead and create a new user, let's head over to our home layout file here. So you go over to the home layout, and we're going to add a snippet over here. So I'm gonna hit enter and then paste this in. So what are we doing here? We're basically going to check if the user is not signed in. So if let's say we sign out like we just did now. So once the user has signed out, we check if the user is not signed in, signed out, we're going to disconnect the chat client. So we need to do this so that when we log back in, we're going to connect the new user. So we're not actually using the old user's data, right? And we need to do this just so we prevent very special kind of errors. So this is something I was supposed to add before, but I missed that. So you can hit save. And once you have that in, now let's just reload the app just in case, right? Just in case the client was not disconnected. Okay, so as you can see now we're signed out, so we have to continue here. Let's sign up. So we're going to have the name John Gray for our new user, and then in our username over here, we're going to say John Gray. So we have John Gray 77. Let's add in an email here. I'm going to say +2@gmail.com, right? And then just add in a password here. Hit continue. Okay, so it says this email address is taken. Let's just change this here to 3. Okay, so now that works. It's going to send a verification code. So I'm going to get it from my email client. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, cool. So now I have a new user, John Gray. Let's head over to the profile. Let's update the image. So we want to use this image. Okay. Next, we're going to hit save to save this. So here it says profile updated successfully. We're gonna make sure that it actually updates it. So okay, so that worked. Okay, so it's updated now. Now let's actually sign out and then sign back in as a new user. Okay, so I'm going to enter the original user's email, which is +1. I'm going to say at gmail.com. I'm going to enter a password here. Right. And now I'm signed in as the original user. So over here, let's go here in the new message screen and let's try and find this new user by his username. So I'm going to type in John Gray 77 and voila, we have John Gray popping up over here in the user card. So let's select it. We're redirected to the chat screen and we have a new DM chat with John Gray. Now if we go back here, you can see him over here with the image and the name. Of course, there's no text yet, so here right now it's just going to say nothing yet. Also, if you notice the UI here is kind of gray. It has a gray background for the chat. We're going to fix this later. And but yeah, that's basically it. Now we've basically set up a find by username. We've tested it. We fixed this issue here by adding this code here. And we can now proceed to the next screen, which is going to be our new group screen. So let's head over to the new group screen. Let's delete all this here and let's move this over here. Let's also navigate there. So new group, and we have this here. Also, something you'll notice here, since we've created a DM chat with John Gray, he now shows up here in our contact list. So that's just something nice. I said I would just bring your attention to that. Okay, so now we have the new group screen. So before we actually go ahead and implement this screen, we're going to need two main things. The first thing we're going to need is a way to select users. So let's say it pops out all our contact lists over here, and let's just say with this place is displaying all our contacts. We actually have to select the contacts like individually before we create the group based on the selected contacts. And to do that, we're going to use a checkbox. So we're going to be using Expo checkbox in particular. And then we also need a way to create a unique group ID. So for our DM channels, we didn't need to do that because what makes it unique already was the fact that it was a distinct channel. So we had a unique ID generated automatically for us. But for our groups, we want to create that manually. So how do we do that? So let's start first by installing the packages that we need. So we'll head over here. And we're going to run npx expo install. So like I said, we need Expo's checkbox. So we're going to say Expo checkbox. And then we need a package for, generating unique strings. So to do that, we're going to make use of Expo crypto. So hit enter. It's going to install all the necessary modules. Okay, so now that's installed, let's actually go ahead and create the components we need. So we're going to need a new component called user checkbox. So over here in the components directory, you can create a new user checkbox.tsx. It's RNFC or RNFE, and then you can delete this up here. Okay, so let's define the types. So we're going to say interface user checkbox props. And what do we want here for our checkbox props? We want it to have a user. So we want a user as a prop. It's going to use the user response type from stream chat. We also want the checked value, say boolean, and then an on value change. So we say on value change, it's going to take in the value as a parameter, say boolean here, and then returns void. Okay, so let's extract this here like so, and then let's delete all this for now. Okay, so what we want to return here, we actually want to return a user card. We're going to say user card. So if you remember, a user card can actually accept a child, and that child is now going to be our checkbox. So we've imported user card, we add it here like so, and now we can actually add a checkbox. But we're going to wrap it in a view first. So we're going to say view, add a class name, say flex, items center. So say item center like so, and then margin left auto, just so it's spaced away from the other children within the user card, or I guess within the user card container. Right. So now we have this view here. Let's escape this. We don't need that. And now let's actually add in our checkbox. So I'm going to say checkbox. I'm going to import this from user checkbox, from Expo's checkbox. So we can go over here and import checkbox. Just going to say checkbox here from Expo checkbox, right? Now let's add in some props. So we're going to add in an ID. We're going to say ID is equals to the user's ID. We're going to say the value is equals to checked, right? And then on value change, it's going to be the on value change we're getting as a prop. And we're also going to style this. So we're going to say size 4. We're going to do it that way. We're going to make it rounded. We're going to add a border. So we're going to say border 2. Then we want the border color to be, and we want the border to be gray. So we're going to say border gray. We can just say 400 for this. All right. Now let's close this component. Let's change this from values to value. And for our user card, we need to add our onPress here. So I'm going to say onPress. We're going to say, so if you select the user card, you should also check the checkbox. So we'll say on value change, and it should be the opposite of whatever value checked is, right? And then user should be equals to the user. All right, and that's basically our user card. We can now hit save here, and we have our user checkbox set up. So now let's use it within our app. So let's go back here to the new group screen. Let's render a screen component. I'm going to say screen here, import it, and we're going to add a view class name. So say view class name. I'm going to say pt1, px4, and gap4. So pretty standard stuff. And then for the children, we're going to have two text fields here. So we want to render two text fields for the two text fields for the group name and the just an input for the members, right? So once you enter a member username or name, it's just going to like load up the users like beneath the text field. So that's basically what we're going to be doing here. So let's start with this first text field for the name. It's going to have an ID of group name and a label. So this one is actually going to have a label. We're going to call this group name, like so. Then we're going to add a placeholder, says group name. So same as before. Value, it will be equals to a group name state, which we're going to create shortly. And then on change text, we want to set the value to, say set group name, right? And we set that to the value. So let's go over here and create the state real quick. So we'll say const group name, set group name, React.use state, can remove this, import this. Okay, and that works. Let's hit save. Let's see what we have. Okay, and what we have here is a field. So we have the group name field, but I'm noticing the distance between this label and the actual inputs is too far. So let's head over to our text field components and change that or fix that. And okay, so we have here 180. So we actually want this to be 108 pixels, so not 180. The other way around, right? And now that looks much better. So now let's head back to our new group screen and let's add in the other inputs. So copy this, paste this down, and now this input is going to be called users. So we're going to say users here. We're going to add the label, add members. Just capitalize this, say add members. And for our placeholder, we'll say who would you like to add? So say who would you like to add, right? And the value is going to be our search query. So we're going to name this query. And then on change text, we want to handle the user change. So the user search rather. So just like we had in our other screen, we'll say handle user search here. Okay, and now let's define the value. So let's define our function. We'll say const query. So we can start with the use state, I guess. We'll define that here. And now let's define handle user search. So we'll say handle user search. This is going to be a text. And we're going to set the query to the text. And we're also going to run a debound search here. So we're supposed to run a debound search here. So before we do that, let's actually go ahead and extract it. So we'll say the bound search is from use contact. So obviously, since we're using use contact, we actually need a client. So we're also going to extract the client here. We're going to say this is equals to use chat context. Right, we're passing our client in a, we also want to set the users here. So unlike our other pages, we actually want to set our users. So we'll create here, we'll say users. This is the users that we selected, and then we set it to an empty array. We also want the type to be user response. So an array of user response, would set it like this. And right, so we pass in our own custom set users like so. Okay, now that's done. In our handle user search over here, we're going to run the bounce, and already you should have an idea of how this is going to be. So we're going to have a text, we're going to have a reset users, and we're going to have our actual search function. So let's define these above here. So we'll say for our reset users, all we need to do is just set the users to the initial contact, right? So if the user doesn't, if this suddenly becomes empty, or rather the add members field suddenly becomes empty, we want to set the users back to the original contacts that we've generated with this hook. So let's extract the contact field here. And let's also extract the loading contacts, because if we're fetching contacts, we also need to know when the contacts are still being fetched. So we'll set the users to our contacts like so. And now let's define the search function. So we'll go over here and say const search. This is going to take in a query, and let's just accept what this gives us here. So the function is going to be a little bit different. We're going to say const users. So since we already have all our contact lists, we don't need to fetch everything again. We're just going to go over to our contacts here and say contacts.filter. And of course, since we're not fetching, we don't even need this asynchronous function here. Everything is happening synchronously. So we'll say contacts.filter, and we're going to say user. We have to extract the user, and then we want to check if the name matches any, if it matches any name or any username. So when it comes to name, the user objects can be weird sometimes. Sometimes it returns the name. Sometimes you have to check if it has the first name and the last name. So I'm going to say const name here is equals to user.name, or then we have that string. Yeah, so like this. So I'm just going to say ts expect error. I'm going to say name. But yeah, usually it's going to be either this or this. So we're just setting this just in case. So now we're going to return something here. We're going to say user.username dot to lowercase. So say dot to lowercase, like so, and then we'll say includes. So I want to check if this username includes the query. So we'll say query dot to lowercase. Right. So it's either that or so not like that. We'll say or like so, or the name dot to lowercase includes the query. So that's like I said before, we're searching for either the username or the name. So we're going to have it like so. And if it does find any hits, we want to set the users to user. And like I said before, this is not a promise, so we don't need any of this code here. So we can just leave it like so, hit save, and we should see the result like this. So now we still need to do a few more things. We need to add our user cards, and we also need to add a button here to create the group. So let's go down here and add our loading contacts. So say loading contacts, and we're going to display our spinner. So I'm trying to remember which screen we had something like this. Okay, so I think this screen. So we can just copy this. We'll go over here as in defined by username screen. We paste this here. Let's import our view, import our spinner. Right, and that works just fine. Okay, I don't know if it's imported it from the wrong place. Okay, it's from the right place. So, okay, just making sure. Next, let's render our contacts. So we're going to say if right, so something like this. We're going to say if there's no loading contact and the users, okay, this is already messy. Let's change this. And the users dot length is greater than 0, then we want to render a view. So we're going to have a view here. It's going to have a class name, flex call, gap2, and then empty 2. So margin top 8 pixels. Right, now we can actually map the users. So we want to sort the users before we add them in. So let's just go over here and create the sorted users function like so. So this is actually a use memo, a variable, not a function. And then this just basically sorts them alphabetically. So local compare name B. So next we're going to use this here. So we're going to say sorted users dot map like so, taking our user, and now we can now return our user card. So I'm going to say user card here, and it's going to have a key and some other stuff going on here. Let's add this in. And actually, this is wrong. This shouldn't be a user card. Since we want to select the users, it has to be the user checkbox. So we set it like so. Let's remove this. So the key is right, the user is right, but we need to add a checked value. So we need to say, so how do we know if it's checked? We know if it's checked if the selected users, so selected users includes our user ID. So we need to create a new state to check whether the user is actually selected. So here we're going to, we're just going to, I'm thinking about whether we should duplicate this or just leave it as a string. So let's just leave it as a string. So for this is going to be for our user ID. So we don't need to actually take in the entire user object, just the ID will do. So here we can just say if selected user includes the user ID. So okay, next thing we're going to do is add our onValue change here. So we'll say onValue change, get our value here. Then what do we want to do? We want to say on select user, then user.id and value. All right, so we're passing in two arguments here. Let's actually define that function up here. So I want to check here if there's any issues. So there are no issues. So let's actually go here and define the function. So we're going to say const on select user. On select user. So we want to pass in the user ID of string and the value as Boolean value. So next, let's do set selected users. So we're going to say set selected users as, and then we get previously selected users. So what we're going to do now, we're going to say if the value, if there's a value, so if it's true, if it's actually checked, then we want to return the previously selected users and the user ID, right? But if it's not checked, then we want to return the previously selected users, but it's going to be filtered. So we're going to filter all the IDs and make sure that the ID of the user is not included. So we're going to write it like so, and that's basically our onSelect user function. And now we have something like this. So if we select this, it's selected. If we remove it, it's no longer selected. So it's removed from this array here. And that's basically how this is going to work. It would have been nice if we had another user so we could kind of compare how the sort function will go. But for now, let's just leave it like this. So let's create a group. You can add a group name here. You can say first group. And then for our members, I mean, there's no need to add anything here, but let's just test this, that this works. So if we say John Gray, you can see John Gray is still showing, but if we say something like Brock, right, it disappears because that doesn't exist. And then if we, delete this, it just sets it back to the original context that was fetched. So this works. So now, like I said, we want to create a new thing, but there's no actual function for that. So let's add in our button. So let's go over here and add in a button. It's going to be the button from our components. We're going to add in a class name here. We're going to say class name margin top auto. So we want this to be at the bottom of the screen. On press, we want it to create a new group. So we'll say create new group. And then how do we know if it's going to be disabled? We want it to be disabled if we're already creating a group. So if we're already creating a group, we're going to say creating group. Right. And now we're going to say if we are creating a group. So if or if we are not creating a group, then we want to return a text. So we're going to say create group like so. And then if we are creating a group, we want to display a spinner. So a simple spinner like so. Actually, you can just call this the activity indicator. Activity indicator. Right. So just a simple activity indicator. We don't actually need it to show a blue color. So that's why I'm not using the spinner. And then over here, let's just define our state. So the first state we need to define is the creating group. So we'll go over here, add it in. So set to false by default. And then we actually have to define our create new group function. So let's go over down here and do that. We're going to say const create new group. So this is going to be an asynchronous function. And right, it's going to have a try catch block. So something similar to this. It's already doing that for us. We're going to go over here and console.error. So we want to log the error and just say error creating group, then pass in the error. While over here, we also want to alert the user. So we're going to say alert, and just basically the same thing, error creating group. Right, so if you like, you can just remove this and just log the error directly, and then show an alert. Okay, so what do we want to do within this try block and actually up above here? So let's remove this to start with. Let's say if there's a group name. So if the user has entered in a group name, what do we want to do? We want to, or if there's no group name, sorry, so this is not group name. So if there's no group name, we want to alert the user. We're going to say, please enter a group name. Right. And then we just return, of course. And then if there is a group name, we also need to check if there is at least one selected user. So we're going to say if selected users.length is equals to 0. So I mean, if it's equals to 0, that means there's no selected user. So if that's the case, we want to say, please select at least one user. Set it like so. And we also return. So that's the first step. Now we can actually set creating group to true. So now we can set it like so, and we can actually start the creation process. So the first thing we're going to do here is get our unique ID. So we're going to define a variable here called bytes. And this is going to make use of the Expo crypto library. So we're going to say await get random bytes async. I'm going to pass in 7 here. So this is going to return 7 random characters. And then let's actually import the library here. So I'm going to say import get random bytes async from Expo crypto. Right. So that's how we're going to do it. And so this is generate random bytes. So not just random characters, random bytes. And so yeah, over here we're going to say const alphabet. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the string over here and then paste it here like so. So we have from A to Z to 1 to 0. We're going to say const ID is equals to array.from, and then we do it like so. So the autocomplete here has already helped me out here. And then once we've done that, let's actually create our group. So say const group is equals to client.channel. And this is a messaging channel, right? So this is the method to create a new channel. So we'll pass in the messaging as the first argument. Then for our second argument, we pass in the ID. And then for our third argument, we pass in our custom data. So the first thing here we want to set is the members. So we add in our selected users. So this takes in the user IDs. And then we add the client.user ID. So the actual the actual user's client ID, actual user's ID. Right. Now we're passing a name. We can just say here group name. This object has an issue where it says that name does not exist on the channel data type, but it actually accepts it. So let's just add a TS error, expect TS error over here. Now we're going to say name. So it actually does accept it. So this won't crash or anything. So now let's actually create the group. So I'm going to say await group dot create. And once we do that, we should the group should actually be created. And after that, we can run another function called leave. So you might be asking, what does that leave function do? And we're just going to set it over here. We're going to say const leave. It's just basically going to reset everything and then take the user out of this this screen. So we're going to set creating group to false. Then we're going to set group name to nothing. Set query to nothing. We're going to set the selected users to nothing. And then we're going to say router.dismiss to the chats. So this could be the chats, or this could be the actual group chats. So we could say chat/ID, but let's just leave it at chat. So let's define our router here. Go over here and add in our router. And then with that, we should now have our code complete. So let's hit save. Let's do this again. So we're going to name this group first group. So if we try to create it, it's going to give us an error alert. Please select at least one user. Let's select this user. Let's enter. And now we have our first group created. And that happened really fast. So it does it really fast. If you select this, it's still going to show us the chat screen with the ID. But yeah, now we have our group creation process done, complete, and our group screen done. So now the next thing we're going to work on is our chat screen. So we need to change this over here and actually implement the real chat screen. All right, so with our modal screens in place, we can now start working on the chat screen. So the chat screen is basically where the users are going to see their messages, type replies, and also initiate calls. So let's head over to the screen over here. So over in our chat, id.tsx. So right, this is our chat screen. So we already have something going on here. So if you click this, you can see this going on here. So the first thing we're going to do is actually create a component for this screen. So we're going to head over to our components directory. We're going to create a channel title. This is basically the components we'll be using to display the title of our channel. So as a header over here. So okay, in your channel title components, we run rnfe, set it as channel title. So this is going to accept two props here, channel and a class name. Just in case you want to modify the default style. Right. So let's actually define the types next before we go any further. So here we'll just say interface, channel title props. This is going to take in the channel. So channel type from stream chat. And then it's going to take in an optional class name. So let's change this to an E. And let's set it like so. So we'll say channel title props. So for some reason this isn't working. Okay, because I didn't add my my colon like so. Okay, so now we have all our types. Next, all we're going to do here is just define our channel name. So say const channel name. And that's going to be equals to use channel preview. So we're using the use channel preview display name. So this is a hook provided from Stream Chat Expo, and we can use this to basically just get the channel name. So we're using it to get the channel name here, and all we're just going to return is a simple text element. And this text element is going to take in the class name that we define as our prop. So class name like so. Of course, it's going to take in the channel name as the child, and let's just define a default class name. So we just want this to be text, base, and font bold. The reason why we're not using CLSX here is because it's either this or something else entirely. Like, we don't want this to be clashing at all. It's just, if you don't want it to be bold, if you don't want it to have a base text, you just define what you want here. So that's how we're going to set it. We're going to save, and now let's head back to our chat screen to get started with that. So let's close everything else over here and let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do here is actually define all the stuff we're going to be needing. So we're going to need the router. We're going to define the router here. We're going to need the client. So define our client here. I want to name this chat client to specify that is the chat client here. I'm going to say use chat context. Let's also import our router here. Right, that's good. Next thing we want to do is have a local state for our channel. So now we've fetched the channel ID once we get redirected here. So we actually want to load the channel in, and we need to store it in a state. So we're going to use channel, set channel. We're going to store this in a use state. So import that. What's the type? The type is channel. We're going to say channel type. So what we're going to do here first is actually import the channel like normal. So we just import that as normal. Then we can set it here and say as channel type. So we can now go over here and say channel type, and yeah, we can just leave it like so. Okay, we also need a loading state. So when the channel is being loaded, we want it to load. It's going to be true by default. So right now we have everything that we need. Next, we're going to run a use effect. So of course, we want this use effect to load our channel in, and it's going to take in a few dependencies here. We're going to need the channel ID. So let's also change this from ID to channel ID, just to make sure that we're being very specific with what we're talking about. So we want this to be the channel ID. We also want to pass in the channel and the chat client. Right, and of course, you can just change this to channel ID. We'll still remove this later, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, what do we want to do in our use effect? We're going to load the channel. So we're going to define a function called load channel. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and yeah, that's basically it. So let's just remove this for now. Let's actually say load channel. But we actually only want to load the channel based on some conditions. So we want to load the channel if there's actually a chat client. So if a chat client exists and there isn't already a channel, right? So if there's no channel already and there's no chat client and there is a chat client, then we want to load up our channel. So we're going to set it like so. And now over here, we can just say const channel is equals to chat client dot channel, and now we're going to set this to messaging like normal for the channel type, and then for the ID we're going to pass in the channel ID. And what this is going to do is just fetch the channel. Now I want to watch this channel, so any updates that this channel gets, whether the user sends a new message or we change the settings or whatever we want to do, we get notified. So it reflects in whatever hooks or data that we're fetching from stream. So okay, that's it. Next, we'll set the channel to the channel. So once we're now watching it, we can now set it, and we can now set loading to false. Okay, so once we're done with that, we can now go over here to our return value here, and let's start working on our screen. So let's give this a class name to start with. So we're going to say class name. We want this to take the entire width and height of the screen. So we're going to set it as flex1. Then we want the BG to be white. So we set it like so. Next, we're going to add a view class name here. We're going to say padding bottom safe. And then let's import. Let's make sure our screen is being imported here. Okay, so it is. Right. Now let's work on our main view. So this view here is going to be for our header. So we're going to say here class name. We're going to add padding left 4 pixels. So PL1, PR4, and then padding bottom 1, flex row, and then items center, justify between. Right. So this is basically the overall container that's going to separate the elements within our header. So what's the first thing we want here? The first thing we want here is another view, and this view is going to contain the name of the user, the name of the channel rather, and an image of the channel. So I'm going to say here view class name, say flex row, items center, and gap 4. Okay, so once we have that set, the next thing we want to do now is adding our button. So we're going to add a button here. We're going to add the button component, and this button is going to be a plain button. So we're going to say variant plain, and we're going to say on press router.back. So this button is actually going to send the user to the previous screen. So let's add in the chevron back icon. So once we import ion icons, the name is going to be chevron. Now chevron back, size 24, and the color black. Right. So let's hit save, and this is what we have so far. So this works well. If we click this, it takes the user back. That's nice. Okay. Now we need to add something else here after this chevron icon. We want there to be the avatar. So we need the avatar for the user's channel. So we're going to add here preview avatar, and let's import this preview avatar from our components. Let's make sure it's imported. So like I mentioned earlier, when we're working on this component, initially this is for basically displaying the avatar for the channel, and we're already using it for our channel list. So we're going to use it here in our actual, the actual chat screen, the actual channel screen. So let's do that. So we'll pass in the channel here. We also want to pass in a size. So the size of the avatar, I want this to be 28 pixel. Let's just remove that. And then we want the font size. So the size of the icon or text, we want to set it to 14. And that's pretty much everything. Okay. So now we have our avatar. Hit save. You can see it here. Last thing we want to add now is the channel title that we just created. So we'll go over here and say channel title. And all we need to do for this is just pass in our channel. So let's import the channel title. Let's hit save. And there you go. Now we have this header, like this. Okay, so the next thing we want to do now is add in the buttons for actually initiating a call. So the user can either initiate an audio or a video call. Of course, right now, the buttons won't actually do anything, but we just want to add them in. Then, of course, later on, when we're adding the video to our chat screen, we can actually work on that. So for our class name, for the view here, we're going to add flex and flex row. We're going to say item center. I'm going to add gap of 6 here. Right. Now let's add in our plain buttons. So just going to go over here and say button, variant, plain, and that's pretty much it. Then we're going to add a feather icon here. We're going to say feather. The name is going to be video. So we want it to display the video icon. So size 24 and color black. Let's import this. Right, now let's duplicate this. And this one is going to be for audio call. So we'll just make this icon a phone icon. We're going to reduce the size as well. So make this from 24 to 22. We hit save, and this is what we have. So of course, like I said, you click this, nothing happens. We're not going to add anything yet. We'll work on this later. Now that we have our header, let's work on the rest of the chat interface. So we're going to make use of a component called the channel component. So this is the channel component from Expo. So let's close this like so. And that's the reason why I had to change this, from channel to channel type, because of this component over here. So this component is just basically a wrapper component. It provides the context that these children will need for the message data, the channel data, anything that the children are going to need. This channel wrapper component is going to provide that. So let's add in a prop here. We're going to pass in the channel. So we're going to do that. Then the next thing we're going to do here is actually adding a loading state. So if you remember, this channel actually loads. So by default, the loading is true. And then once it has actually fetched the channel and watched it, it says loading to false. So while it's loading, let's actually display a loading screen. So we're going to say if loading, then return. We're going to use our screen loading component. We're going to say screen loading. Yeah, so we're just going to return that. And you can just hit save. Okay, so if we go back now and click this, you can see that spinner that displayed for a moment here. So okay, that's basically that. Now within our channel wrapper component, what are we going to add in here? We're going to add in two components. So two other components from Stream Chat Expo. First one is the message list component. So let's import this. And this is going to show us all the messages that the user has. So right now there are no messages, of course, so it says no chat here yet. Right, so after the message list, the next thing we're going to add here is the message input. We're going to say message input, import it, and then close it like so. And now we have our message list and our message input. Right, but right now it's not exactly the way we want. So we're going to just work on it and customize it first using the props over here. So the first thing we want here is to set the keyboard vertical offset. So we want to set this to 60. Just so on mobile devices, when they click this and the keyboard kind of pops up, there's enough spacing between the message inputs and the keyboard. So we also want to say that the keyboard behavior should be set to padding. So have it like so. And we're also going to add another prop here that says has commands. So we want to set this to false. So we don't want this command button to be rendered. So it says here when false, command button will be hidden. So we want this to be hidden. And if you're wondering what the command button is, it's this button right here. So I've set it to false. Next, let's add another one here. We're going to say reaction list. So when the user sends a message and wants to react to it, well, what position do we want it to be at? I want it to be at the bottom. So we're going to set this to bottom. You can hit save. And that's basically our chat screen. So I think the commands button is still showing here. So let's actually go back and see if it refreshes. Right. So it does refresh. So now we don't have the commands button showing any longer. Okay. So now we have our chat screen set up, at least the basic version of our chat screen. But now we're going to modify it and just add a bunch of customizations to it, just so it looks and behaves the way we want it to behave. So first off, let me just send a few messages here. So I'm just going to say, hi, John. I'm going to hit send here to say, how are you doing? Let's just send this here to confirm that it works. So yeah, we just want to customize everything here. We want to customize how it all works. So the first thing we're going to do here is actually enable audio recording. So we want a situation where the user can actually record audio. So when there's no text here, there should be an audio button over here. So the user can record an audio and do whatever. And of course, if the user actually starts typing, the audio button disappears and they can send the message or image or whatever they attach to the input. So okay, let's start by removing this. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to add in a custom message input instead. Right. So within this custom message inputs, that's how we're going to be able to, add in the audio recording. So let's head over to the components directory and let's create a new custom message input component. So we're going to say custom message input.csx. I'm going to create it like so. Let's just save it for now and let's import it. Right, so for now we have this weird stuff here. So we're going to change this shortly. So what do we want our message, our custom message input to have? So we want it to take in the state. It's going to take in a props called, not actually state, sorry. It's going to return the message input. So we're going to say here message input. To close it like so. But the catch now is that we want audio recording to be enabled. So there's a prop here saying audio recording enabled. So we want this to be enabled. But like we said, we only want it to be enabled when there's no text. So there's a condition attached to it. So what's that condition going to be? We're going to define it now. But for now, let's just say audio recording enabled. So how will we know when there is no text and there are no attachments as well? So the way we're going to do that is by getting access to the text state and the attachment state. And we can the way we're going to access both of them is going to be different. So for our text, we're going to make use of a hook provided by Stream called use message composer. So we're going to go over here and say use message composer. And this just basically helps you with all the states and functions that are associated with, sending a message or an attachment and all of that. So within the use message composer, we're going to extract, so let's just undo that. I don't know why that happened. We're going to extract our text composer. Right. So now we have the access to the text composer. We now want to be able to subscribe to any updates to the text. So to do that, we're going to write a bit of code here. We're going to say text const open brackets text. Then we're going to set this to use state store. So in order to subscribe to this text composer, we need to set it as like so. We're going to say text composer dot state. Right. So that's the first argument we're passing in. Let's also make sure this is imported. Okay, so it is. So text composer.state, and then for our second argument, we're going to say text composer state selector. It's composer state selector. For those of you familiar with Redux, this might look familiar. And yeah, that's kind of how we're going to do it here. And then above our components here, we're going to define the state selector. So we're going to say const text composer state selector. Is going to take in the state as a parameter. It's going to be the text composer state. So we have it like that. And what is it going to return? So we're going to return an object here to say text, and this is going to be state.text. So with that, we're now subscribed to the text state. So any updates to the text we're going to get it from here. All right, so now that we have that, let's actually go over here and define our audio recording enabled. So like I said, we only want it to be enabled when there's no text, right? But at the same time, we also want it enabled when there's no attachment. So how do we know whether there is no attachments? So for that, we're going to use another hook. We're going to say const attachments, and this is we're going to use a hook called use attachments manager state, right, like so. And this one just does all the subscription and selecting for us, so we don't need to do all this for it. We just get it directly. And so now we can now say if there is no text and the attachments.length is equals to 0, then we want the audio recording to be enabled. And that's basically how we're going to do it. So now we can just hit save. It returns this, and now you can see this audio icon over here. So if we start to type in a message, you can see it disappears. We can also test the audio recording feature by holding it. So it asks for permissions. You can allow this. We can hold it. We can say a bunch of words, whatever. I don't know if, my computer will be able to pick up the audio here. Hopefully it does. But once you're done, you can just slide to cancel. Okay, and now we've canceled the recording. So if we actually want it to get sent, we can just hold it like so. So it says hold to start recording. We can hold it, and then once we're done, we can just let go. and you can see here it has the recording. We can send it. Hopefully it picks up my voice. Let's see what it says. And right, so it works. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is add a custom message list header. So we want there to be a header that displays the channel details above here. So let's start working on that. So the first thing we're going to do is go over to our components directory and create a message list header component. So message list header.tsx. I'm going to set it up like so. Let's delete this. And let's get cracking. So the first thing we're going to do now is get our channel. So we'll say const channel is equals to use channel context. So that's the whole point of that channel component we defined in our chat screen, is so we can have access to the channel at any time. So okay, we have our channel now. What do we want to do next? Next, we want to get the channel name. So we obviously want to display the channel name and the channel avatar as well. So we'll get the channel name. We'll say use channel preview display name. So we've used this before. I'm just going to use it again over here, and we'll pass in our channel. Next, we're going to check if this channel is a DM channel or a group channel. So we're going to say is DM channel, and we're going to make use of our utility function. So we're going to say check if DM channel, and we'll pass in our channel. Right. We also want to display text. So we're going to define a text variable here. We're going to say is DM channel. So if the channel is a DM, what do we want to show the user? So if it's a DM, then we want to say this conversation is just between you and or just between channel name and you. So just between whatever user and you, right? Like so. And if it's a group, right? So if it's a group, how do we want to set that up? We want to say this conversation is between, and just say the members of this channel. So say this conversation is between the members of this channel. This is basically the text we're going to display. But where are we going to display it, right? So let's create the view for this. So we're going to add a view here. We're going to give this a class name. We're going to say items center gap 3 and margin top 14, and we're going to say margin bottom 8. Okay. So what's the next thing we want to do here? Let's escape this. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is display the avatar. So like I mentioned earlier, we want to display the avatar. That's the whole point of the message list header, to display the avatar and the channel name, and a bit of text here. So for our avatar, we're going to pass in the channel. Let's make sure we're importing it. So import this like so. Pass in the channel. We pass in the size. So we want this to be 80 pixels. And then for our font size, we want this to be 40 pixels. Like so. Okay, so for our channel title, so over here we say channel title. We also want it to be like this. So we pass in the channel, and then we also pass in a class name. So for our class name, we actually want it like this. So the autocorrect got it correctly. We want it to be a 2XL text and want the text to be semi-bold. Okay. So let's save that and see what we have so far. And okay, so we haven't actually added this to our chat interface, so we can't see anything yet. So let's actually plug it in. So we'll go over here to our channel, so our chat screen, and then we'll go over to our channel components, and we're going to pass this in the empty state indicator. So we type in empty state indicator, and in this empty state indicator, we're going to pass in our message list header. So if the chat is empty, let's just display the message list header. And we're also going to pass it in the message list too. So even if we have messages like we have now, we still want to display a channel list header. So we're going to pass this as the footer. As the footer component, I'm going to say message list header. So message list, I guess it uses flat lists behind the scenes. So the footer, I mean, you'd expect the footer to be at the bottom here, but it's actually at the top. It's kind of inverted. So when we set it to footer here, it's actually going to be at the top. So let's hit save. And yeah, this is what we have now. So of course, this is above the message list, but we actually want it to be at the top here. We're going to change this later, but for now, let's just work on the actual UI for the message list. So let's go over here to our message list header and let's add in the view for our text. So we're going to go over here and say view. We're going to add in a class name. So we'll say class name is equals to width. So the width, we want it to have a width of 280 pixels, right? We also want the items to be aligned at the start. So we'll say item start. So we're going to set the justify to center, and we want this to be an inline flex. So we're going to say inline flex here. So now it's time to add in our text. So we're going to go over here and add our text. So we're just going to pass in the text here. So for our text, we want it to have a class name here of text center. Right, so let's make sure we're importing this, and right, so we're not importing it. Can import it over here. Okay, it's being imported. Now let's work on a few other things here. So let's add in an icon. So we're going to add in an icon for material icons. So we'll say material icons here, and we want the name to say people outline. So we want this to be the people outline icon. We want to set the size to 18, and then we want the color to be black. So we're going to say color black here. Let's just accept this, right? So color black. Hit save. And right now it's still looking kind of weird. So let's work on it a bit more from the view side. So here we're going to say flex row. Okay, and now that already looks better. We're going to say px6. So we want there to be a padding on the left and right side of 24 pixels, right? And then py4, top and bottom 16 pixels. bg white. We want this to be rounded. Want this to have a border of 2 pixels. So I'm going to say border 2 pixels like so. And then we want the border to be gray. So I'm going to say border gray 100. We also want a light shadow, so a very, very light shadow for our card. So we're going to say shadow and then shadow gray 100 like so. And that is giving an error. I'm not sure what this error is. Couldn't find navigation context. Okay, I'm not sure what this error is. Let's just hit refresh. And let's select this. And okay, it works now. I don't know what that was about, but let's just move on. So we have our card now being displayed here. And this looks kind of nice. So okay, that's it for our message list header. Like I said, later on, we're going to modify, we're going to work on the this entire message list to just kind of space things out a bit more. But for now, let's just leave it as is and let's work on another component. So the next component or the next set of components we're going to work on is our buttons. So right now we have this attach button. If you click on this, it brings out the attachment picker. You can select an image and send it. And we also have send button over here. So if we type in some text, we have this send button, but it doesn't really look nice. I think it could be better. So we're just going to create our own custom versions of these buttons. So that's what we're going to be doing here. And Stream provides a way for you to customize all these components. So everything you see here can be customized. The chat bubbles can be customized. This date over here can be customized. Everything can be customized. So we're going to start with our button. So Let's go over here in components directory and let's create a new attach button. We're going to say attach button.tsx rnfe to return it like so. Let's save it the way it is. And next, let's pass it into our channel. So we're going to pass it at a prop, and then it's going to automatically update the custom message input, that's the child, with the correct button. So over here, we're going to say attach button. And now we can pass in our custom attach button that we just created. So of course, we know that this is being imported from stream. You can hit save and it should change. So if you go back and then you open the chat screen again, yeah, you could see that it has now changed. So okay, let's work on this attach button, right? What do we want this to have? So we want this to take all the props that the actual attach button takes, because that is what is going to be passed to it. So we're going to say attach button props here. We want to take out the disabled property, right? And what do we want to return? We're returning a button. So this is our own custom button. We're going to import this, right? So we want the button to be plain. So over here, we're going to say variant is equals to plain. We want it to be disabled if you know the disabled is true. So set it like so, and then on press, we want to open up the attachment picker. So we're going to say toggle attachment picker. Right. So now let's actually extract that. So there is a hook that Stream provides that basically allows you to work with the message inputs, state and functionality. So it's called the use message input context. And from this hook, we can actually extract this function here called toggle attachment picker. It also has a bunch of other functions. So for example, you can upload a new file, you can take and upload an image, you can pick a file, you can send a message. So yeah, just anything concerning the message input, we can get it from here. So let's make sure that we're actually rendering something here. So we're going to render an icon, render a feather icon. This feather icon is going to be plus. The size is going to be 24. So I'm going to set it like so. So let's just leave it like this. Let's import it. Right. So the color is actually going to be a bit different. So when the picker is actually active, we want it to have a different color from when it's inactive. So that now brings up the question, how do we know if it's active or not? How do we know whether the picker is displayed or not? And to figure that out, we're going to make use of another state from the message input context called selected picker. And what the selected picker basically does is just help us to check if the picker is open. So we're just going to say is active. And how do we know if the button is active? If the selected picker is equals to images. So that's how it's set. If it's equals to images, it's active. If it's not, then it's not. It's not active. So here we're just going to say if it's active, then we want this to have a white. Wants to have a white color, and if it's not active, we want this to be black. So when you hit save, you have it looking like this. Right. Now we also need to style our button. So I'm going to add a class name here. And what we want to do is just basically give it a white background if it's active. So we're going to add in CLSX here. We also need to add a bit of padding. So let's add some base styling first before we actually add that condition. So what are the base styles? We have a padding of 0.5 on all sides. We also want to rotate this by 0 degrees. So we're going to set this to rotate 0 degrees. So besides it having padding, we also want it to rotate, kind of like rotate and form an X if it's active. We're going to say is active. What do we want to do? We want to apply a few more styles. So we want to make the background gray. So I'm going to say BG gray 600. Want to add full rounding. So I'm going to say rounded full. And then want to rotate it by 45 degrees. So the button, the plus button suddenly becomes an X button. So do it like so. Let's test it out. So let's add this, right? And now it has rotated. Now the background is different. When you click this, it reverts back to normal. So our attach button works fine. So the next thing we're going to work on now is our send button. So like I said, if you type in a text, you want a different button to be displayed here. So let's work on that next. Let's go over here and say send button.tsx. And we're going to say RNFE. And we're going to use similar props that we used for our attach button, or actually our custom message inputs, or maybe even both. Let's copy everything we have here and let's paste this here. Let's import all this. So we can start from here. We're going to import from use message composer, import the store, import this. Let's pass in our selector. We're going to copy this, paste this here, because we want to use all these states as well. So we'll import this as well. And right, now we have all this. We want to say if there is no text, right, and there are no attachments, then we don't want there to be we don't want the button to be displayed. But now that I think about it, I think it's already doing that, but we're just going to set it that way for ourselves because this is our custom button. So we need to make sure it does the same thing. So I'm going to say return null. So it's going to have that same functionality that we have going on right now. Okay, so what's the next thing we want to do? The next thing we want to do now is actually return a button. So this is going to be a plain button. We're going to add the variant plain. We're not using any of this. We're just going to say on press, we want to send a message. So if you remember, the send message can be extracted from the message input context. So we can just come over here and say send message from not use message composer. This is use message input context. Okay, so now we're sending our message. Let's also add in our class name here. So I'm going to say p padding of 0.5. We want to add a bg primary. We want to have our primary blue color, and then we want it to be fully rounded. So we'll say rounded full. Of course, this needs to have a child. So we're going to render our icon here. Say the name. So it's going to be set to arrow up. Give this a size of 24. And we want the color to be white. Let's import this here. Let's also import our button. Not the one from React Native, sorry. We want to import the one from our components directory. So we hit save and let's test this out. So here now we have our custom button. This doesn't actually look like the custom button. So let's just go back and look at it again. Okay, so it's still not a custom button. We haven't actually added it in. So let's go over here and say send button. We're going to pass in our own send button that we created. So not the one from Stream Chat Expo, but the one that we created. Hit save. Let's go back. Let's come back here. And now we have our own custom button. So, okay, that works and everything should be working fine now. And of course, if you remove everything, it's going to display the audio recording button here. Okay, so now that we've added our custom buttons, the next components we're going to work on is a message avatar component. So we want to customize the default message avatar that's displayed in our chat. So for example, if you go over here to our first group, so I've already sent a message. So here we have, hey dear, this is my message, so there's no need to show an avatar. But this is John Gray. So John Gray says, hi, what's up? So, and this is the avatar being displayed. Now, there's nothing wrong with this, but let's say the user doesn't actually have an image, right? It's going to display Stream's default, fallback text. And we don't really want that text. We don't want that placeholder. So we want to use our own placeholder. So what we're just going to do here is just basically get the exact code for the message avatar, for our custom message avatar, but we're just going to change the avatar component itself to be using our own our own custom avatar. So I think it's easier to show you what I want to do than just talking about it. So let's just dive right into our chat screen and add in the message avatar over here. So if you go over here, it says message avatar. It says UI component for message avatar defaults to message avatar. So this is going to show us the link to the actual message avatar component. So we can click this and I'm just going to copy it over here in my own browser, and then I'm going to paste this here. So you don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm just showing you how I'm deriving the code. So here we have our custom message avatar, and we can now copy this code. So I'm just going to go over here and copy all this, right? And then I'm going to create my own message avatar. So over here in the components directory, I'm going to say message avatar.tsx. I'm just going to paste this here, right? But like I said, I want to use my own avatar component. So I'm going to be importing mine instead of the one that we have here. I'm going to import the view here. So let's just fix that. Import the use theme from StreamChat Expo. And we want the properties to be the message avatar props. So we're going to set it like so. And of course, this doesn't take in any image components, right? We don't use any of that. We just use we just use something else. So we're going to use the message, the user.image, and that's basically it. Okay, so next we have this over here. It says a message.user.name. Let's add this to prevent this error. And okay, so let's also change the name here. So we have to change this to message avatar. I'm going to export this here and say export default message avatar. And over here, I'm going to make sure that we explicitly say this is not going to be null. So now we are not getting this error anymore. And for our message, we're just going to do something similar. So I'll go over here and do this. So we're still getting an error. Let's see what it says here. Okay, because the prop is wrong. So it's supposed to be message URL, and this can be null. So we don't have to add that in. Okay, next we need to add in our name. So for our size here, it says base avatar size, and we don't want to use the base avatar size. We want to use our own avatar size. So we're just going to pass in 28 over here. We're going to remove this. So we don't need any of this. We don't need this either. I'm just going to remove all that. Right. We want our font size to be 14. So we're going to set this to 14 pixels. And yeah, that's basically it. So we can set it like so. Hit save. And let's pass it into the prop over here. So we're going to say message avatar. Save it like so. And that's it. So let's go back. Let's head back in. And it should display the correct avatar. I don't know what's going on here. Let's go back and see if there's anything wrong. Okay, so what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to change this. I'm going to remove all these here and just get the data from use message input context, right? Just in case. So I'm just going to say const basically everything, but from use message input context. So I'm going to remove this type thing here. And yeah, so message context actually, not message input context, because this is within the message. Right. So I'm just going to hit save. Right. And now it has changed. It's now working properly. Okay. So now we have our custom message avatar, and it's the way we like it. It's using our own custom avatar component over here. And that's basically that. We can now head back to our chat screen here. And with that, we've set up everything that we need to set up for our, for our custom components. We've completely set up everything. Now we need to adjust the style for our screens. So we need to adjust the style over here. Like I mentioned, this header should be all the way to the top here. And We also have this this chat UI here looking gray. So we're going to work on all of this. And to do that, we can make use of Stream's theme system. So Stream uses a default theme that basically sets all the default styles here. So it styles things like the colors, the spacing, the fonts. And if we want to customize certain elements, we can provide something called a partial theme. And what this partial theme just basically does is override all the changes within the specified elements, or within the elements that we specify. It's just going to override those styles. So for example, if you say the avatar here should have, it should be changed to 40 pixels, and we specify it in our new theme, it's just going to change this while it leaves every other thing that wasn't specified. It just leaves it as is. So let's go over here and start with our own messages. So the first thing we're going to start here is our own messages. We want it to look blue. So instead of this light blue over here, we want it to have a more deep blue color. So we're going to go over here in our chat screen and define the theme. So we're going to say const my message theme, and the type here is going to be a deep partial. So Stream Chat exports a deep partial. I'm going to pass in the theme type. Well, say it like so. And now we're going to start styling the component that we need. And of course, the component that we're looking for is the message simple component. So that is this individual messages here. All right. So what do we want for our messages? We want to go over to the message content. So we type in content like so, and we want to change the sender message background color. So we want this to be blue. So I'm going to say 175 DEE. Right. And let's save this. Now let's pass it into our channel. So we're going to say my message theme. Then we'll pass in the message theme. Hit save. And now as you can see, the text color has changed. The background color of the messages have changed to a deep blue. Okay. Now we want the text to be white. So we're going to go over here and we're going to we're going to add a new property here. We're going to say markdown. So this is for all the markdown elements within the message. We're going to specify the text. We're going to say text. And of course, we want the color to be white. So you hit save. And it doesn't show immediately. You might need to go back and then let's go back. And now we have text white like so. So that's basically the basics of setting up our theme. So the next thing I'm going to work on is actually theming the chat interface as a whole. So like I said, we want to bring this all the way up here. We also want to change the background over here. And that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to head over to our home layout. So we can head over to our home layout like so. And we're going to define our theme here. So just so we're not repeating the same thing, I'm just going to paste the theme code here, and then I'm going to go over it and explain what's going on. So I'm going to paste it down. And now we have a bunch of styles. I'm just going to remove this and try and go through everything. So here we have a type called chat deep partial. So it's basically the same deep partial that we're importing from Stream here. So we can just import it as deep partial. And the theme as well is the same thing. It's just the theme type. So we can import it like so. And right, our chat theme is set up. And so let me explain what's going on here. So over here, we set the color, right? So we have a white snow color, and it gives it this kind of grayish sort of color. So we want to override that color, and anywhere where any text or any element is being set to have white snow as the color, we want to set it to white. So that's how we added that there. For our channel preview, we also want the container to have a border bottom width of 0 and a padding left of 0. For the title, so for our channel title over here, so just for some context, this is the channel preview here. In fact, let's even add it in just so you can see what's going on. So over here, I'm going to pass in a theme, or I guess it's called a style. It's passing the chat theme. Hit save. Right. And now you can already see it's changed. We don't have that border anymore, and we don't have it looking gray. Okay, so each of these individual UI here is called chat preview. So that's what we're styling here. We set the bottom border width to 0, the padding left to 0, the title to have a font weight of 500. So for, just so you can see that this actually works, we can change this to 600. And you can see it's now thicker. Let's change it back to 500. Right, so we also have an unread container. We want the background color to be this. Right, so if the user we haven't read it yet, we just want it to have this color. Now for our message list, so let's go into one of the charts here. For our message list, we set the content container to justify all the contents to flex end. So like I said, it's kind of inverted, so it just moves everything up. So if you notice before, everything was kind of at the bottom here. Right, so once we add this style in, everything just moves up to the top. And of course, we also want to take in the full width of the space available. So flex grow is set to 1. Then for our date separators, if you remember, this had a black background, right, like so. And with this, we've just basically set the background color to be transparent and then set our text to be a gray color with a thicker font weight and a smaller font size. And a bigger font size actually. Okay, so now for our message simple, we styled when the user sends his own message. So for example, let's just see how it was before. Hit save. So you can see it had a bit more padding to it. So now we've reduced the padding. So we changed the padding horizontal from whatever it was to 10. And we've also changed the background color for the receiver message. So we've changed this to be a different shade of gray. Then for our message input, you might notice now that it looks way different from what it was before. So let's just show you how it was before. All right, so it looks like this. So we've gotten rid of the border. So over here we said border top width 0. We've also changed the input box container a bit. So we added a border color and a background color, and we wanted it to be more rounded. So we did that. Added some padding, and then we removed all the horizontal padding. Okay, and then finally for our audio recording button, we just changed the size. So it was a bit bigger before. And okay, that's showing an error now. Okay, so let's comment it from here. Let's hit save. You can see it was bigger before. So now we've made it smaller and we've changed the color to black. So that's basically everything that's going on with our styles here. And that's everything we defined over here. So now our chat interface is fully styled and we are basically done with the chat screen. Now we're basically done with stream chat within our app. All right, so far we now have chat messaging fully integrated into our app. So the user can create a new chat, they can message their contacts, they can create new groups, they can find new contacts through their username. And within the chat, they can send whatever they want. So for example, here I can say, hi guys, check this out. I can add an image. I can add in an image here or a video. So let's just add an image for now. We can, let's wait for this to upload and then we can send this. We can also edit our messages. So if you hold the message down like so, you can reply, you can thread reply, you can edit the message, you can mark it as unread, you can copy it, you can pin it even, and you can delete the message. You can also add reactions as well. So here we can see the reaction over here. So with our chat fully set up now, the next thing we're going to work on is adding video and audio calling support to our app. I'm going to do this using Stream's React Native Video and Audio SDK. Now, let's get started with that. So the first thing we're going to do is to install the SDK. So let's close our server here and let's actually install that. So, all right. So the SDK also comes with a lot of dependencies. So I'm just going to paste down the code here for it. So here we have npx Expo installed, Stream Video React Native SDK, the Stream IO React Native Web RTC. These are all just the dependencies that it needs. We can also go over to their documentation to take a look at what the instructions that they have for installing this. And you can see over here, it's basically the same thing. You add the stream IO video React SDK, but you would also need to add, okay, so this is actually for React. Let's go to React Native Expo. Right, so this is the correct installation commands here. Right, and then we also need to do some other setup here once we've installed it. So for now, let's actually install this here. Let's hit enter. All right, so once that's installed, we need to update our app.json file to set up all the required plugins. So if we go over to our documentation, you can see over here, we need to add a few plugins so everything is set up correctly. So I'm just going to go over here, and down here, I'm going to add the following. Okay, so I'm just going to paste the code like so. Nice. And now we have the Expo build properties being repeated here, but with additional settings here. So I'm just going to remove this. We don't need duplicates, and hit save. So like I said, these are all just plugins and configurations that we need to add in here to set everything up correctly. So you can just view this here in case you want to write this down. And yeah, that's basically it. So the next thing that we're going to do is actually set up a development build, so a custom development build. Now, so far, we've been using Expo as our development client. However, we're going to run into issues if we try to use it with Stream's Video SDK. Now, this is because the Stream Video SDK relies on native code and modules, and these modules aren't supported by Expo Go. If we want to be able to run this app moving forward, we're going to need to set up our own custom development client. Now, Expo provides a way to do that by using a package called Expo Dev Client. So the first thing we're going to do now is actually install that. So we're going to say npx expo install Expo Dev Clients. So we'll add it like so. We hit install. Okay, now once this is installed, the next one we're going to do here is actually add it as one of our plugins. So I'm going to go over here and say I'm going to say Expo Dev Client. Okay, let's remove that comma and hit save. Now the next thing I'm going to do is install EAS CLI. Now EAS stands for Expo's Application Services, and they have a CLI tool that is basically used to build and configure development clients. So I'm going to use it for our own development client, and to do that, let's first install it. So I'm going to run npm i-g. I'm going to put this here, EAS CLI. Then you hit enter. Okay, so once EAS CLI is installed globally, the next thing you're going to want to do is log into your Expo account. So if you don't already have an Expo account, you can create one at Expo's website. So over here at expo.com, you can click the sign up. Actually, that's expo.dev. So at expo.dev/sign up, you can actually create your own account. Now, once you have an account created, you can go over here and say ES login. And of course, I'm already logged in, so I can just continue. Actually, let's cancel that because I'm already logged in, right? So let me just try running that again to confirm I'm logged in, right? So I'm already logged in. So if you've successfully logged in, the next thing you're going to want to do is actually initialize EAS in our application. And to do that, we're going to say EAS init. So it's saying an existing project found, link this project. And, you know, for you, this might be different. You might actually need to create a new project from scratch. I'm just going to link the project and say yes. Okay, so now once that's run successfully, we're going to see a change in the app.json. So if you select this here, you can see now that the project ID has been added. Right. So now the next thing I'm going to do is actually configure our build. So I'm going to say EAS build configure. And I want to run this for all platforms. So I want to configure this build for all platforms. So I'll run all. And once we've done that, we can now see over here that we have an EAS JSON file. And this is the setup for that JSON file. We have for development client is set to true, and the distribution is set to internal. Okay. So once you've configured your app, the next thing you're going to want to do now is actually build the app. So we're going to run a custom development build. So I'm using the iOS simulator here. So I'm going to run a build for iOS. I'm going to run npx expo run iOS. If you're using this on an Android emulator and an Android device, you can run, you can just change this to Android. So I'm going to leave this as iOS like so, hit enter, and now it should create my development build for iOS. So now I don't even need this anymore. I don't need this Expo Go client anymore. So I can just close this and wait for this to finish installing and building. Okay, so once you have the development build up and running, the app should open automatically. So you have it here. It says this is developer menu. It gives you access to useful tools in your development build. And just in case it didn't open automatically for you, you can see it over here as the Signal clone. So let's just click this. Let's hit continue, and we can close this. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is actually set up Clerk in our app. And just to make sure that we are within the home layout, I'm going to try and sign in here. So I'm going to run login. So I'll say Jacobs Sayo +1 at gmail.com. I'm going to enter my password here. Okay, so just confirming that everything works here and we're within the home layout, because we're actually going to now set up the stream video client in our home layout. So let's head over to the home layout file. So we'll go over here to our app, but let's first clean this up. Let's close all these directories here just to make things organized. Okay, and now let's open up our home layout. Right. So the first thing we're going to do here is actually create a state for our client. So we're going to call this the video client. Let's say set video client. So it's going to use the use state. It's going to be of type stream video client. This is a custom type from the stream video SDK. And now let's import it. So we don't have any suggestions yet. Let's import it manually. So we're going to go over here and say import stream video client from, this is the wrong name. This is stream-io okay, this is not what I expected. I'm going to say video React Native SDK. Okay, and let's also go ahead and import the stream video, because that's the provider we're actually going to use for the stream video setup. Okay, so now in our use effect, we're going to set up stream. So over here, we've already set up the chat client. So I'm just going to set up the video client under here. So I'm going to say const video client is equals to stream video client dot get or create instance. So if there's already an instance, we get it, or else we create one. So we're going to pass in the API key here. So we're going to say API key, and then we're going to pass in the user. So say user, chat user, and then we're going to pass in our token provider, which is our custom provider. So a very similar setup with the chat client here. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is actually set the video client once we've created it. So we'll set it like so. And of course, we don't want to forget to disconnect the user once we've actually signed out. So we're going to add this here as well. And then of course, let's also add the video client as a dependency here. Okay, and that's basically it for setting it up in our use effect. The next thing we're going to do now is actually add in the provider. So like I said, that's the stream video. We're going to wrap this stack within the components, and then we're going to pass in our video client here. So we're going to say client is equal to the video client, like so. Then we can hit save, and all right, it's refreshing. Okay, and it has set it up. Here we can see here RN in call manager initialized. Okay, so that's a good sign. And now let's also add in a screen. So this screen is going to be the screen for our calls. So we're going to say stack.screen. I'm going to give this a name. So similar to our chat here, we're going to call this call/ID in square brackets. So we'll pass in an option object here, and we're going to say header shown false. And then we're also going to add in an animation key here. So we'll say animation, and we want this to be set to none. So usually for our stack, it usually has this animation where it slides in from the right or from the left. So we don't want that for our call screen. We just want it to kind of pop up. And so that's why we set the animation to none here. Okay, so now let's hit save. And that's basically it. Our stream video client is now initialized. And now we can start using it in our app. So the first place that we need to work on is our chat screen, because that's the screen where we're actually going to initialize our calls. So over here, if you click this, it should start a video call. And if you click this, it should start an audio call. So let's set that up. Okay, so let's head over to the chat screen here, under the chat folder. And let's go over to these buttons. Okay, so we want it such that when we press these buttons, there's an action. So something should happen. And what do we want to happen? We want to redirect the user to the call screen. So we're going to say start video call for the video button. And then for our audio button over here, we're going to say start audio call. And then let's define what those functions actually do up here. So for our audio call, we're going to say start audio call. And all we just want to do, like I said, is redirect the user to the call screen. So we're going to say router.navigate. Then we're going to pass in an object here. We're going to add a path name. This is obviously going to be our call screen. So we pass in the call screen there. And then we also have to pass in a few params. So the first parameter we're passing in is our ID. So our channel ID. We're going to say the channel ID. So we want the ID of our call to be the same ID as our channel. So for every channel, there's a call associated with it. Okay, and then we also want to pass in a parameter here called update call. So whoever is creating the call or making the call, we want to make sure that that user can actually update the call. So for example, if the call was previously a video call and now they click on this audio button, we want to make sure, okay, we can actually change that to a video call. And to do that, they actually need to have the permissions to update it, or we need to set it so they can update the call. So that's why we're adding this here. And yeah, that's basically it. So right now we're getting an error here because the call screen doesn't actually exist. So let's actually add that in. So let's go over here in the home directory here, and let's create a call folder. Right, and then within that call folder, just similar to what we had in our chat screen, we're going to call this ID within square brackets .tsx. Just going to run RNFE here, and I'm going to call this the call screen. Okay. Now this call screen is also going to need a layout. So the layout is where we're going to actually set up the call before the user gets to the call screen. So let's set that up here. So we'll create a new layout file. So underscore layout.tsx, hit enter. Same thing here. We're going to call this the call layout, hit save. And now we shouldn't be getting that error anymore. So let's see here. So let's check our home layout to make sure that everything adds up here. We have our call screen. We have the id.tsx file. Okay, so it shouldn't be showing this. It might not have noticed it yet, so we can just ignore this for now. Next, let's set up our, the function for our video call. So we'll say start video call like so. And for our video call, it's basically the same thing. So we're just going to copy this code here. And then, yeah, we'll just copy it like so. And then we want to add in another parameter here. So we want to add a video parameter. I want to set this to true. So the reason why we're doing this, I think it should be intuitive. We want it such that if you're starting a video call, we need to set it up correctly so that it actually starts a call for video, right? And it has the correct interface and everything that we need for that. And so that's why we add this here. And with that, our functions are basically set up. So now we also want a situation where we can't start multiple calls, or we don't want to start multiple calls when a call is already ongoing. And to do that, we're going to need a state that can basically tell whether there's a call that's already going on. We're going to define that within a variable here. We're going to call this call is active. And so how are we going to know if our call is active? So let's just leave this like this for now. We'll come back to it. So to check if there's an active call ongoing, we can make use of a hook provided by the Streams Video SDK. And that hook is called use calls. So over here, we can just leave this as an array. We're going to import use call from the Stream Video SDK, or use calls actually, because like I said, we want to check if there's any active call, and that might be within multiple calls. And here we're just going to extract the first call here. We're going to call this active call. Right. And so what we're checking now is this: if there is an active call, so we want to convert this to a Boolean value. So say if there's an active call, and the active call is not equals to the current channel ID. So the active calls ID, so say the ID is not equal to the channel ID, then that means a call is currently active, right? So if we actually start a call here, and let's say for some reason we get back to this screen and we still want to go back to the call, we should be able to do that. But if a call has already started from another chat, so let's say we have a call here in the first group, we don't want to be able to go over here and now start another call when we still have an ongoing call here. So that's why we're also checking if the ID of the call is equal to the current channel ID. So okay, now let's set these buttons to be disabled. So over here, we're going to set it to be disabled if a call is active. So if a call is active elsewhere, we want this to be disabled. So add the same thing for our audio button over here. And that's basically it. We should now have that set up correctly. And we'll test it out later on when we actually build our call screen. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do is work on the call layout. So like I said, the call layout is where we're actually going to define everything that happens when the call is started or received. So over here in our call layout, let's start by extracting a few things. So we want to extract the ID, the update call, and the video parameters. But we want to extract these as global parameters. So I'm going to say global search parameters, and then we just leave it like so. Right. And the reason why we're extracting this as global search parameters is because this state could update at any time. And we want to make sure that we're displaying the most updated states for the ID, the update call, and the video. But local state doesn't update. So if this was local instead of global, if any change actually happens to these states later on, we won't actually be able to get the updated state. So the next thing we need is our router. So we're going to say const router is equals to use router. I'm going to import this like so. And we also want to get our call. So we're going to say const call set call. And this is equals to use state. We're going to pass in the call type. And then we're going to leave it this way. So let's import the use state from React. We can remove this here. And we can also remove this because we don't need this component actually. Let's just remove this and leave it like so for now. For now, we're going to just set this to return null. Yeah. Okay. So now we also need to get our video client. So we're going to say const video client. And now since this is all wrapped within the stream video component, we can just access the video client using the use stream video client hook. Right, so now we have our video client here. Now we also want to get our chat client. So we're going to go over here and say client. We set this to the chat client, and we want this to be from the use chat context, like so. Okay, now that we have all the states that we need, we can now actually start setting up our call, and we're going to do that within a use effect. So we'll add a use effect like so, and then set it up like this. Okay, now let's start building. So this use effect is just going to run one function, and it's going to run that function just once. So it's going to run a function called start call. So it's going to do everything from setting up the call to actually starting the call. So we're going to call this async like so. So let's just leave this for now, and then let's actually run the function like this. Okay, now let's set it up. So the first thing we want to do here is get our channel. So we're going to say const channel is equals to chat client dot channel, passing the messaging type, and then we pass in the ID. So the ID that we got from here. Okay, now we're going to watch our channel. We're going to say await channel dot watch. I might be asking, why do we want to watch our channel? So the reason why I want to watch our channel is to actually get the latest data from the channel. So we want to make sure that we're getting the latest data from the channel, and we're going to use that data to update the call. I'm going to show you how in a second. So next, let's define our call. We're going to define it like this, underscore call, and this is going to be the video client dot call. So this is how we set up calls with the video client. So say video client dot call, and then we'll have to pass in the type. This is just a default call, so we're going to set this as default, and then we're going to pass in the ID. And then we need to confirm that this is actually a string, so we have to manually set this as a string like so. And now I want to check if this channel is a DM channel or a group channel, because the way we handle the call is going to be different depending on what kind of channel it is. So we're going to make use of is DM channel function here, is DM channel variable here, and then we'll make use of our utility function. So we're going to say check if DM channel, right? And then we're going to pass in our channel. So this is one of the reasons why we need to get the channel data here. Okay, the next thing now we're going to do is extract our members. So we need to get all the members of the channel, and then we're going to say so we're going to say const members is equals to object.values. We're going to pass in all the channel members. So we're going to say channel.state .members like so, and then we want to map through them. So we want to map through them, and we're going to add in a type here. We're going to call this member request. So we want to basically convert this to the member object that stream video recognizes. So the way members are structured in stream charts and the way they're structured in stream video is different. So we're mapping this and basically saying we're going to return this in the form of the stream videos member object. So we're going to go over here now and extract the member. So we'll say member like so, and then we're going to return an object. Now this object is going to have the user ID like so, and this is going to be set to the member dot user dot ID like so, and we're setting this as a string. And then you also need a name, so we're going to set this as the member dot user dot name, also a string. And then finally we're going to give this a role. So this is where the DM channel is going to play in. So if this is a DM channel, then we want every caller to be, to have equal permission. So every both members in the channel, so both the person sending the message and the person receiving the message in the DM should be an admin. So and I mean, when I say messages, I actually mean the call. So whoever is calling, whoever is receiving the call, whoever is setting the call, they should be an admin. Okay, so that's why we need is DM channel there. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is actually create a configuration for our call. So we're going to call this const call config. Now we're going to set a few things here. So we're going to say custom, and then actually just so this makes a bit more sense, let's leave the call config for now, and let's actually try and create our call here. So we're going to say await underscore call dot get or create call. So if a call with the ID doesn't already exist, we're going to create it. And if it exists already, let's just get it. So that's what that does. We're going to set ring to true. So this rings for all the members. Then we're going to add in our data. And so this data now is what we're actually calling our config. So you can see here it's called the get or create call request. So we're going to set this like so. So we're going to say get or create call request. And that's what we're setting here. Like that's why we had the custom over here. And we also had the settings. So this isn't actually working. It's not actually returning anything. But I believe it's correct type, because here we have okay, get or create. Okay. I think I get this now. This should just be the call request. So that was my bad. This should be the call request. And let's import this. Right, and now, yeah, you can see stuff like custom is showing up, and then we also have settings override. Right. We also need to make sure this is the correct type, so we actually know what we're doing here. So here, the data, what are we setting it to? We're going to set it to the members. So first things first, we'll have to add our members, and then we're going to pass in our call config like so. So now let's actually define what that call config is going to contain. So the first thing it's going to contain here is the some custom data. And what do we want here in our custom data? We want to know who triggered the call. So we're going to say triggered by, and this is going to have the ID of the user. So we're going to say chat client dot user dot ID. So we know that for a fact that this is the person who actually initiated that call. Okay, the next thing we want to add here is the members. Right, and I know you might be thinking it's weird that we're adding the members twice, but we're just doing this just in case, because this this call config is also going to be used to update the call. So here we're actually getting or creating the call, but later on, if the user maybe calls again, right, we might need to update that call. So that's why we're passing in the members as custom data, just so we can update it again if we need to. So hopefully that makes sense. So now let's add a settings override. So what settings do we want to override? The setting we want to override here is our video settings. So we want to set the enabled state here. So we want the enabled to be true. So video should always be set to true by default, because even if we start an audio call now, we may want to switch to video. So video itself should always be enabled. Now, what is not going to be enabled by default though is the camera. So we don't want the camera to be enabled by default if this is an audio call. So we're going to set a camera default on, and this is going to be equals to this state. So camera is only going to be on by default if video is equals to true. Hopefully that makes sense. So now the next thing we're going to define here is our target resolution. We just want this to be 1440p. So we're going to set the width to 2560 and our height to 1440. Right, and that's it for our call config. Now let's actually check if we need to update the call. So if update call is equals to true, so that means you're the one that initiated the call, so we need to update it. What are we going to do? We're going to say await call, or I guess this is underscore call dot update. And then what are we updating it to? We're updating it to the latest call config. So like I said, that's why we're passing in the members here, just in case, right? Because this is just what we are using to initialize it. But later on, we might need to update it. So we might need to update the members. For example, if it's a group, we might have a new member. So we update it with this call config here, like so. And that's basically it. So once we're done with that, we just need to check again if this is a DM channel. So we're also making use of the DM channel again. And why are we using this? We want to check if this is a DM channel, and we also want to check if, of course, update call is equals to true. And why are we checking for this? We're checking for this to do the following. So let's run this in a try catch. So if there's an error for whatever reason, let's just redirect the user. So we're just going to say router dot back, like so. If there's any error with this, let's just redirect the user back. Now, what are we trying? We want to actually try and join the call. So we want to join the call if this is not a DM call, right? This is just a group call. So in some apps, when there's a group call and you just start the call, you just join it automatically while you wait for the other members to join. But for normal DM calls, you want to kind of wait, and it should be in a sort of ringing state until the user actually picks the call. So that's why we're setting it that way. So here we're going to say join, and then we're going to add the max join retries to 3. So if it tries to join the call 3 times but it fails, let's just quit this. So okay, that's everything now set up. Now let's actually set our call. So after we've done all this, we're going to set the call like so. And now we're getting an error here about dependencies that we should add. So we only want to run this once, right? And we're sure that we only want to run this once. Don't want this running multiple times, so it won't cause issues. So let's actually add quick fix here, and let's disable this warning for this line. So we'll do it like so, and now it won't disturb us anymore because we're actually sure of what we want. We only want this to run once. Okay, now what are we going to return within this layout? We want to return as a component called stream call component. I'm going to say stream call here, and if you check this, it says here stream call is a wrapper component that orchestrates the call's life cycle logic and provides the call object to the children component. So yeah, so that's basically it. It just basically acts as a wrapper component, kind of like with our channel component, I guess. So I guess that's the equivalent for the stream chat, and it provides all the logic and all the states that it needs for its children, right? So over here we're going to say stream call. We're going to pass in the call over here like so. So we'll say call, and we also kind of need a loading state. So we don't actually explicitly have a loading state, but what we're just going to set this to is this: if there isn't a call yet, so if we haven't set a call yet, right? So it's still undefined, then we know for a fact that it's still loading. So we can just say here, if there is no call, right, let's return a loading screen. So we just say return screen loading like so, and then we can just import this, right? And then once there actually is a call, we just return it like so. And now within this provider, we're going to return a stack. So we want to use a stack navigation, and it only has one screen option, which we just say screen options like so. Passing the object. The only thing we want here is just for there to be no header. So we set header shown to false. And that's basically it for our call layout. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is configure the call permissions. So over here, we already know that the user can update the call if this is set to true, but this will not run for some users, right? This won't be able to run correctly. This is going to give a permission error. So we want to make sure that all users, right, can actually update a call if we've set this to be true. So to do that, let's head over to our stream dashboard. So okay, so this is the stream dashboard. We're going to head over to the video and audio like so. We're going to click on the roles and permissions. So that's what we're looking for here. And then you're going to navigate to the role here. So I want to set the role to a user, and I want to set the scope to default. So this is how far it actually applies. So we want to apply for default calls. And now let's actually click on edit here, and let's search for the update call permission. So we're going to search update call, and that's this permission right now. So you can see it's already disabled. It says allows update the data for a call. So I guess this is supposed to be allows the user to update a call. So let's just click this. Let's enable it. We'll save this. Here it's going to say, are you sure you want to save changes? Changes will instantly affect your users. Added update call. Let's confirm this. Okay, so it says your grants have been updated. So now users should be able to update the call if they have permission. So if we give them this explicit permission that, okay, you can actually update this call, they should be able to do so. Okay, so now that we have that set up, the next thing we're going to do is actually build out our call screen. So you already know this is just the layout. We haven't actually done anything for the call screen. So let's move on with that. So I'm just going to delete this React import here. And I don't know why autocomplete is still giving it back to me. But let's start by actually getting a few things here. So we're going to start with getting the update call value. So you can say update call, and yeah, just like so, update call from use global search params. So we want that. We also want to get the user. So I'm going to say user from Clerk's use user. All right, and then I want to get the call. So before I made a mistake and wanted to use the use call hook. The reason why I had to change that to use call is because the use call is the hook that we can access once we have our layout wrapping our app with our page or our screen with this stream call provider here. So with that provider in place, we can actually use the use call. Okay, the next thing we're going to do now is get a router. Let's say use router, like so. We also want to get the current state of the call. And to do that, we're going to use a hook provided by Streams Video SDK. It's called the use call state hooks. Right, and the name makes it very intuitive, so you know what this is for. It's just for getting the current call state. And within that call state, within this call state hooks, we're also getting other hooks for getting different types of states. So let me just show you the first one. So first we have use calling state, and then we also have use call custom data. So this one gives us access to the calling state, the current calling state. So is the call ringing, is the call active, is the call idle, right? It gives us access to that state. And then this one gives us access to the custom data. So for example, the custom data that we defined over here. So triggered by members, it gives us access to all that. Okay, now let's go over here and actually define the variables here. So we'll call this calling state is equals to use call calling state, and then custom data is equals to use call custom data. Then we want to check if the user if the user is the one that triggered the call. So we're going to say is call triggered let's say is call triggered by me. And how are we going to know if the call was triggered by you? So there are two ways to know this. So we can know this if the custom data says you're the one that triggered the call. So we'll check if the custom data that triggered by is equals to the user ID, or if update call is equals to true. So this is kind of just a redundant way of checking if the call is triggered by you, right? Now let's actually set up a use effect here. So we'll say use effect, and we're going to set it up like so, adding our array here, and then we're going to import it. So what do we want within our use effect? We want to check. So I want to check if the calling state is equals to, so the calling state also has this enum that we can use to check. So the enum has different values. So we have calling state. So let's import the enum like so. Then we say dot left. So if the call has ended and you've actually left the call, right? So it might not have even ended. You might just have been the one that hit the end call button. And what do we want to do? We want to redirect the user back. So we want to say router dot back. Okay. And that's basically it for the use effect. We don't really need to do any other thing here. And we can just set this to add the calling state and the router. And yeah, that's basically it. We can just add these two things here to the dependency. Yeah, we'll also add the call, of course. So once we have that, we hit save. And that's basically it. Okay, now we want to return two main UIs here. Now the first UI I want to return is the UI for when the call is ringing, right? When it's ringing, or when it's idle, or when we're still joining. So we just want to display that ringing screen. So we're going to check here and say if so So we're just going to say this. We're going to say if calling state dot ringing, this is one of the possible states, so ringing, or we're joining it. So if it's ringing, if it's joining, or if it's idle. Right, so all this during all these states, it can be appropriate to display the ringing UI. So say if it's ringing, or it's joining, or it's idle. So this array, if it includes calling states, so that's what that does. It basically just checks if any of that state is the value of calling state. Then we want to return a ringing UI. And luckily for Stream already provides a custom component for ringing. So we're just going to use it here. So we're going to pass in a Stream theme first. So it applies the necessary theme to the components. And then here we're going to wrap this within a view. Let's give this a class name. We're going to say flex1. So it takes the full width and height of the screen. And then we're going to set this to BG black. And now within this view, we can now display our ringing screen. But actually, let's display something else first. So we'll add in another view here. And this one actually takes in the opposite. So it says flex1, but BG white. And then within this, we can now add in our ringing call screen. So what do we want here? So we want to check if the call was triggered by me, or let's actually say if the call wasn't triggered by me. So we'll say is call triggered by me, like so. So if not call is triggered, if not is call triggered by me, then we want to display an incoming call UI. We're going to use streams incoming call. So this is the component they provide us with for displaying the incoming call. And then of course, if the call was triggered by me, we want to display the outgoing call UI. So outgoing call, like so. I can just leave it like this. Let's remove this actually, and then let's import the outgoing call component. Right, so this is what we want if the call is in any of these states. Okay, so if it's not in any of these states, we can assume that it has joined, or it's, we're within the call at that point. And what we want to display now is the actual call interface. So we're going to return our stream theme like before. And then we're going to return two views here. So the first view here is going to say class name. All right, class name like so. Then we can say flex1, BG black. And then we also want to return another class name here. So we'll say class name flex1, padding top safe, and then BG white. Leave it like so. And now we're going to return ringing call content. Right, so this is just, if you hover over this, let's actually import it first. Then if you hover over this, it just says component to show the incoming, outgoing, and call contents components depending upon the call states. Right, so this can also show the ringing state, but since we're only returning this UI when the call is no longer ringing, it's only going to display the actual call interface, like for the call content. So we're going to add it like so. Actually, we don't want this to close like this. We just want it. No, so let's remove this and let's close it like this. Right. So this is how it wants to close. We're going to add the calling contents property to it. So what kind of UI do we want when this call is okay, let's make sure we import this like so. Right. And then we pass in the calling contents props. And over here, it's saying the property calling content does not exist. Did you mean call content? So yeah, that's actually what we meant. We meant call content here. Right. And now what do we want to pass here? We want to get in our props. Right. And then we want to return the call content UI. So call content like so. And of course, we pass in all our props. And then we want to add our own custom props here. So the first props we want to add is the layout. So we want to make sure this layout is a spotlight layout. And what this means is whoever is the active speaker will be the one highlighted at the top. So that's how we add that. Then we also want to say on hang up call. So on hang up call handler, what do we want to happen when we hang up the call? So we want this to be an asynchronous function, and we want it to return this. So we want it to say await call dot end call. Right. So that's what we want it to do. And then for our call controls, right, we want to pass in our own custom, well, not really custom, right? But yeah, we want to pass in our own call control UI. So yeah, I guess it's the custom call control UI. So we'll pass in a view here. We'll give this a class name. Let's close this like so. Right, and what class name do we want? We want to give this a background, a sort of dark background. So we'll say 1C, 1C, 1E. Close this. Then we set the width to full. We set the height to 110 pixels. We add a padding top of 7. And we set this to flex row. Want this to justify this to the center, so we'll say justify center like so. We add a gap of 4, and then we want this rounded, so we'll say rounded at the top of 2XL. Okay, cool. So that's it for our view. Now let's actually pass in our buttons here. So I'm going to escape this, and let's pass in our buttons. So the first button we want here is the toggle camera face button. So we'll say toggle camera face button like so. And then we also want to toggle our video, so we'll say toggle video. So okay, so this is actually the toggle video preview button. That's what it's called. So we import it like so. Then we also want to toggle the mic, so that's toggle audio preview button. And we want to hang up, want a button for hanging up the call, so we say hang up call button here. And that's basically it. We're not actually passing in any of the props except for the hang up call button. So let's add in a function here. We're going to say on hang up call handler, we want to say props dot on hang up call handler, so like so. And yeah, that's basically it. We can now close this component, the call content component like so. And we now have the UI for our call screen. So in order to test this, I actually need to sign in on another device. So what I'm going to do now is actually set this app up on my iPhone device, and then we can actually set up a call and actually test everything and see what we've done so far. Okay, so now I have the development build running on my iOS device. In case you were wondering how I set that up, I just went over here to VS Code. I opened up the iOS folder over here. So right here we have the iOS folder. So I opened this up in Xcode, and I just ran this play button here. And what this just does is run a development build. Of course, the device here is already set to the iPhone, and that's basically how I ran the build. So from my phone, all I just need to do is just copy the URL here. So when I open up the development app, I can just copy this URL here, and that will run the development build. Okay, so let's just confirm that it works. I'm just going to send myself a message here. So I'm logged in as John Gray on my phone. I'm just going to say, yo, that looks cool. Okay, and as you can see, that works just fine. Right, so I've confirmed now that it's working. So before we actually go ahead and test the calling, we need to be able to listen for incoming calls. So right now, of course, we can handle incoming calls, right? We have this UI over here that handles the incoming call, but that's within the call screen. If the user actually calls someone, right, they don't really have any way to actually get the call. And so the way we're going to solve that issue is by going over to our tabs layout screen, and over here we're going to actually listen for incoming calls. So we're going to define a router here and say router is equals to use router, So let's import this. And next, let's get all our incoming calls. So we're going to say calls is equals to use calls. So we get it like so. And then we want to filter this call. We're going to say filter. And I want to get the calls that are currently ringing. So I'm going to say call.ringing. So any call that's ringing, we need to pass this in here. Just for simplicity, I'm going to set the ringing call to calls 0. So just the first call that comes in. That's the only one we want to focus on. And then we're also going to say const is call created by me. So while it's listening to calls, it might pick up a call that you started yourself. So how do we know if this call was created by you? We're going to check the custom data here. So we're going to say ringing call dot state, right, dot custom, and then we're going to say dot triggered by, and then if that is equals to the ringing call dot current user, the current user ID. So if this ID, triggered by ID, is equals to the current user ID, we know for sure that this call was created by me. So we don't actually need to do anything. But if the call isn't created by me, we have to redirect the user to the call screen so they can get a ringing screen. So let's just set that up here in a use effect. And I'm going to import this like so. I'm going to pass in the ringing call and the is call created by me and the router, because we'll be using all these in the use effects. Now let's check. So if call, so say is call created by me. Okay, say is call created by me. So if the call is created by me, let's just return. So we're not doing anything. But if the call is not created by me and there is a ringing call, then what do we want to do? We want to navigate the user to the call screen. So we're going to say over here, path name, call ID, and then for our parameters, we're only going to pass in the ID of the call. So I'm going to say ringing call dot ID. And unlike, before, we're not actually passing in the video or anything like that because we don't actually need any of that. So all we just need to pass in here is the ringing call ID. Since the user is the one receiving the call, we don't want them to be able to actually update the call or do anything else with it. So with that setup, here it's saying that there's an error. So let's check and figure out what that is. Okay, so there's no comma here. Let's add that in and that should be working fine now. Now there's still an error here saying there's no path name. And okay, I think I finally get the error. So we need to add this slash over here. So that's basically the problem we've been having here. So let's go back to our layout file and also do that. Make sure we do that. So here in our chat screen, we add that. We also add that here. And yeah, that should be working fine now. Let's also go over to our layouts and check if we have anything that's like that. Okay, so there's nothing like that. Okay, so one more thing we need to do here is actually work on our call folder structure here. So I just realized we hadn't actually set it up properly. So the proper way we are supposed to do this is by setting this to be an ID folder, so an ID in brackets. So like so. Since this is what we're basically passing to our in our home layout here. So if you check over here, we're passing in the call/ID. So we're actually passing in the folder, not the file. Like for this one now, we have the file directly here. So we have the ID file. But for this, since we want this layout to also be part of everything, we have to put it within this ID folder. So we'll put this here. And then since this is the actual file that we want to render within this folder, we can just call this the index. So the moment we get redirected to this folder, the first thing it's going to run is this index file. So once we set it up that way, we can hit save. So it's going to fix all the imports. We can actually just set all these to say at. All right, hit save. And with that, everything should be set up correctly. We can now test this out. So I'm just going to go over here on my phone. And then I'm going to call this user here. So I'm going to call this phone, this iOS simulator. I'm going to call it for my device. So I'm going to hit call. And now we should see the incoming call screen without any header or any issues. You can see now it's going fine. So I can choose to accept the call by clicking this button here. And it will ask me for some permissions. I'll say accept. And now you can see it working like so. Okay, so this is our call screen now. So let's head over to the call screen. So now it's at index.tsx. Let's close the other screens here. And it doesn't really look too nice. So we're going to try and improve the UI here. The first thing we're going to improve is our buttons over here. So to start with the buttons, I'm going to create a custom video button that basically has a rounded corner here. So let's just start with that. So the first thing we're going to do now is go over here and change this to toggle video. I'm going to go over here in our components directory and create a new toggle video.tsx component. I'll hit RNFE, and now I'm going to create a new view here. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say class name. Let's just close this for now. And then let's return the actual button. So I'm going to say toggle video publish or preview button, or I guess this should be publishing button. Yeah, this is publishing, so not preview actually. This should be publishing. Hit save. We're going to do the same thing here. So let's change this to publishing. And let's import this. Right. Now we can import toggle video from here. Let's hit save. Right, so you can see there's a bit of difference. It's a bit more aligned. All right, so now let's actually style this. So what kind of style do we want here? I want this to have a width of 12. So we'll say W12. So H12. Now I want this to be fully rounded. I'm going to say rounded full. And we're going to say item center. Justify center. And then BG. We're going to give this a dark color. So we'll say 373737, like so. And then we're going to give this a padding of 16 on all sides, so P4. They can hit save, and this is basically the style that we want for all our buttons here. Now to style these remaining buttons, or let's remove this view, let's remove the React import here. All right, so to style the remaining buttons, we can make use of Stream's theme, right? So the same way we kind of styled our stream chart earlier, we can also do the same thing for our Stream React Video SDK here by passing in a theme object to the style over here. So I'm just going to set this to theme, and now I'm going to copy the style. So I'm going to copy the theme here, and I'm just going to go up here and paste the theme. I'm going to go over it as well. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it down here. Okay, so now we have our theme. So here you have this called in SVG container style. So this basically applies everything that we did here. It gives it a background color, a width, a height, and a border radius. And what we can do now is actually pass this theme here, and also pass it in here. So we can just say style is equals to theme, right? And now you can already see it looks way different now. So our video button has this rounding here. We have this over here. We have this one looking red. So let me just go over what's going on really quickly. Okay, so like in our stream chart, we are overriding the default colors here. So for button secondary, we change the colors to this. So basically what we defined over here. We also did the same thing for the button warning color. And then over here, we're applying the SVG container style over here. So for our join call button, the same thing. For our accept call button, we had the same thing. Reject call button, the toggle audio publishing button, we added the same thing for our SVGs. So these SVGs, individual SVGs over here. And then we did the same thing for our hang up call button. So we passed in this style, but then we added our own background color to be a red color. So that's why we have this as red. And then for our participants video fallback. So right now there's no video being played or anything. So it's just using this fallback UI. So we want it to have this color. So initially it was a blue color, but with this style now, we now have it as this dark gray color like so. And with that, we basically styled our stream video. And now let's actually check it. Let me join the call again. So I've joined the call. Okay, so now I'm going to turn on my video and it should reflect here. And now we have the video showing. So we know that the video works. Our audio calls also work. So this might sound a bit loud, but just to test it. Right, so it works. Okay, and that's it. With this, we've successfully implemented video and audio calling into our app, and our signal clone is now complete. All right, so at this point, we've reached the end of this tutorial, and you now have a fully functional signal clone with real-time messaging, user profiles, group chats, and even video calling, all powered by React Native and Stream. If you found this tutorial helpful, don't forget to like and share, and let me know in the comments down below what you'd like us to clone next. Until then, I'll catch you guys in the next one.